Hi, what's poppin'? I'm Elliot, a web developer from Singapore, and today we're going to show you how you're going to build this AI-powered course generation platform. So here we can see that it's hosted on a custom domain, and also these are basically courses that are AI generated. So these are all beautifully styled with ShadcN and Tailwind CSS, offering a light and dark theme. So let's first sign out. So we're able to implement Google sign-in using NextAuth. So we'll be able to sign in with our Google account to this platform. So after we have signed in, we are able to create courses. So let us create a course by clicking on the create course button. And here we can see that right now we have 8 out of 10 free generations. So today we'll be also integrating the Stripe API so that you're able to upgrade to a premium tier such that you're able to get unlimited generations of the course. So this is actually a real SaaS product, software as a service. So you can actually use this Stripe integration to actually start making money with this platform. So let's just demonstrate the course generation. So for the title of the course, this is a very big overview. So I'm going to enter calculus. So this is going to be the umbrella, like the big course title that you want it to generate. And you can have multiple units, subunits related to the big course. So in this case, I want to learn about differentiation and integration. So I'm going to leave it at 2, remove the third unit, and I'm going to press let's go. So with this, it's going to actually hit the backend API using Next.js 13.4's new app directory. And then with that, it will actually use OpenAI's API to then create the courses and the units and the chapters such that we're able to then use the YouTube API to actually get the videos out. So let's wait for a while as it generates the questions. Okay, so we're back, and then basically, look, after it has generated the question, we can see that it has come down here and it has offered us with the course name of calculus, and it has generated multiple subunits based on what we have entered. So it talks about limits and continuity, derivatives, integrals, differential equations, and applications. So it has generated a total of 5 units, and each unit has multiple chapters. So there's chapter 1, chapter 2 for each of the units. So with all that, this is the magic part. I'm going to click on generate and watch what happens. So we're gonna basically for each of the chapters, it's gonna hit the YouTube API and try to get the transcript from the API. And with that transcript, it can actually generate concept checks or like questions so that we're able to practice our skills and learn. So you can see that it's using asynchronicity. So each chapter is gonna go out and hit the endpoint by itself, and then when it's done, it will turn green, indicating that it has finished generating the chapter itself. So we'll wait for a while. Yeah, so you can just see that as it is going to hit the endpoint, each of them is slowly coming back as green. So after all of this has been green, then we can actually view the course that has been generated for us. So we're just waiting for the last one, chapter 2 of unit 2, derivative rules. I'm going to zoom in a little. So we're just waiting for it to come back. So sometimes it may be stuck, but it will come back soon enough. Okay, and we're back. So now we can see that all of them have turned green, and with that we can press save and continue, and it actually brings us to the course that he has generated. Okay, so we're here. So we can see that this is a beautiful list out platform. So we're able to see all the units we have here. Can come down here to click on next to go to the next chapter or the previous chapters, and we can, this is the relevant YouTube video that has been put out based on the chapters title and the summary. So we can actually come down here and just view all view the different chapters that it has generated. So we can see that it also generated a concept check. So what is the differential equation used for? So we are able to choose the options, and basically it will tell us whether we are correct or wrong. So these questions actually generated from the transcript of the video itself. So we're going to be feeding in the transcript of the YouTube video into the AI. The AI will then generate relevant questions for the chapter. So we can see that this summary is the summary of the transcript of the YouTube video. So these are all be linked nicely using a lot of prompt engineering and also a lot of AI applications. So we'll be learning a lot of things today. So we'll be learning authentication using NextAuth. Then we'll be building on the front end with ShadcN and Tailwind CSS. Then for the backend, we'll be using several good APIs like the OpenAI API, the YouTube API, and also the Unsplash API. So this Unsplash API will just help us get the images. So if you go back to the gallery page of the courses here, we can see that all the images that is actually being rendered here all comes from the Unsplash API. So we actually search up for the relevant image based on the course name. And of course, we'll be learning how to integrate Stripe so that we can have a payment service. And the last few things is actually the most interesting things is I'll teach you how to deploy to a VPS, a virtual private server, and we'll be using DigitalOcean for this exercise. So DigitalOcean provides us with basically virtual private servers. So these are basically computers that's hosted somewhere else in the cloud, and you're able to rent them, and then you're able to run your applications on these virtual private servers. And then I'll also be teaching you how to use GitHub Actions for proper CI/CD upon code push. And then lastly, I'll teach you how to link up your domain name with a SSL cert to VPS, so that we can see that right here we have a HTTPS, and also we have the custom domain name. So all of these will be really interesting to learn, because usually for Next.js applications, you're taught to host it on Vercel, right? But today I won't be doing that because Vercel actually has a limitation. When we go to Vercel and host it on Vercel, Vercel only limits your function execution time to 5 seconds. So your backend endpoints can only have a maximum of 5 seconds to execute. And we can see that actually just now when we are generating the courses, it's actually taking quite a long time because we are hitting a lot of AI endpoints, and these AI endpoints actually take more than 5 seconds to generate the courses. So we are actually limited by the free tier of Vercel. Therefore, I want to teach you how we can actually host your self-host your Vercel, self-host your Next.js application, such that you can able to run the functions for as long as you want without it timing out. And of course, let us actually demonstrate the Stripe integration. So under the settings page right now, I can see that I'm a free user. If I come down to the create course, we can also see that I have 7 out of 10 free generations. So just now it was at 8 out of 10, and because I generated one course already, it has dropped by 1. So I can actually press upgrade to unlimited free tier, and it'll bring me to the Stripe page. So we'll pay $20, and then because this is in test mode, I can just enter the test credit card. Okay, let's enter the test credit card, and then I'm gonna enter my name here, and so subscribe. So we'll be integrating the Stripe API. So after you have subscribed, it's going to hit a webhook in our Next.js application. Then it will basically create a new row in the user subscription, so that now we can see that we are a pro user. And if you go down to create course, we can now see that there's no longer the limit here, because we paid for the premium tier, and therefore we get to create unlimited courses. So we'll be learning really a lot today, and so it's a very different type of tutorial whereby you're just doing the front end and the back end and just hosting it on Vercel, and that's all. So we'll be learning a lot of different APIs today, so I hope that you are ready. So some prerequisites that you need to do before having this project is you might need a domain name, right? So you can either get a domain name from, let's say, Google Domains, or something like GoDaddy. So you can get a domain name for pretty cheap, but I'm going to assume that you have a domain name and you're able to log into the dashboard. So in this case, I own the domain name relevate.tech, right? So I'll be using that domain to actually host my application. So with that, let's actually start building the application. So the first step is let's actually initialize the new Next.js project. So what we'll do here is I'm going to enter the command npx create next app at latest using the TypeScript flag. So this will create a new Next.js project for us. So I'm going to press enter, and we'll have to download the latest version. So we'll be using 13.4.19. And what's the project name? This time I'm going to name it learning-journey-YouTube. Okay, so we'll be using ESLint, Tailwind CSS, we'll be using the source directory, and this is the new Next.js 13.4 app router. Click yes. We'll leave the default for everything, and we'll wait for it to actually initialize and download the dependencies. Okay, so now that we have initialized the project, let us cd into the learning journey dash YouTube, and let's open up in our VS Code with the code.command. Okay, so we have this VS Code instance up here running. That's good. So the first thing I'm gonna try to do here is gonna zoom in, and let's do npm run dev to make sure that everything's working and the server is up. So I'm gonna basically code it in this way, move it to the left, and open my browser on the right so that we're able to see it side by side. Okay, so I'm gonna navigate to localhost 3000, and we're gonna see the project up and running. Okay, so we can see that yes, it is running. So we have this app page running, and basically we can see that this is the source/app/page.tsx file. So I'm gonna come into the source/app/page.tsx, and so this is how the new app router is structured. So if we come down to the directory, we can see that there's a source folder, and inside that we have an app directory. So the page.tsx is actually a special file name, such that whatever page here, it actually maps it to the root. So if I want to create a root /quiz, I have to come down to the app. I can create a new create a new folder called quiz, and then under the quiz folder I create a new file called page.tsx. So this is a special name, therefore I can then do tsrace, which stands for TypeScript React Arrow Function Export Component. So it's one of my snippets. I'm gonna just do quiz page, I'm gonna save it, and then if I come down to localhost /quiz, I'll be able to see whatever I have in this page. In this case, yes, we see the quiz page here corresponds to this quiz page. So that's just how the app directory routing works. So I'm going to delete this for, we're going to be building out the rest of things together first. So first, I'm going to just delete everything on this page, right? I'm going to do a reset. So then I'm going to just return a normal h1 with a class name of, let's say, text-rate 600 with a name of hello world. I'm going to save the file. You can see that, okay, it's good, it's working. So we can know that Tailwind is working, and that's perfect. Okay, so now let's set up Shadcn. So what is Shadcn for those who are unfamiliar? So Shadcn is a component library built on Radix UI and Tailwind CSS. So you can see that it's basically a component library, but instead of downloading packages, we actually have to copy over the code. So how it works is, let's say we go to the button component. We have this Shadcn button. So how do we actually use it? To use it, we have to do the installation. So there's two ways of installing a Shadcn component. Either manually, that means we actually install the Radix UI components and copy paste the button code into our project, or we can use the command line interface, which is what we're going to do. So what I'm going to do first is, I'm going to come down to our VS Code instance. I'm going to open the terminal. I'll split the terminal so that we're able to see it. Okay, and the first thing we're going to run is, let me just expand this, npx shadcn -ui at latest init. So we're going to be initializing the Shadcn configurations within this project. So we'll be using TypeScript, yes. We're going to leave it as the default style. The base color can be just anything. I'm going to leave it as slate. And it's asking us where's our global CSS file. So if you come down to our directory, we can see that we have the globals.css file in /app source/app/globals.css. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here and delete the file. And then I'm going to come down here and tell it it's going to be in source/app/globals.css. So we are letting Shadcn handle the global CSS file, therefore we'll just leave it like this. So we'll be using CSS variables or colors, press yes. And where's our tailwind.config.js? We can see that it's in this base directory, so we'll just leave it at that. And we'll leave the import alias for components just as default. Here, leave it as default also. So we'll be using React Server components because we're using NextJS 13. So press yes, and it's asking us if we want to write the configuration to components.json. In this case, we want to, so press yes. Okay, so awesome. We have set up Shadcn, so you can see that it has actually written components.json to our root file, and this basically contains all the Shadcn configuration that we have just entered. So let's actually try rendering out the button. So whenever we want to install or use a new component in Shadcn, we have to manually install it by doing npx shadcn -ui at latest add button, right? So this is the same command that is running here. So we can install the dependencies and let the code be copied over. So as it's installing, we can see that if you go down to source under components, right, we can see that there's a new UI folder, and in this UI folder is this button.tsx. So this is the actual Shadcn button code, right? We don't have to actually touch whatever's in here. We just need to know that it exists and we can import it. So I'm going to close that. Under this page.tsx, instead of just rendering a hello world, here I'm going to try to render a button by Shadcn. So I'm going to remove that. I'm going to return just a button. So this button will be imported from component/ui/button. I'm going to press enter for it to import, and I'm going to say hello world exclamation mark. And so with that, we can see that the Shadcn button looks beautiful and it works. So that's good. We have actually set up Shadcn. Okay, perfect. So after we've set up Shadcn, let's now actually set up the Prisma PlanetScale database. So we'll be using PlanetScale. So PlanetScale is a cloud-hosted managed MySQL database. So with PlanetScale, you're able to create a free database, and we're able to use the MySQL for this project. So if you come down to the PlanetScale website and go to dashboard, so in this case, I have it open already here. So you just create a new organization under your name, and then you can come here and press create new database. So let's just name it learning-journey-YouTube, and choose the region that's closest to you. In this case, I'll choose Singapore, and we'll choose the hobby tier. So this is gonna be free, right? And if you scroll down here, it's gonna say that it's only available for Scalar Pro. And then under here, it says we have to add a new card. Yeah, so you actually have to add a credit card. So this won't be charged because these are all free. It's just that you need to add the debit card so to prevent fraud, so people don't actually spam the databases. So just come down and add a new card. Okay, so after you have entered the details, you can just press create database, and it will actually create a new database for you. So let's wait for that. So while we're waiting, let's set up Prisma. So Prisma is a object relational mapper, ORM, that basically wraps the SQL language so that we're able to interact with the database with more type safety. So what I'm going to come down here and we're going to install a few package. So the first package we're going to install is the actual Prisma thing. So npm install, right, Prisma -save dev. So this just be a development dependency. Okay. The next thing we also want is the npm install at Prisma/client. So this Prisma/client is the actual client that will be interacting with the database. Okay, so I'm also gonna basically come down here. So we're gonna create a new Prisma initialization. So I'll do npx Prisma init, right, and then pass in the data source provider flag, and we'll pass in MySQL. So with this configuration, we can come down here and we can see that it's created a new Prisma folder, and inside this Prisma folder it contains the schema.prisma. So this schema.prisma contains all our tables. So it generates all the configurations for the MySQL database. Okay, so one last thing here is we can see that it's actually taking the URL from this environment variable called database underscore URL. And where does this database underscore URL comes from? It comes from the PlanetScale connection string. So I'm gonna press here connect, and I'm gonna just create a password, just leave it as default, and then we can see that here this database URL has been given to us. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this line. I'm gonna come back to my .env, right? And this database URL, I'm gonna come down and copy my actual PlanetScale string, and then I'll delete the one on top. So then I'm gonna save this file, and so now the database has been loaded in. So I'm gonna close the .env file, and we can also close off the PlanetScale database because we already set up the connection. So now all we need to do is come down here to source. Let's go down to the lib folder. So this lib folder will contain all our library preparation files. So in this case, I'm going to create a new file called db.ts. So this is our database.ts file. Okay, so for this db.ts, right? For this db.ts, I'm gonna copy in this code. So I'll leave this code in the page bin in the description, but let me go through what it is. This is to prepare the Prisma connection. So this will only run the server. Okay, and what we are doing is we're gonna declare a global type called cache Prisma, right? And then it's a Prisma client that is imported from the Prisma client type. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna export a variable called Prisma, right? It's gonna be a Prisma client type. And basically what it does is, because we are doing development, right, the server is always going to restart for the hot reloading, right? But then when the hot reloading works is that it will try to create a new Prisma instance every time it reloads. And that's very wasteful of resources. That's why when we're in the development process, we're going to check if there's already a global cache Prisma instance. So if there is already a cache Prisma instance in the previous reload, we don't want to create a new Prisma instance. Therefore, we're just going to set the Prisma variable to the cache Prisma. If there's no cache Prisma, then we'll initiate a new Prisma client. And then when we're in production mode, we actually just set the Prisma to a new Prisma client. So this is just all it does is just exports a new Prisma client out of this file, and then we can actually use this Prisma client in anywhere in our project to interact with the database. So I'll leave this in the description below. Okay, so now that we have set up Prisma, let's us now actually set up NextAuth itself. So I'm gonna basically come down to this NextAuth. Instead of the NextAuth, let's go down to schema.prisma. So this schema.prisma, we are able to set up our user models. So we represent the user model in terms of, so when we do a model and we can name it whatever we want. So a model in Prisma actually maps to, you can imagine as a table in a SQL database. Then we're able to give it different attributes like ID, int, and then we can set it as ID and it's an auto increment default with all these email and name. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically copy paste in whatever I have here, and I'm gonna leave this in the description also. So this is just the default NextAuth configuration. So for NextAuth, it requires account table, sessions table, and the user table. So these sessions will actually is what is used to actually manage the session so that we can persist the user login to our website. And so underneath here, we just need to add something else. We need to add an index. So this index is only for the PlanetScale database, because the PlanetScale database does not support certain relations. So I'm gonna just index the user IDs, right? So I'll leave all of this code in the description. You can just copy. So how did I actually get all this code? So if you come down to the NextAuth Prisma adapter, so we can see that there's a lot of the documentation here. So like you can see this schema.prisma, this account, session, and user. So I got all this code from here, so then I modified it a little bit more. So I'm gonna leave this in the description so that you're able to copy. Okay, and the last thing here is under this user, right? I'm gonna add one more attribute. So the user has a name, email, and whether the email has been verified, and of course we have the image right here, right? So one more thing I want to add is actually the credits. So we know that for a given user, a user can have by default 10 credits. Then as they generate the courses, we're gonna document the credits, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add just an attribute here, called credits. Okay, and this credits will obviously be an integer, and we'll leave it the default to be 10. So as they use it, as they first create a new account, they're gonna basically have 10 credits. Then as they use more and more of their credits, it's gonna drop down to 0, and then we'll add a check to prevent them from creating any more courses if eventually they get down to 0 credit score. So then I'll save that. And so to actually push these changes up to our PlanetScale database, we're gonna do npx prisma db push. So this is a really neat feature about Prisma, is that with just one command, we're able to sync up the entire MySQL database with whatever configurations we have written here in the schema.prisma. So now that we have that schema.prisma set up for NextAuth, I'm going to come down here. I'm going to come down to the lib. I'm going to create a file called auth.ts. So this is going to store our NextAuth configurations. So I'm going to install the NextAuth package first. So I'm going to do npm install next-auth. Okay, and another thing I need is the Prisma adapter, because how NextAuth is gonna interact with our database is through Prisma. Therefore we need the Prisma adapter to do that. So I'm gonna come down here and also install npm install and next-auth /prisma adapter. So let me spell that right. And then under this auth.ts file, we can actually begin writing the code to actually configure NextAuth. So let me just close this down and let us type it out. So the first thing I'm gonna export is basically auth options. So this is gonna be the configuration. It has a type of NextAuth options, right? It's gonna import it from NextAuth. So what is this? So the first thing here is for the session, we'll be using the strategy of JWT, JSON Web Tokens, right? So then after that, for the callbacks, it's gonna be an object. So this is going to be a bunch of functions. So the first function is the JWT function itself, right? So it's going to be an async function. We're going to basically destructure the token from it, and then let's see what we return. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to find the user in the database with the particular token. So we do const db_user equals to await Prisma. So we can see that Prisma is imported from the db file that we just created just now. Prisma.user.find first, right, where the email equals to token. The email equals to token.email, right? And then we're gonna check if the db user exists. We're gonna set the token.id equals to db user.id, and then we'll set the token.credits equals to db_user.credits. So what this does is actually it just tells us that if we are given the JWT token, right, the token will have the ID, the email on it. So then we have to search in the database for the user with that particular email. And then once we have found the email, the particular user, we're gonna bind the database ID and the database user's credit to the actual token itself. So now the token contains the information like the ID and the credits left for that user. And then at last, we're just going to return the token. Okay. So under the JWT callback, we have another callback for the session. So the session is going to be a function that destructures the session, session and token itself. And what we're going to return is, we're going to check if there's a token, right? We're going to set the session.user.id equals to token.id. Then we'll set session.user.name equals to token.name. And then we'll set session.user.email equals to token.email. And lastly, session.user.image equals to token.image. Session.user.credits equals to token.credits. So this token, right, this token comes from this parameter, but then this token actually is found from this return here. So we can see that in this JWT callback, we have bind the database user's credit to the token.credits. Therefore, this token.credits actually maps to this token.credits. Okay, and then at the last, we want to just return the session. So the reason why right now there's so many squiggly lines is because NextAuth doesn't know the shape of this user. So what we need to actually do is we're gonna come up here and we're gonna tell NextAuth the types. So we're gonna declare the module of NextAuth. So we're gonna be extending the types of the NextAuth package. We're gonna extend the interface session, extends default session from NextAuth itself. We're gonna basically tell it that inside the session, the user will have ID as a string, and it will also have the credits as a number. Okay, and then for this declare module, and then underneath that we'll have declare another module, and this time it'll be for the next-auth/JWT. So for the token itself, we also must extend the types. So we tell it that the interface of JWT will have an ID of string and credits of number. So with that, we can see that now the squiggly lines goes away, right? But right now this name also exists, right? This name is also throwing the error because we have overridden this user. So what we need to actually do is, other than this ID and credits, we actually want to join it with the current user type. So we'll end it, and default session will index into the user object. Save it, and then now if you come down here, we can see that everything is perfect. So this is actually not session.user.image, but is user. If you come down here, we can see that this image. So the reason why it's throwing the error is because this token.image doesn't exist, because the token, right, this token will actually contain the picture. So when we pass in the session user's image, we actually want to get the token.picture. So it's just a different naming, but we're both talking about the profile image that will come from the Google authentication. So then we return the session. Then underneath here, we'll pass in the secret variable as process.env.nextAuth secret. So let's create the NextAuth secret by coming to .env, and let us create the NextAuth secret underscore secret. You can just name it whatever you want. I'm gonna name it like this. I'm gonna close it. Okay, so this secret is because this secret, we need it to actually tell it that this will definitely exist. Okay, so then after the secret, let's put the adapter. Right, this adapter will be the Prisma adapter that we import from this NextAuth Prisma adapter library, and we'll pass in the Prisma. So this Prisma actually comes from the DB file that we created just now. And then under the adapter, let's tell what the providers that we have. So a provider is like a authentication method. So in this case, we only have the Google authentication. So what we're gonna pass in is we're gonna pass in the Google provider. So let's import the Google provider up on top first. So import a Google provider from next-auth /providers/Google. And then underneath here, we can then tell the providers we want to pass in the Google provider, right? And then this Google provider needs two things. We need the client ID, right? And also the client secret. So this client ID and client secret comes from this Google client ID and Google client secret. Okay, so let me just see why this is not working here. This secret process.env.nextAuth, the secret, everything looks good. Process, okay, I see the issue. So you can see that these callbacks, right, it should not be wrapping the entire thing here, right? So we actually have to move this field configuration down one layer, and then now it's correct. So this callbacks is, we can collapse it here. So this callbacks contains the JWT function and the session function, whereas outside here we put the rest of the configurations. So right now let's actually create a Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna come down to the browser, and we have to basically go to the console.cloud.google. So this is your Google Cloud Console, and you have to log in with your Google account. So I'm gonna create a new project here. So I'm gonna press new project, and I'm gonna name it learning dash journey dash YouTube. Okay, then choose your billing account, and then I'll press save it. Okay, so so we can see that this learning journey dash YouTube has been created. We'll press select the project, so then we are now viewing the project learning dash journey dash YouTube. Okay, so the first thing here is I'm gonna come down here to the sidebar. I'm gonna come down to API and services, and I'll click on credentials. So before we can actually create the this client ID and client secret, we need to configure the consent screen. So this consent screen is what you see when you click on sign in with Google. It brings you to this page where it's asking for your Google account. So the user type, we can choose external. So we basically allow anyone to log in. We'll press create, and here for the app information, let us name it learning journey YouTube. For the user support email, just choose your email. We do have an app logo, which is fine. For the app domain, if you have anything you want to add here, you can add here. And for this authorized domain, we'll leave it blank. And this email address, just put back your personal email. So we'll press save and continue, and it's gonna configure our consent screen. For the scope, we can just leave it blank, just leave it empty. For the test users, we'll just save and continue. So because this will be made public, so we don't have to add any test users. And then in the end, for the summary, we'll just click back to dashboard. So we have now configured our consent screen. We can now actually create the client ID and client secret. So I'm going to come down to this navigation menu again, come down to credentials, and now we can create a new credential. We'll be using OAuth client ID, right? It says request user consent so that your app can access users' data, which is exactly what we want. We want to access their name and email. So with that, we can now create a web application. Just name it whatever you want. I'm going to name it learning dash journey dash YouTube. For this URI, this is important. So we need the http://localhost 3000. So this must actually exactly map to whatever you have here. So if you're running this on maybe port 3001, you have to enter http://3001. And for this authorized redirect URI, we have to enter http://localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/Google. Okay, so this is handled by NextAuth. So NextAuth, whenever we redirect, so after Google has signed us in, it's gonna redirect back to this endpoint, and then NextAuth is gonna handle all the rest of the configuration for us. So make sure you have this exact line here, and then press create to create the client ID. Okay, so now we can see the OAuth client has been created. The client secret and the client ID has been created for us also. So I'm gonna come down to my .env file. I'm gonna copy this client ID. I'm gonna come here, do Google client ID equals to copy paste it in, and for the Google client secret, I'm gonna basically copy this in and just paste it in here. Okay, so let us make sure the names match. So I'm gonna put the end of the quote, right, and then we have the end of the quote here. So make sure everything is correct. So if you come down here, we can see that this is the Google Client ID and Google Client Secret, which maps to this variable, Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. We'll save the file, and we can actually come down here and close this tab. We no longer need this tab. Okay, so the last thing here is we just have to tell it that this will definitely exist, so just trust us, right? And we'll save the file. And the last thing here is we have to create the NextAuth endpoints. So under the app, I'm going to create a new folder called API. And under this API, I'm going to create a new file called auth. Okay, so under this auth folder, I'm going to create another folder called square brackets .NextAuth closing, and then under this folder I'll create a new root.ts. So what this means is that this is a special syntax within the app directory. So if you have a like a square brackets and then inside has a .NextAuth, so all this, anything that is any root that contains /API/auth/whatever, it will be handled by this root. right? So this is what the wildcard means. So under this root.ts, for NextAuth, let us actually import a few things. So we have to import the auth options that we actually specified just now. Auth options from this lib/auth. So it's this file that we were working on just now, right? And then we also need the actual NextAuth, import NextAuth from NextAuth/next, and we'll just create the handler as NextAuth and pass in the auth options. And lastly, we can actually export the handler as get and handler as post. So these are all from the NextAuth documentation. So basically what this does is that with this file, any route that comes into /API/auth will be handled by NextAuth, including all the Google callbacks and Google redirects. So with that, we will save the file, save it and close it. And with that, we actually have completed the NextAuth setup. Okay, we're doing great. So next up, I want to set up some basic styling. So I want to come down to, let me just close up all the files to clean it up. I'm going to come down to the /app. I'm going to come down to layout.tsx and let's make some changes here. So the first thing here is that so this metadata is a new feature of NextJS 13.4. So the title here will actually reflect the title shown on the tab. So I'm going to name it to learning journey. I'll remove the description. Okay, and then for this, I want to change the font. So I don't use Inter. I'm gonna choose the Lexan font from next/font/Google. We'll also change this to Lexan. We'll change all the variable name to Lexan. So Lexan.className. Okay, so if we save that, we can see that the font has changed to Lexan and the title has also changed. Okay, so the next thing here is under this body, right? I want to basically add some more styling. So under Shadcn, when we initialize Shadcn, it has actually created a utils.ts file and it's exported this function called cn. So what this cn function does is actually combines Tailwind CSS classes and provides a nice utility function to actually merge conditional styling within Tailwind CSS. So we can actually use this function, and how I'm going to use it is I'm going to come down to layout. So for this body, I'm going to just delete everything in this class name first. I'm going to import this cn function from utils, and then the first thing I'll pass in is the Lexan.className, right? And then as a second argument, I can pass in anti-aliased and min-height-screen and the padding top of 16. So this padding top of 16 will be for the navbar. So with that, I'm going to save the file. And now we have some padding on top. Okay, that's good. So next up, let's actually set up the navbar. Okay, so I'm going to come down here. I'm going to create under this component. So not under the UI, but under components itself. I'll create a new component called navbar.tsx. Okay, so this navbar.tsx, let's actually start coding it out. So we'll do tsrafce. So this is a snippet they will see me use a lot in this video. So just create a new component called navbar. I'll save it. And then just basically under the layout, under this layout.tsx file, I'm going to actually import the navbar. So just above the children, but inside the body, I'll import the navbar from the components. We'll save it. You can now see that this navbar appears up here. So let's actually style the navbar. Okay. So for the navbar, the first thing we want to do is let's just build up to the UI. So I'm gonna return just a nav div, and I'm gonna just give you a class name of let me just see the class name, fixed inset dex as x of 0, top 0, bg dash white. When it's dark mode, we want it to have a bg gray of 950, z index of 10, right? So it shows up above everything else. Height of fit, border bottom, border zinc of 300, and padding y of 2. Okay, so we can see that it has this nice navbar effect. So within the navbar, let's add a few things. So inside the navbar, I'm gonna have another div. Okay, so this div is just gonna contain the class name of flex items center, justify center, a full height. We want it to have a gap of 2, px of 8, mx auto, right? But when it's small, when it's on the small screen, we want to justify between, right? And then we give you a max width of 7XL. Okay, so inside the second div here, inside this second div, we're gonna basically put the logo. So we'll have a p tag that says learning journey, and this p will have a class name of rounded dash large, border of 2, border bottom of 4, border right of 4, okay, border black, padding x of 2, padding y of 1, text dash XL, fonts bold, and we'll give you a nice transition property, transition all. When we hover over it, we actually want to negative translate y by 2 pixels. Okay, and then when it's medium screen, we want it to be display block. Okay, and lastly, when it's dark mode, we have a border of white. So let's save that, and you can see that now it has this nice logo here, and then when we hover over it, it actually moves up a little. So that's pretty nice. Okay, so we can see that basically when it's on the bigger screen, it's all the way to the left. When it's on the small screen, it'll be in the center. Okay, so this P, right, actually there should be another link. It's a link wrapping it. So import this link from a next/link. So we'll wrap this paragraph tag, and so this link will just lead to the this link will lead to the /gallery page that we'll create later. Okay, so we'll give you a class name also of items center, and hidden when it's small screen, gap of 2, and when it's above small screen, we'll give you a flex. So we can see that right now when it's on the small screen, we hide it, then when it's on the big screen, we will show it, just for the responsiveness sake. Okay, so under this link component, right, but still within the div, I'm gonna create another div. So this div will have a class name of just flex and items center. Then within that div, right, we'll have a new link. So this link will actually lead to the create course page. So create course. So let us give you a href of just /create and the class name of margin right of 3. I'm gonna copy this down, and for the next link, it will just be to the settings page, and under the instead of create course, it will just be settings. So let's save that, and we can see that now we have this these two links here that will bring us to the settings and create course page. Okay, so underneath here, we actually want to create the user account nav, right? So let's also actually create a sign in button. So I'm gonna come down here to the file. Under components, I'm gonna create a new component called sign in button.tsx. So this is for the signing in functionality to NextAuth. So tsrafce, okay, sign in button. So for this sign in button, it's gonna be a client component. Use client. Okay, for this use client component, we just want to return a button from the UI. So it's from Shadcn, and we'll just have a text called sign in. And basically we have this variant of goals, and then when we click on this button, what do we want to do? We want to sign the user in. But how do we actually sign them in? So NextAuth actually gives us a function called sign in. You can see that it actually imports from NextAuth/React. Right, with this sign in, we can pass in whatever method we want to sign them in with. In this case, we sign in with Google, right, and then we'll save it. Okay, so now we have this sign in button. I'm gonna just close this file, come down to Navbar, right, and then under these settings, I'm gonna just import the sign in button. So sign in button, and then I'll just save it. Okay, alright, and now we can see that now that we have this sign in button right here. So if I click on this, it will then bring me to the next Google page. You can see that this learning journey -YouTube is whatever we configured for the consent screen. So then I can click on my account, and then it will lead me back here. But right now we can see that how do we know whether we are signed in or not, right? So what we can do is let us come down to go back into the auth library. So this is where we store our auth options, right? So for this auth options, I'm gonna export another function down here. Export cons get auth session. So this is gonna be a utility function that will return us with the session of the user. So we'll return get server session. So this function is imported from NextAuth, and we'll pass in our pass in our auth options. So this auth options will be from this here. So with this function, it will run on the server and it will return us with the user if it's logged in, or with an empty session if the user is not logged in. So we'll save that and we'll come down to Navbar. So right now this Navbar is a server component, meaning that this Navbar code will run on the server. So for this Next.js 13.4 functionality, we actually mark this component as async, and right here we can actually get the session. So we do const session equals to await get auth session. So this get auth session is the function we have written just now, and then we actually just console.log out the session. So I'm gonna open my terminal. Okay, I'm gonna close it here. I'm gonna see what the session is being logged out. So I'm gonna expand this. So if I save this, right, we can see that this session is being logged out here. So this session contains my user, right, my name, my email, my image, and my credits, which is 10. Okay, so with this information, we can then render. If the user is signed in, we don't want to display the sign in button, right? So I close the terminal, right, and then under here I can actually get access to the user. So I only want to show the create course and the settings page if the user is signed in, right? So I'm gonna come down here under the gallery component, under this settings. I want to just, let me see. Okay, so under this flex item center, we have actually another link, right, that links to the gallery page. And of course, you just lead to /gallery with the class name of margin right of 3. Save it. So these two links, this create course and settings a link, I only want to show it if the user exists. So what I'm gonna do is if session dot user. So if the session if the user exists within the session, that means they are logged in. Then only then do I want to show them these two links, right? Okay, so let me just wrap them in a React fragment so that we don't get this error. Okay, so now we can see that if the session the user exists, then we can see this create course and settings exists. But for this sign in button, right, we want to display only if they are not logged in. So what I can do is I can just do I'm gonna create a new div with a class name of flex and items -center, and then under here I can check if the session dot user exists. We're gonna display it. Otherwise, we're gonna display this sign in button, right? Then I'm gonna just come down here and just enter this signed in. Save it. So if the user exists, that means they're logged in. We'll show the sign in text. If not, we show them the sign in button. And we can right now see that because we are signed in, we are shown this sign in paragraph tag. Okay, so let's actually also create a sign up button, right? So I'm gonna create this new component called the user account nav. So if we come down to the original settings, we can see that we have this profile picture, and when we click on this profile picture, we can see that there's this nice drop down menu. So I'll be creating this component right now. So underneath here, I'm gonna come down to our directory. Let's go down to components and create a user account nav.tsx tsrafce. Okay, and then let us import this user account nav. So if the user is signed in, instead of showing this paragraph, let us actually show the user account nav. So this is what is the profile image and the menu drop down later that we'll see. Okay, so save it, and now we can see it's just a user account nav. So now let's actually build out this component itself. Okay, so this component is gonna be a client component. So up here I'm gonna press use client. Okay, so this is the Next.js 13.4 feature. So this user account nav is gonna just have a drop down. So this drop down component actually comes from Shadcn. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna install that component. So I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna do npx shadcn-ui at latest, add the drop down menu. So we'll press yes for it to install. So it's gonna try to copy in the code from Shadcn into our component file. So you can see this drop down menu has been downloaded into our file. Okay, with the drop down menu, let's actually do the user. So I'm gonna just return the drop down menu. So you can see that it's imported from the UI folder. Under this drop down menu, we'll have a drop down menu trigger, right? Also imported from the UI folder. And inside here, we just have the image, right? So right now we don't have the user image. I'm gonna leave it as just image, right? Let's just leave it as a button here. UI slash button, say open menu. Okay, and then under this drop down menu trigger, we have the actual drop down menu content imported from UI. Okay, so for this drop down content, we'll have alignment of just n. Okay, within the content, let us have a div. Right, this div will have a class name of flex items dash center, justify start, gap of 2, and padding of 2. Within that div, so we can now see this thing working, and we have this content here. So within this content, let us actually display the user's name. Okay, so how do we actually get access to the user's name here? We can actually get it from the props. So let me just pass it into the props. So this prop, this user is gonna have a user, and how do we actually get this user object? So we can get this user from the NextAuth type. So remember, there's two, right? This user is from the Prisma client or the NextAuth. So in this case, we want the user because this user is from the NextAuth session. Therefore, we import the type from NextAuth. Okay, so we have this user, and then now we can actually come in here, and then we want to style it. So we have for this here, we have this user.name. Sorry, so we actually destructure this from the props here, user. So we just check first if the user has a name, right? Then we want to show just a paragraph tag of just the user's name. Okay, we'll give you a nice styling of just font medium. So if you save it right now, it's gonna throw an error, right? We can see that this Navbar is throwing an error because this user account nav, right, it requires this user prop. However, we're not passing it in, right? So what we're gonna do is pass it in. We're gonna pass in the user object. Let's just pass in the session.user. Okay, we'll save it, and now if you save both files, we can see that my name shows up here. So this name shows up as the session from the session. Okay, let's continue coding. So underneath, inside this div, we'll check for the user email. So if the user has an email, right, I'm gonna display a paragraph tag of the user's email, and then we'll give you a class name of just width of 200 pixels. Okay, truncate text dash sm text secondary dash foreground. Let's save that, and we can now see that we have this showing up here. Okay, that is good. Items under justify start gap dash 2. So I'm just making sure everything is correct. Okay, so up here, so below this opening div, above the user's name, I want to create another div, right? So this div actually wraps both of these user name and email. Okay, so within this div, let's give it a class name of flex dash core column, right? And then space dash y dash 1 and leading of none. So let's save it. We can now see that we have this nice menu that shows our name and email. Okay, that's good. We are doing excellent. So I'm gonna just collapse this div. So underneath the second div, just before it's closing, I'm gonna add a drop down menu separator from the UI file, and then I'm gonna come down here, have a drop down menu content, not content, item from the UI again. So this item will contain the sign out button, right? So we'll have a sign out. So we'll save it, and we can see that we have this sign out button. So when we click on this button, we actually want to sign them out, right? So how do we do that? So on here, we can have a on select property. So when we select, right, we can actually just log them out. So how do we actually sign them out? So NextAuth provide another nice function called sign out, right? We can just import it and just call the function. So if we call this function, it will just sign us out, right? And for this sign out, I'm gonna add a logo just beside it called logout. So this logout comes from Lucid-React. I'm gonna just import it. We'll give you a class name of width-4, height-4, and margin left of 2, right? For the drop down menu item, I also want to give you a class name of text-rate-600 and the cursor pointer. So just give you some styling. So now it looks a little nicer. So when we click on this sign out, it's gonna sign us out, and now we can see that because we are signed out, right, it's asking us to sign in, right? So that's working perfectly. So then we press sign in again, it will direct us to the consent screen. We log back in, and now we can see that the menu works again. Okay, that's good, that's awesome. So last thing here is, instead of this open menu button, I want to display their profile image. So we'll make that into another component. Okay, this component is gonna be called user avatar. So under components, I'm gonna create a user avatar.tsx file, TSRAFCE. Okay, so this user avatar will have a few things. So obviously we want to download the avatar component from Shadcn. So we'll do npx shadcn-ui add avatar. So this is just an avatar component from Shadcn itself. We press yes to install it. Okay, so while it's installing, let's actually code it out. So I'm gonna return an avatar from the UI/avatar folder, right? Within the avatar, let us check for the user's image. So how do we get access to this user image? Right, we can actually receive it as a prop. So let's just do user as a user type from the NextAuth type, and then let us actually destructure the user. So we'll just check if the user.image exists, right? We want to return a div. Okay, if the user image doesn't exist, we'll return avatar fallback, right? This avatar fallback will have a span, and then we have the class name of screen reader only. I'll pass in the user.name. So this is only for screen readers. And then inside this div, let's actually display the image. So we have this div will contain the class name of relative, width of full, height of full, in the aspect of square. Within the div, let's show the actual image from the next dash image. So let's import it from next dash image. So this next dash image will have the field attribute. The source will come from the user.image, and then lastly, the out will be the user profile, and referrer policy will just leave it as no referrer. Okay, so right now if you save this, it's gonna throw an error. Okay, let's see why. Okay, so let's just import this user avatar. So inside this user account nav, instead of showing this ugly button, we're gonna show the user avatar, right? We need to pass in the user prop, right? So pass in the user, and we'll save it, and look at the error that's thrown. Okay, so invalid source prop, whatever this is. So all we need to do to fix this error is come down to our next.config.js, and under the next config, we'll pass in the images, right? We need to basically whitelist the domain. So this domain comes from this lh3.google user content. We'll copy this in. We'll just whitelist this domain by saving it, and we just need to restart the server whenever we change the next config. So do npm run dev again. Okay, so now it has restarted. So let's save the file and refresh the page, and let's hope that it works. And perfect, it's working. So now we can see that our avatar shows up here, and then all our information is here, and we're able to sign out. Okay, awesome. So next I'm gonna show you how to add this theme toggle for the light and dark mode. So I'm gonna refer to the Shadcn documentation. So if you come down to their documentation on dark mode, right, for Next.js, we'll just follow whatever they're saying. So the first thing here is I'm gonna come down to my file, right? I'm gonna create a new component called providers.tsx. Okay, so these providers will be the theme provider that wraps our entire app and basically allows all our components to know whether it's light or dark theme. So I'm gonna just copy the code here, copy and paste. So it's a client component, right? And we need a few things. We need the next themes package. So I'm gonna come down here and just move this to the side. I'm gonna install npm install next-themes. Okay, so while that's installing, we'll wait for it to load in. Okay, and then we need to actually wrap our layout with this theme provider. So I'm gonna come down, I'm gonna save the file. I'm gonna come out to my layout.tsx, and then basically for our I'm gonna wrap our entire navbar and our children with the providers. So come down to providers. We can see that it's actually export this function called theme provider. I also rename it to provider. Save it. So come down here and just see provider. So we import it, and we'll wrap our entire app with these providers. Let me just copy this in. Sorry, did I not have it? Okay, we'll save it. So now this provider is wrapping on Navbar and children, right? Okay, and then underneath this team provider, underneath this this team provider, we can actually pass in a few things. So the first thing we can pass in is the attribute of class, pass in the default theme of system, so we respect the user's decision, and also want to pass in the enable system attribute. So then we'll save it, and then right now we can see that there's not much difference. So we'll create the actual mode toggle, this button here, to actually switch between light and dark theme. So I'll create a new component. This component will be called theme toggle.tsx. We'll come into the code, we'll copy it from Shadcn, we'll paste it in. Okay, I'm gonna make a few changes to it. So right now we can see that it's using the use theme, right? I'm gonna just rename it to theme toggle. So for this theme toggle, what I'm gonna also do here is I want to wrap this entire thing into a div, and then we'll wrap it up here. We'll save it. So for this component, we want to make it reusable and very reusable, right? Therefore, we want to pass in custom class names to style this component through the parent. So what I'm gonna do is it's gonna receive a prop. It's gonna receive the props. So what is this props be called? These props will come from the HTML attributes, and then it's gonna have the HTML div element. So what this does is basically it's telling this component that it will receive any props that a normal div element will receive, right? Which will include class name, right? And it will then destructure the rest of the props. Okay, so for this div, I'm gonna just pass in the class name as a class name that's received from the prop, and we'll pass in the rest of the props. Okay, we'll save it, and then let's close the file, close these providers. And so just beside this, just beside the sign in button, right, I want to display the button for the toggle, right? So I'm gonna just sign in back to my account so that we're able to see what we're working with. So I'm gonna close the user avatar. So I'm gonna come down to our Navbar code again. So where do we place the theme toggle? Right, we'll place it just above this div here for the session, the user session. So do theme toggle, right, imported from the component, and we'll just close it and save it. And now we can see that right now we have this this button. So I'm gonna just remove this th, and let us pass in a class name of margin right of 3. So we can see now that if you do control space, it accepts all these props, and these props are anything that a div element will accept. And because we pass in as props, right, if you go into the theme toggle, it will then be passed into this div. Okay, so now we can see now we can switch between light and dark theme and the system theme. Okay, so perfect, that's good. We have set up the next theme. Okay, so we're doing well. So now let's move on to the course creation page. So when we go to the create course page, right, we'll make this form. So let's do this create root. So we can see that it's at the /create. So how do I create a new root? So we'll come down to our directory. So under our app directory, let us create a new folder called create, and inside this create, we'll create a file called page.tsx. Okay, so let me just save this. So under this page.tsx, let's just do tsrafc to create this component, and let's just call this create page. So let's save it. Okay, so now whenever we navigate to /create, right, it will show this page, this create page here. Okay, so let's do some of the styling needed. So first thing, this is gonna just be a server component. So if the user is not logged in here, we just want to redirect them back to the gallery page. So how do we get the user session? We do const session equals to await get auth session. So this function is imported from our auth library, and then we check if not session dot user. So if the user is not logged in, we want to return redirect. So this redirect comes from the next navigation. So redirect from next/navigation. Okay, so we just want to redirect them to /gallery. Okay, so if they are logged in, we want to return the form. So we'll just return a big div. So this div will contain flex dash call. Sorry, the class name of flex call, items start, max width of XL, padding X of 8, MX auto, margin Y of 16, and when it's small, we just have a padding X of 0. Within this div, let's have a h1 that says learning journey. This h1 will have a class name of self-center, text of 3XL, fonts bold, okay, text center. Right, when it's small, we do text 6XL. So let's save it. And right now we have this thing here. Okay, that's good. So underneath the h1, before the closing, let us create this card. So it's a card, right, for this information. So this card component will actually come from actually we can just put a div here as a card. So this div card will have a class name of, let's say, flex, padding of 4, margin top of 5, border of none, and background secondary. Within the div, the card, let's just have an info logo. This info will come from Lucid React. So let's import it from Lucid/React. Okay. Info icon, and let's give you a class name of width of 12, height of 12, margin right of 3, and text blue of 400. Let's save it. Okay, so we have that right now. So just below the info icon, let's have a div, and in here we'll just type in the information, like enter in a course title or what you want to learn about. Then enter a list of units, which are the specifics you want to learn, and our AI will generate a course for you. So let's save this, format it, and now we got this nice card that resembles what we have in this example. Okay, that's good. So one more thing I want to add here is just underneath here. So underneath the closing div here, so just below the card here is actually where we want to put the form, right? So this form we're going to extract out into another component, into a client component. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to create a course form .tsx, tsrafce. Okay, then I'm going to go back to my page and just import the create course form here. Okay, that's good. So now we have this course form here, and we can continue working on the course form. Okay, so the first step of the course form is, let us just make this into a client component by adding the use client directory on top. Okay, so first is, let us just do some styling. So I'm gonna just return a div. Right, the div is gonna have a class name of width of full. Okay, so here is where we actually do the form. So for the form, I'm gonna refer to the Shadcn form and see how they do it. Okay, so for this form, we'll be creating the end-to-end type safe form, and actually I've done a good example on how to create a end-to-end type safe form using Shadcn and React Hook form. You can view the video up here. So I'll just go through it here. So the first thing is to actually install the form component from Shadcn. So let's do that. We'll do npx Shadcn at UI latest add form. Okay, so let's just install the dependency. And next we have to create a form schema. Okay, so this schema will be using the Zod schema language to define what's the shape and what kind of things do we want to submit in the form. Okay, so to create the schema, let us come down to our directory, and let's go under source and go under source. So we are in this source folder, and let's create a new file just called validators. Okay, so within the validators, we can create a new file called course.ts. So this is where we actually define the shape of our form. Okay, so we'll be using Zod. So the first thing, let's import z from Zod. Okay, and then let's export create chapters schema. It's gonna be a z.object. Okay, so within the object we have a title, which is gonna be a z.string. Okay, we have a min length of 3 and the max length of 100. And also we have a bunch of units. So the units is gonna be an array, and it's gonna be just an array of strings. Okay, so let me just show you what this maps to. So if you come down to our original example, we can see that we have one main title and we can have multiple units, right? We can have as many units as we want. Therefore, these units will be stored as an array of strings, and whereas we have one main title for this main title unit. Okay, that's good. So now that we have defined the schema, let us continue with the form. So the next thing is, let's download this React hook form component. So we'll do npm install React hook form. Okay, and then we actually need one more thing. We need this add hook form /resolvers. So npm install add hook form /resolvers. So basically, because this hook form, React hook form can actually take in multiple validators, like there's another package called yum or yup, I think. And so this resolver, this hook form /resolvers will basically link up our Zod schema to the actual React hook form validation. So now let's actually let us set the form. So I'm gonna continue down here. So now we can actually start on the form. So since we have downloaded the form component from Shadcn, let us get the React this form from the UI/form, and within it, let us just create a form, create a normal HTML form. So right now this form is complaining because we do not have certain properties. So these properties can actually be deconstructed from the React hook form. So the first thing here is I'm just gonna get the input. So type of input. So this input is basically the shape of our form, which we have it from our validators here. So how do we actually get the TypeScript type? So right now this is a z.object, it's a Zod object. How do we actually create a type from this? So what we can do is actually, let us just do z, import that from Zod. So z has an infer function, right, which can take in the type of our create chapter schema that's imported from our validators. So now if we see, after we hover over this input, we can see that it is now converted into a TypeScript type, right, where we can see that the title is a string and the unit is an array of strings. So with this input, we can actually initialize React hook form. So the first thing we want to do is we declare the form variable from the use form. So this use form will come from React hook form. We're passing the generic of the input. So we're basically telling React hook form that we expect this input, the form to have the shape of this input here. Okay. So within this, there are a few configurations. The first configuration is the resolver. So the resolver is gonna be the Zod resolver. So let's import the Zod resolver. So import Zod resolver from a hook form /resolvers/Zod. Okay. So then we can tell the React hook form our resolver is actually using the Zod resolver, and we pass in the create chapters schema. Okay. And then we can pass in another option for the default values, right? So actually, let me just show you TypeScript. So if I do Control and space, Control and space, we're able to see there's actually a lot of different attributes that we can put in this object. So we'll put in the default values. Okay. So if we do Control space again, we can see that we need a title and the units. So as a default value for the title, I'm just gonna put it as an empty string, and for the units, I want to have an array of 3 empty strings. So these 3 empty strings will basically correspond to the 3 empty inputs right here, and the title of this empty string will represent this input right here. Okay, so later I'll show you how to dynamically add this animation and to create more units. Okay, so now let's continue building out the UI. So now that we have this React hook form variable, within this form we can actually destructure the form and spread it out into this form. So now it will stop complaining. So within this form, the HTML form element, we can also pass in the onSubmit property. So whenever we submit, we take the form, the handle submit, and we pass in our own custom onSubmit function. Okay, so let's create this onSubmit function. Right, it's gonna take in data. It's gonna have the type of input. Okay, so let us just this onSubmit. It's gonna be just a normal function. I'm gonna console.log out the data. Okay, so what this does is, whenever we submit a form onSubmit, we can see this form variable is coming from this React hook form. So we have this form.handle submit is the React hook form function, and we're passing in our own custom onSubmit function. So basically what it's saying is that whenever this form submits, right, it's gonna run the validator. So it's gonna make sure that we have all the inputs are in the correct format, and then we'll call this onSubmit function, which will take in the data. And basically, since we have this input type, this title and the units, we can actually have the type annotations like input, like data dot title or units. So we get this type safety out of the box, and we can just console.log the data whenever we submit. Okay, so within this form, let me give you a class name also. So this class name will be width of full and margin top of 4. Okay, within the form, let us have a form field component from the UI library. So this form field will just be a form field. Let's make it into a not a self-closing tag. It is a self-closing tag. So we'll pass in the control. The control will come from the form.control. So this form, as always, is from the React hook form up here. So all of this actually is, I'm just referring to the documentation here. So we can see that the form onSubmit, form field and control everything is on here. Okay, so we'll continue on with creating this form. So this form control will have a name of title. So you can see this type annotation. Because in the Zod schema we have defined 2 attributes only, so it can only be either title or units. So title we put in as title. So right now we are creating this first input for this title box here. Okay. So other than the name of title, let's render out the actual form. So passing the render attributes. So for these render attributes, we can actually destructure the field from it, and we can return a form item. Okay, and so this form item, let us import it, and this form item will have a class name of flex-call items-start, width of full. When it's small, we show them as items center, and also flex row. Okay, within the form item, let us put a form label. Okay, so this form label will have a class name of flex-1 in brackets, right? So flex call flex row. So the flex row will only be applicable when it's above the small screen. So let's continue. So other than the flex one, this form label also have a text XL, and for the form label, let's just put the title. Below the form label, let us actually put the form control. Okay, import it. This form control will have a class name of flex-6. So basically what it's saying is that this form control will take up 6 units of space. So this will be 6 units of space versus this title will only be 1 unit of space. That's how the flex box works. Inside this form control, let us put an input field. So this input, we also need to install it from Shadcn, npx Shadcn UI at latest, add input. Okay, so then we'll press yes. So after installing it, we can import this input field from the input file. Let's give it the placeholder of, let's say, enter the main topic of the course. Okay, and we'll just pass in the rest of the field that's destructured from this. Okay, the reason why this render here is throwing an error is, let's see why. Okay, let's just save the file first. Okay, and let's look at the error. So let's scroll down. Okay, so because this render is throwing an error, because right now, see, we are having this curly braces, so that means everything here is actually not being returned. So all we need to do is, let us just do the explicit return. Okay, and then now the error will go away. So now, see, we can now see that this button is being, this field is being rendered. Okay, that's awesome. So good work. So now we have this title. So we can actually just also do console.log. So remember this form variable, it also give us a nice utility called watch. So if we save it and let us open the console, right, we can see that this is what is being console.log. So right now the title is empty and our units is 3 empty strings. So as we type out the title, we can see that the state is being changed and updated as we type in. So then we can take this input and later submit it to our backend. So let me just do form.watch, right, but remove the console.log. So I'm going to save it. Okay, so that's good. So after this title, now let's actually do the dynamic adding and removing of the units with these 2 buttons. So we can see that there's this really nice animation, which is actually using framer motion. But let's just do the UI first, then we can talk about the framer motion later. Okay, so underneath this form field, right? Under this form field, so it's still within the big form, right? With under the big title form here, let's create the individual units. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna just do form.watch these units, right? So I'm gonna look at this unit. So right now this unit is gonna be an array of 3 empty strings. So for each of these empty string, I'm gonna render an input field, right? So for each of these strings, I'm gonna do dot map, right? So I can do the dot map. So I'm gonna take in the first argument and the index. So I'm interested in the index, and then let's just do a return. Okay, so what do we want to return? We want to first just return a form field variable, right? Self-closing tag. So this form field will have the control, will be the form.control, and then for the name, let us just pass it as units.index. So this is a special syntax within the React hook form, right? Because this index is we are changing the individual index of the arrays, right? So like let's say these units are index 0, index 1, and index 2, right? So this is index 1, index 0, index 1, index 2. So whenever we make a change here, we actually want to update the correct index within the form state. Therefore, we pass in this special syntax of units.index, right? So then we can control the individual index within the state. So after the name, let us also actually render out the form. So pass in the render prop, right? This render prop is gonna take in the field, and we can destructure it. It's gonna return just a form item, right? It's the same thing just now, right? Let's pass in a class name of flex just call items start, right? It's gonna be very similar to the thing just now, item start, and also with full. When it's small, we want items center, and when it's small, we also want it to be flex row. Okay, within this form item, so let me just save it. Okay, right now it's throwing error because it's missing key prop. So actually this form field, we can also accept a key. We can just put it as the index. Okay, that's good. So inside this form item, right, we have the form label, right? This form label is just gonna do units and the index plus 1. Because the index is 0 base, but we want to show it as 1, 2, 3, therefore we add 1 to it. This form label is gonna have a class name of flex, that's 1, and text of XL, so similar to the one above just now. Then we have actually the form control over here. The form control will have a class name of flex, dash 6, so it's gonna take up 6 units of space compared to the one unit of space up here. Inside the form control, let's put the input, right? Self-closing. Let's give it a class name of just, actually we don't need a class name for this, so we'll just put it as the placeholder. Let's just say enter subtopic of the course, okay, and pass in the rest of the field. Okay, so now let's save this, and we can now see right now we have this unit 1, unit 2, and unit 3, right? And because this is mapping from the unit state, so this is the initial state. So if we want to start with 4 units to begin with, we can add 1 more, and we can now see that when we refresh the page, we can see now it starts with 4, right? Because it's mapping from these 4 empty arrays. So let me just put it back to 3. Okay, let me just refresh the page. Okay, now let us actually create the buttons here to actually add more units to it. Okay, so underneath here, underneath the form, actually let me see if it's still within the form. Okay, it is still within the form, right? So it's underneath the map. So if you do form.watch here, just below the map, let's create the buttons. So we'll give a div here, and the class name of flex items center, justify center, and the margin top of 4. Within the div, let me just install one more component. It's the separator, npx Shadcn. Let's add a separator component from Shadcn. I'm gonna press yes. Okay, so we have this separator component from the UI folder. Let's give it a class name of flex of 1. Okay, so let me just do what I'm trying to do here. So we can see that right here we have this separator. It's a bit light, I'm not sure if you can see it, but there is like this tiny gray line here, and then we have the 2 buttons and another tiny gray line here. So that's the separator. Okay, so just below the separator, or beside the separator, we'll create a div, another div, and this div is gonna house the buttons, like the remove and adding of the units. So pass it a mx of 4. Within it, let's put the button, import it from the UI, and let us give it this this variant of just success. Is that success? No, secondary I mean. And then we have a class name of font semi-bold. Within the button, let's just put it as add unit. So let's save it first, and now we can see that we have this button here. So let's make it more similar to this button. So beside the button here, we can also add icon for plus. So this comes from Lucid React. We'll give you a class name of width-4, height-4, margin left of 2, and also text green of 500. Save it, and now we can see we have this nice icon here. Okay, that's good. And then below this button, let me just copy this button down one more. So this is for the removing of the unit. So instead of adding unit, we'll just remove unit. Instead of plus, let's import the trash icon from Lucid React. Instead of being green color, let's make it a red color. So let's save it, and now we have this thing here. Okay, so for this button, I'm gonna add another class name for margin left of 2, so just to space it out a little nicer. And I think that's it. So okay, then underneath the div, so outside of the button, outside of the div, we have another separator with a flex of 1. Save it, and now we have this nice effect where the buttons are centered. Okay, so let's add the logic such that when we click on add unit, we actually add another unit below. So one more thing here is when we press on this button right now, it's trying to submit the form, which we do not want to. Therefore, we just need to add the button. We just add a type of just a normal button, so it won't try to submit whenever we try to press the button. So pass it as type of button. Okay, that's good. So now how do we actually add the topic? So whenever we click on this button, on click, right, what do we want to do? We want to manually set the form state. So we want to manually set the form state to add another empty string to the units array, right? So we can do that by doing form.setValue, right? We can see that we are setting the units, and what do we want to set it to? We're gonna set it to the right now the form.watch of units, right? So this will return us with the current array of units. We spread it out, and then we just add one more empty string to it, right? So this will basically append one more empty string units to the units array state. So if we save that, now when we click on add unit, we can see that a unit gets added, right? Because we're appending an empty string to it, and then we're mapping through all the units, then we get these nice things. Then we can do the same for the remove unit. So underneath the button for the remove unit, whenever we click on the remove unit, we just want to do form.setValue for the units. Let us just do form.watch units, right? We want to just .slice. So slice will just basically take a subset of it, 0 to -1. So we're basically removing the last element from the units array, and so that will create this a nice see, so now it works. So whenever we remove the unit, it will just do it. So we come down to the console. Let us try logging out the state so that we can see it. So if you do console.log form.watch, right, we can now see right now as we move it, we can see the title is being changed. And if we change, let's say the 4 units, so let us go into the units. Right now we can see the units is empty strings, right? But right, let's say I change this subtopic, we can now see that within the state, the second element will have the DWD, which is what is entered here. So then if I add one more unit, we can now see that instead of 4 units, we have now 5 units of empty strings. So I hope you understand that concept of what we are trying to do here. Okay, so let me just add the framer motion now. So right now we can see that it's very jarring, right? Because whenever you add the topic, there's no animation between it. Whereas in the original example, we can see that there's this nice floating animation to show the removal and the addition of the units. So to do that, let us go and install the framer motion library. So npm install framer-motion. Okay, so I'm gonna import something from the framer motion library up here. So let's go all the way up. We need to import the, let me see, from framer motion. Okay, so let's see what I need to import. We need to import 2 things. First is the motion, and the second is the animate presence. So this animate presence is what actually does the animations. So whenever a unit gets added, right, the element gets added to the DOM, it will then animate using the animate presence utility from the framer motion. So I'm going to come down here, all the way down here, right, this form.watch. So instead of returning just a normal form field, right, so I'm going to wrap this entire thing in a animate presence thing. I'm going to wrap it up here. So what I was trying to say is that whatever elements that gets added or removed in this children will be animated properly. Okay, so within this form.watch, instead of just returning this form field, I'm going to wrap this into a motion.div. So this motion.div is a special div that will enable the animation. So I'm going to wrap it here. Okay, and right now this is telling us that we do have the key. So let's just pass the key to the motion.div. Key equals to index. Okay, so this motion.div, right now if we save it, we can see that right now it still doesn't really work, right? Because we still haven't added our animations. So this motion.div, I'm going to add a few things. The first thing is, initially, it's going to have a opacity of 0 and the height of 0. Then, as we animate it, we want it to have the opacity of 1 and the height of auto, so that it expands all the way up. And then when we exit, that means when it's removed from the DOM, we just want it to set back to opacity of 0 and height of 0. And then lastly, for the transition property, let's pass in opacity of just the duration of 0.2. And then for the height, we also transition over the duration of 0.2. So now if we save it, we can now see that we have this beautiful smooth animation for when we are removing and adding the units. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we're doing well. So after this unit, let us actually create the submit button for the submission. So just underneath the we are still within the form, but inside the form, let us actually add the button. So we have this separator, and underneath the div, so just before the form closing, let us add another button here, right? This button will just have a let's go, right? And then let us give it some styling. So we have the type of, is a submit type of button, and then class name of width full and margin top of 6. We'll give it a large size, LG, and then yeah, let us just save it first. And now we have this button. Okay, so that looks good. So now let's talk more about the backend data infrastructure. So I'm gonna just show you the relationship between so if you come back to the original gallery here, so we can see that there's actually 3 main ideas that I need you to understand. So what's the difference between a course, a unit, and a chapter? So I'm going to show you the data modeling for that first, right? So if you come down to, let me just draw it out for you, right? So the difference between, we have a course, we have a unit, and we also have chapters. Okay, so the main idea is this. One course is basically this whole thing, right? Whatever you see in this one card. So this one card is a course that's about, let's say, Next.js. Within one course, there may be multiple units, right? So we can see here we have unit 1, unit 2, unit 3. So each unit will have, let's say this first unit is about Next.js versions, the next unit is about best practices, and the last unit is about deployment. Okay, so each course can have multiple units, right? So it's like this is a hierarchy. So one course is the biggest item up here. So each course can have multiple units. And then within each unit, we have multiple chapters. So chapters is the smallest part of it. So this chapter will contain the YouTube video, the summary, right? And then also the quiz, the questions. So this unit, let me just make this into a smaller font. So each unit can have multiple chapters underneath it, like this. So chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, maybe it has 2 chapters for this unit, and maybe another 3 chapters here. So I hope that this makes the terminology clearer as we begin to talk more about the backend endpoints. So let us do the data modeling for this. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to come back into my schema.prisma, and now let's actually do the data modeling. Okay, so remember for Prisma, a model maps to a table within a MySQL database. So a course can contain many units. Therefore, let's create a model of the course. So the course will have ID, a string is the ID field. Let's just put a default as a CUID, it will has basically a name. So this course name could be, let's say, a NextJS. So that's the name. And then we have the course, we have the image. So this image is just the image string, or what when you see it in the gallery page, like it's just this image here. So we'll leave it as a string. Okay, it's gonna be a URL to the Paxos API, Paxos URL. Okay, and then let us also have a yes, multiple units. So it's gonna be an array of units. So that's how we show the one-to-many relationships between course and units. Okay, and then let us leave it as that. And the next step is one unit contains many chapters. So let's create the unit model. So the unit will have the ID, is a string ID, and the default will be a CU ID. We'll have a course ID. So this is what is being used to link back to this course up here. So each unit belongs to one course. So then we have a name, which is a string. So this unit name could be like NextJS versions, NextJS best practices, NextJS deployment. Then underneath the name, it belongs to a course, right? So it has a relation field that it is just referencing the course ID. And then underneath that, you have multiple chapters. So it's gonna be an array of chapter. Let's give it an index, right, at the course ID, and the name is course ID. So this is just the this one-to-many relationship between unit and course. And lastly, let's create the chapter model. So for the chapter model, the chapter is gonna have an ID as usual, at ID of the default, which is the CU ID. Okay. It will also have a unit ID because each chapter belongs to one unit, right? And then we have the name, which is a string. The YouTube search query. Okay. So later when we are using the OpenAI API, we're gonna basically ask the AI endpoint to return us with a relevant search query, such that we're able to send this search query to the YouTube API and obtain a relevant video. That's why we have this YouTube search query thing right here. So this YouTube search query is gonna be a string. And then we also have the video ID, which is gonna be a string optional, right? Because we might not have the video ID yet. So this video ID is mapped to the YouTube video. So each video in the YouTube API has an ID. So this is what we are using to map the video that's relevant to the chapter. We also have a summary. We have the summary. So it's the summary of the transcript basically. It's gonna be an optional string, and we have to map it to a db.varchar varchar of 3000. Yeah, so this 3000 is to make sure that we can put in 3000 characters. If not, it will overflow, and then it will cut off create the summary. And lastly, it will belong to a unit, right? And then obviously it will have the unit here. We also need to add the index. So let's just do the index, right, that links it back to the unit. Okay, so now everything looks good. And the last part here is the question. So each chapter will have multiple questions, right? So let's also do that part. So we'll have the questions. It's just gonna be an array of question model. Question. So let's create the question model. Question. Okay. So each question it has ID, right? Same ID is gonna be ID default CU ID. It will have a chapter ID. So each question belongs to one chapter, right? And then we have the actual question. Okay, it's gonna have a db.varchar of 3000. Okay, we have the actual answer to it, and we have options, which is a string, which is also a db.varchar 3000. So this options is gonna be a JSON array that we stringify it, right? So this is gonna be MCQ. And then lastly, we have the chapter that's linked back to the chapter relations up here. And then we can also do the index to make sure everything is linked up properly. So each question is belong to one chapter. And so we have done this data modeling, and then now we can see this relationship. So let's save the file and let's push it to our Prisma, our PlanetScale database. So just npx prisma db push. So this will push the schema up to the Prisma database, so that now our Prisma database will contain all the schemas right here. And we can make sure it works by doing npx prisma studio. So this will open like a studio database client. So now we can see that we have a account model, chapter model, course model, question model. So we can see that everything here has been added. All the columns names have been added correctly. So that's good. So then let us just come down here and let us stop the Prisma Studio and let us continue. Okay, so now we can actually do the create course endpoint. So what's gonna happen is that whenever we create a course, right, when we press let's go, we're gonna pass the title and a bunch of units into a backend API, and then we're gonna generate all the chapters. Okay, so I'm gonna just come down here. Let me just create a new endpoint. So to create a new endpoint, you have to come down to /app, come down to API. I'm gonna come down to create a new file called course. Okay, and for this course, I'm gonna then create another folder called create chapters, and finally I'm gonna do a root.ts. Okay, so because of the structure of this app router, this will actually map to /API /course /create chapters. So this is the path we are on right now. So when we want to hit this endpoint, we'll be hitting this endpoint, which will run the endpoint within this file. So let us do that first. So we're gonna export a function, export async function for post. It's gonna have a request, which is a request type, response as the response type, response. Okay, so we're gonna just return next response .json as hello world. So let's try out this endpoint. I'm gonna open up my API client. Okay, so we're gonna try to hit this endpoint. Let me try to hit this endpoint. Let's see if I can move this thing up here. Okay, so we have this up here. Is my okay? So right here we can see this is this /API /course /create chapters, right? So if I come up here, we can see that if I just map it to /API /course /create chapters, if I do send a post request, send, I can see that hello world is being returned. So we can see that the endpoint is working fine, and so basically it maps to a post request to this endpoint. So therefore we export this post function. So if you want to export a get function, so it just be the same, export async function get, then whatever function within this get will be triggered when you do a get request instead of a post request. So now that we have that, we can actually start working on the functionality of the AI. So it's going to be a quite heavy endpoint, but I hope that we can do it together. So the first step is to let us just get the body from it. So let me put everything in a try catch block, and we'll just do const body request body equals to await request.json. Okay, and how do we make sure that we got the end-to-end type safety? Remember just now in these validators we have this create chapter schema. Well, we can actually import that. So let me import the create course schema from the validators, and then I can just do const equals to create chapter schema dot parse body. So if we do this parse body, we can actually destructure the title and the units from it with this TypeScript. So in this case where the body does not conform to this schema, we'll actually catch the error, right? And then within this error we can check if error instance of Zod error, right? So if it's a Zod error, that means the error, it does not conform to the schema that we have given. We can just return a next response, new next response. We can say invalid a body, then pass in a status of 400 for the invalid request body. Okay, so if we have gotten to this line, right, that means this parse work, that means we are sure, we are guaranteed that this title and units exist within our request body. Okay, so then what do we do? What can we do with this request body? The first thing here is, let us just create the output unit type. So let me give you the shape of the idea, the shape. So we'll create a new type called output unit, right? Within this, each unit is going to have a string. It's going to have a title, right? So if you come back to the Excalibur, let me just refresh this page, make sure that we can see what we are working with. Each unit has a title, and within each unit, we have multiple chapters. So these chapters is going to be an array of chapters. So each chapter will have a YouTube search query, which is going to be a string, and also a chapter title, which is also going to be a string. So save it. I guess Excalibur is not loading, but it's fine. So if you come back to our schema.prisma, right, we can see each course will have multiple units, and each unit will have multiple chapters. Therefore, we can just see this type here. So this unit will be so this is one unit. So each unit will have a title and multiple chapters underneath the unit. Okay, so how do we actually get these output units? So here's where we talk about the first AI part of this solution. So we'll be using OpenAI's GPT AI for the text generation, right? However, the issue with this kind of large language model is that it cannot actually properly produce JSON, valid JSON. Most of the time, sometimes it will generate JSON that's invalid, so maybe it has a missing character within it, and it causes the entire JSON string to be invalid. So whenever we try to parse JSON, it will break the entire program. Therefore, I actually found a really nice function online. I'll give credits to him, and also link this library down in the description below. Right, so this library basically is a Python library that basically wraps the GPT API such that we can we can give the API our ideal shape of the JSON, and the GPT API will then be able to produce that correct JSON. So how it works is that we ask GPT to output JSON, and then if the JSON does not match our ideal shape and does not match the ideal JSON format, we're gonna basically take the error and we'll feed it back into GPT and ask it to generate again. So we'll keep asking it to generate and generate again until it has given us the correct, proper, valid JSON. Okay, so actually we have to come down to our directory and create the function to actually generate the valid JSON from the AI. So I'm gonna come down to my lib. Okay, I'm gonna create a gpt.ts file. Okay, so this gpt.ts file is gonna create the function. Right, I'm gonna copy in this function. So this function I'll leave it as a paste bin within the description, so you don't have to worry about it. So all you do is just npm install OpenAI. So let me just walk you through what this function actually does. So this function is called strict output. It takes in the system prompt, the user prompt, and the output format. So this output format is the shape of the JSON that we want it to produce, right? So basically all it does is we can see that it will try for a certain amount of times. So by default, it will try 3 times. So for the 3 times, it will try to basically create a chat completion, right? Then we'll basically try to check if the JSON is valid. So if the JSON is valid, right, then it will just return us with the JSON. However, if the JSON is not valid, it will then try again. So it will come back and loop back up here, and you'll try again and passing in the previous error into the GPT. So with this function, I'll teach you how to use it. You don't have to know exactly how it works, you just need to know how to use it, and that's what I'm here to do. I'll walk you through how to use this function to generate valid JSON. Okay, so the first thing here is, let's just see why this is not working. Do you mean OpenAI? So let me just save this file. I'm gonna restart my TypeScript server. So in order to begin using this, we need the OpenAI API key. Okay, so actually just, why is this not working? OpenAI. Why is it saying that it's not working anymore? Do you mean to use import configuration from OpenAI? So I suspect that that might actually be a new version of OpenAI from my previous demo project. So let us go into package.json. So OpenAI is using I think it's because it is a new version 4.0.1. So we actually don't want that. We want it to have OpenAI at the version we want the version to be 3.3.0, right? So let us try that. So we'll downgrade OpenAI to 3.3.0, and then now it works again. So it's just a version incompatibility, but just make sure that you're on the same version as what I'm using here in this project. So to get this OpenAI API key, let's come down to the browser. Let's go to OpenAI, the website. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to log in. So if you don't have OpenAI account, you just have to create a new account and log in. And then basically OpenAI will give you $18 free credits. Then if you come down to the API page, we can come down to your menu, view API keys, and let's create a new secret key. I'm gonna name it learning-journey-YouTube. Okay, so create a key and then copy this API token. So copy it. We can close it out. Okay, we close this tab also. Let us actually come down to our env file and let us just do OpenAI-API key. then we'll just paste in the key that you have copied, save it, and now you have logged it in. So now we're able to use this OpenAI function to generate the proper chapters. Okay, so let's close this down and let us get back to the root here. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is let us come down to this create chapter. So let us do the prompt engineering. So how we actually use this strict output function is, I'm gonna declare the function called output units, right? It's gonna have the type of output units, right? This comes from this type up here, right? So what do we actually want to do? We want to do equals to await strict output. So this strict output comes from the GPT function that we copy in just now. So how this works is that first we have the system prompt. This system prompt basically tells preps the AI on what its role is. So we tell it that you are an AI capable of curating course content, coming up with relevant chapter titles, and finding relevant YouTube videos for each chapter. So this is prompting the AI on what its role is supposed to do. Okay, and then now we pass in the units. We pass in the second argument. So the second argument is the user prompt. Okay, so how it works is that basically we want to create a bunch of units, right? So let's say this unit is gonna be an array. Remember when we pass in these 3 units? So if we pass in 3 units, we actually want them to generate. We want the AI to generate 3 units of content. So what we can do is we pass in a new array of units.length. So this is gonna have a array of 3, and then we'll fill it with this prompt. We'll pass it as, it's your job to create a course about title. So this title comes from this title, so it's whatever we pass into this first unit input here, right? And then we'll say, okay, the user has requested to create chapters for each of the units. Okay, then for each chapter, provide a detailed YouTube search query that can be used to find an informative educational video for each chapter. Okay, and let us continue the prompt. Each query should give an educational informative course in YouTube. So let's save it, right? So this is just a lot of prompt engineering, so you can just copy it from the repo down below. So after that, the third argument here is the actual output format. So what do we want the format to be? So the JSON is gonna have it's gonna be an array of this shape. So the shape is gonna have the title. So how this function works is we pass in this, so we are guaranteed that the output JSON will have the key of title, and this will be the description of what this key would produce. So the description will just be title of the unit, right? And then for the chapters, it's gonna be, we describe it to the GPT. We tell it that it's gonna be an array of chapters, and each chapter should have a YouTube search query and a chapter title key in the JSON object. Save it. Okay, so let me just run you through what this function does again. So because we are looking for an array of chapters, right? So eventually what we want to output is an array of units, right? Where each unit has its own array of chapters. So therefore we fill it up with 3. So if there's 3 units that the user has passed in, we're gonna create 3 prompts. Each prompt will be the same prompt, right? But then basically it's gonna create 3 of the same JSON array, and then for each of the unit we'll pass in an array of chapters, right? So then after this, we are guaranteed that the JSON output will have the correct shape that we want. So let me just console.log out the output units, right? I can also return the next response.json output units. So save the file, and let's just try to check the endpoint and we'll see how it works. So I'm gonna come down to my my API, and I'm gonna pass in a few things. So what do we need? We need the title and the unit, right? So for this, I'm gonna pass in a JSON object. So the title is gonna be about calculus. The unit, is it units? Yeah. So we need the units. It's gonna be an array. So this, let's say we have the array of different algebra and also differentiation. So let's send the request in, and then we can see that right now it's gonna be trying to generate the JSON output. So it's running this function, and let's wait for it to actually run. So it'll take a while because now it's trying to hit the AI endpoint, the GPT endpoint, and now we can see that it works perfectly. So let us look at what it has actually generated for us. We can see that we're returning these output units, right? These output units, we can see that is an array. This array contains a few objects. In this case, it contains 4 objects. Each object is 1 unit, right? So we have unit 1, unit 2, unit 3, and unit 4. Within each unit, we can see that it contains chapters. Each of these chapters is an array, and this array will have 3 chapters within it. So, and each chapter will have YouTube search query and the chapter title. So now that we have this YouTube search query and this chapter title, we can actually hit the YouTube API to then get back the actual YouTube video ID. Okay, so one more thing I'm gonna work on is let me think. Can we do? Okay, sure. So let us create the Unsplash API first. So other than creating these output units, we also want to get a stock image so that we can display in the gallery. So I'm gonna come up to the Unsplash. So we go to Unsplash API, search for Unsplash API. Click on the first link, so it will probably lead you to the API documentation. Okay, so let us try to get the API key. So the first thing here is let us just go to your apps and just create a new application. So you have to log in and sign up as an Unsplash developer first. So just click and just just check out so that you accept all the terms. So just name it learning-journey-YouTube. Create application. Just give you a description like AI course generator. Then create application, and we need the API key. So all we need to do here is come down to the request, and here we are able to get the access key. Okay, so I want you to just come down to the we need this secret key. So copy this secret key, copy to clipboard, come down to the .env file. Okay, and let us create the Unsplash API key, paste it in, save it. I will close it, close down the tab. Okay, so I'm gonna come down here to my lib folder. Under my lib folder, I'm gonna create another file called unsplash.ts. So this file is gonna only export one function, one very simple function. Export const get unsplash image. It's gonna be an async function that accepts a query of a string. It's gonna basically use the Unsplash API to search for a relevant image. So let's just get the image response raw. So it's gonna be the raw response. We'll do await. Let's just import Axios from Axios, which we do not have installed, right? So just npm install Axios first. So once we have Axios, let's do await Axios dot get, right? So what do we actually want to get? Let me just copy in this link that I have here. So let's save it. So this should be in backticks. So I'll leave this into the the description box for this link. So basically what it does is we're hitting the api.unsplash.com/search/photos, and we will just want one image per page, right? And we pass in the query as the query that's being passed into this function, and we pass in the client ID. This client ID will be the Unsplash API key that comes from the environmental variable here. Okay, so now that we got this response, we can actually destructure the data out here. So then we can just do return data.results index0.urls.small s3, right? So I've just playing around and inspecting the results. I found that the image is stored into this results urls or small s3. You can try console.logging out the results and just viewing what is shown here, but basically if you pass in this query, we'll be able to get a relevant image. So that's it for the Unsplash API. So let's go back to the create chapters. So now let's actually get the image search term, right? So for the image search term, we are given this title, right? How do we actually get the image from Unsplash? Let's just do another AI prompt. Let us do const image prompt. So let's just do image search term equals to await strict output. So we're using GPT API again. This time we're gonna say that you are an AI capable of finding the most relevant image for a course. Okay, it will pass in the user prompt, which will say that please provide a good image search term for the title of a course about the title. So let me just convert this into a backticks so you can put this in. Okay, and then we'll tell you that this search term, right, this search term will be fed into the Unsplash API. So make sure it is a good search term that will return good results. Okay, so then after the user search term, we can pass in the desired output shape. So we just want it to have return us with a image search term key, right? And then we tell it that all we want is just to have a good search term for the title of the course. So then now here we are guaranteed that whatever this returns will have a key of this image search term. And we can actually even return this. Let us just other than the output units, let us also show you the image search term. And image search term. I'm gonna save it. Okay, and let's go back to our here and let us send this request again. So other than just getting out the chapters and the units, is also gonna give us an image search term. So with this image search term, we can now hit the Unsplash API. So let's wait for it to generate, and now we can see that the output unit is the same. We have saw it just now, but now underneath here we can see a new image search term, and it has given us a search term of this calculus mathematics. So we can actually feed this calculus mathematics into this Unsplash API to get the relevant image. So now we can actually do const course image equals to await get Unsplash image, right? So this is from the unsplash.ts file we have. What do we want to pass in? We want to pass in image search term dot image search term, right? Because we can see that within this image search term, there's this key here that contains the actual query. So therefore, this image search term has this key, and so we actually want to pass in the image search term key into this image. So then we get this course image. So let's just also let us just also return this course image so you're able to see what it returns. So I'm gonna hit this endpoint once more so that we're able to see that the image works fine. Okay, so we're close to completing this part. So let's just wait for it to generate and we can see that everything's working fine. Oh, 500 internal server error. So let's look at the error here. Okay, one mistake I've realized is that you actually have to, instead of the secret key, so just now we copied the secret key into this Unsplash API key. So my mistake is actually not the secret key, but you actually need to copy the access key. So I've copied the access key and placed it in the Unsplash API key. So that's all that I've changed. And basically I've hit the endpoint again, and this time we can see that the output unit is the same, right? We get the image search term for calculus. And lastly, we can see this course image, which is the link that was returned from this from the Unsplash function here. So if we click on this image, we can see that it brings us to this image. Let us bring it up here. Let's see if we can see this image right here. So yes, downloaded into my computer. So if you open the file, we can see that, I mean, it's just pixelated, but this is the correct image to show the relevant search term. So now that we have gotten this image, now we can actually create a new row within the database. So let me come now back to the roots. So we are still in the /create course page. So after having gotten the output units, image system and course image, we can actually do create the course equals to await Prisma we import from DB, prisma.course.create, right? So we create a new course, we pass in the data. So the name of the course will be the title, from the title which is passed in from the request body up here. Okay, and then for the image, we can just pass in the course image right here. Okay, that's good. So now we have created this course, we can create the different units and chapters. So with the structure for cons unit of output units, right? So we can see that if you come back to these units, so each output unit is an object. So this object contains title and the chapters. Okay, so let's create the units. So we do we can just do const title equals to unit dot title, right? Unit dot title, right? So this output units is not array type. So this output units will actually has to be an array here. Output units is gonna be array, so you have to append this part here to make sure it's an array, and then you can just be ensure that it's gonna have a title, and then so we have this title now. Then we can actually create the Prisma unit. So we can just do Prisma unit equals to await Prisma.unit.create. We pass in the data, so it has a name of the title, right? And then we'll have the course ID, which is the course.id created up here. So once we have created the Prisma unit, we can actually loop through each chapter. So we can now see that each chapter, we can take this chapter and create the relevant Prisma database also. We can do, let's just do await Prisma.chapter.create many, right? We can pass in the data unit.chapters.map, right? So for each chapter, what do we return? We want to return return the name. The name will be chapter title. The YouTube search query, so we can see that YouTube search query will be chapter.youtube search query, and lastly the unit ID will be Prisma unit.id. So we're just creating a nest of creation. So after all of this done, we will have successfully created all the relevant units within the chapters and the units within the database and creating the rows. Okay, and then I think that's pretty much it. So we can just return a next response of JSON. Let us just return the course ID to be course.id. Okay, so we'll be using this to redirect them to the page after creating this. So I'm gonna save the file, and then I'm gonna come down here and I'm gonna basically click send. But before that, I'm gonna open up the terminal here, and right here I want to demonstrate that the rows are being created. So I'm gonna just do npx Prisma Studio, right? So everything is blank now. So let us hit the endpoint, and so hopefully if everything goes well, the units and the chapters will be generated and you'll be added to the Prisma database right here. So let's just wait for a while. So it's gonna try to create the chapters and the units and the courses. Okay, and now we can see that 200 okay, so it has created the courses and returned us with the course ID. So if we now refresh the page, we can see that a new course has been created. So the name of calculus has been created for us. The image has been shown, and we can see that the units, there's 3 units that's being generated. So if you come down to the 3 units, we can see the names have been generated and it belongs to a certain course. And if we come down to the chapter, we can see that it has generated all the chapters, and it has basically shown us that we created the names, the unit IDs, and basically it belongs to the units, and right now it doesn't have any questions. Okay, so that's good. So we have actually created all the proper units and stuff. Okay, so we're doing amazing. So now that we have completed the endpoint and it has been added to the Prisma database, so now we actually link it to the front end. So when we want to submit, we submit, and then we hit the endpoint, and then we have to redirect them to the next page, the next step of this entire thing. Okay, so I'm gonna close down the file here. I'm gonna open up this create course form, right? So create a course form. So what do we want to do when they submit? Okay, so the other thing, another package we'll be installing is we'll be using a React query. So React query is a really nice way to handle mutations and basically anything that does with the hitting of backend endpoints. So let's just first install React query by doing npm install React not in React query, but I think let's go to the 10-stack query page so that we can see installations on how to install it. So it's a really nice library for state management, for the server side state management. So let us get started and then let's see how to install it. Let us just go to the installation. Okay, so in npm install at 10-stack /react-query. Okay, so let us install it, and then while we are installing that, let me show you how to actually set up React query. So once you've installed React query, we need to go back to our providers file. So remember the providers file where we exported the theme provider? Okay, so we actually need another provider for the React query. So let's import a few things from React query. So import from at 10-stack /React query. So we need two things: the query client and also the query client provider. Okay, then let's wrap the entire thing with the query client provider. Okay, then let's bring that all up here. So this query client provider will require a client. So this client will be from this query client variable here, which we instantiate this new query client, and we pass in this query client. So the reason why we need a query client provider wrapper for our entire application is because React query does a lot of caching for us. Imagine we are on one page of the application and we fetch the same endpoint of data, right? And then we go to another page and we fetch the same endpoint again. React query will notice that, hey, I actually just fetched this data just like a few seconds ago. Wouldn't it be a waste of resources if I actually fetch it again? So React query will actually cache the results from the previous endpoint hitting, and then it will take the results and just return us without having to send another API request. So this will actually save us some time and bandwidth and make it more efficient. So therefore, we need this React query client provider such that our entire application has access to the cache. Okay, so we understand that part. So now that we have this query client provider, we can actually create the mutation function to hit the endpoint. So a mutation is just basically any action that hits the endpoint, Okay, so what we can actually do here is for this create cost form, we can actually just do cons mutate, right? We actually destructure that from use mutation, which comes from 10-stack query. So this use mutation takes in a few things. The object will take in the first thing will be mutation function. So this is actually what does the actual mutation, which is the endpoint hitting. So this mutation will take in the input. So this input will from this input variable that we have here. So this input will have the title and the units. So we can actually destructure them, the title and the units. So what do you actually do? We want to take the response equals to await axios dot post /API /course /create chapters. So remember this endpoint, it comes from this /API /course /create chapters, this root. So it's actually what creates all the units for us. Okay, so after we hit this endpoint, we just want to return response.data. So okay, and then for this mutate, we can actually rename it. Let's rename it to create chapters. We can also destructure the isLoading state. So React query also provides us with another utility, so that when the query is being sent out and is waiting for the response, this isLoading state will tell us whether the query is still being loaded. Okay, so I'm gonna come down here for this button, for this let's go button. I want to disable it when it's loading. Okay, so when I submit this form, right, for this submission here, I will actually want to hit this endpoint. So when I submit, I want to call this create chapters. So this create chapters is this mutation function. So when we call it, it will actually hit this endpoint here. So what do we actually pass it in? We want to pass in the data. So right now here, where do we actually get this data? We got this data, right? So this create chapters requires title and units. So we can actually just destructure this data, right? Destructure the data in terms of this object, right? Actually we can just pass in this data. Yeah, so because this data will have the same input type of this input, right? We can just pass in the data, and then for the second argument, it provides us with some nice features like on success. So when the thing is successful, it's gonna call this function. when the endpoint is throws an error, it will call this on error function. So if there's an error, I just want to just I'm gonna just do console.error error. Okay, so remember what happens is I'm gonna add one more check up here, right? So if all the units are blank, so if one of the units are blank, we actually want to throw an error telling them that they should fill up all the units. So I can add one more check above. I can say that if data.units.sum, right, unit, right, if the unit equals to empty string, right, that means that they didn't fill up all the units completely. I want to provide them with a toast, right? So right here I'm gonna close this up, this learning journey. We can see that, like, let's say if they submitted, like, let's say they press let's go, right, I want this toast to basically tell them to submit, to fill out all the fields. Okay, so let me just go back to the create course page. So how do we get that toast? So this toast will come from Shadcn again. So Shadcn has this toast, so we can do npx Shadcn at UI add toast. So you add the toast thing for us. Let us install the dependencies. So we have to come into layout.tsx, right? So under the layout.tsx, let us import the toaster. So below the children, let us import the toaster component from UI, and then we'll save it. And then in here we can actually get the toast. So let us just get the toast function from Shadcn. So we can just let us just do const toast equals to use toast. So this use toast comes from the Shadcn UI, and then here we can do, so basically if they haven't filled out all the units, we can just do toast, passing the title of let's say error, description of please fill all the units, and we'll have a variant of destructive. We'll save it, and then let's try submitting. So we can see that if any one of them is empty, right, we can see that it will just not submit. Okay, and then we also want to return from here, do early return. Okay, so we can see now it returns. So unless we fill up everything, it will return. So if everything is filled up, then it will hit this create chapters function, pass in the data, then it will call this function with the title and the units, and then it will just return us with response of data. So here in the actual post request, we actually also pass in the title and the units. Okay, save it. So now everything is working great, and let us, for this error, if there's any error, let us also just do a toast. Yeah, and then we just tell them that something went wrong on the backend. Okay, so remember what happens is whenever we hit this endpoint, create chapters, right? Create chapters. If everything succeeds, we can see that it returns us with a course ID, right? So what I want to do is I'm gonna, after they have submitted, if it succeeds on success, we actually want to destructure the course ID from it, course ID, right? So if it's successful, we are guaranteed there's a course ID that is returned from this course ID field here. So I'm gonna then basically route them to a new route. So to basically route them, we're gonna get the router from use router. So this use router will come from next/navigation. Be careful to import it from the correct navigation instead of the router. Next/router is for the pages directory. Next/navigation will be for the NextJS 13.4 app directory. I'm gonna basically call this hook, and then underneath here, I'm just gonna do on success. I'm gonna just give you a toast. I'm gonna say title of success, and then course created successfully. So after the toast, I'm just gonna router.push. So I'm gonna push them to a new route called /create/course ID. Okay, so now let's actually create this route to make sure everything is working. So I'll just come down to this explorer. So to create a new route with this slug, right, with this dynamic slug, we'll come down to app. We'll create a new file. Right now underneath this course, on this app we have this create, right? So this create will map to /create. But what if we have this /create/course ID? So we can actually come down to this create page, and we can actually add another slug to it. So to do that, let us just add one more file under this create. We do in brackets course ID, and then we create a page.tsx. So here we'll have access to the this course ID. So let me just do create chapters. We'll save it. Okay, so let's just make sure everything's working now. For first, create course form. Okay, so let's try actually hitting the endpoint. So I'm gonna just do, let me just do how to make clothes. We'll do pants and shirts. Remove the unit and let us hit the endpoint. So because it's hitting the endpoint, you will disable the button, right? Because it's loading. And hopefully, if everything goes well, it's gonna return us with the course ID, and it will navigate us to the correct page where we can move on to the next step. Okay, so successfully, so you can see the course is created successfully. We are navigated to this endpoint, right? We can see that the ID has been appended to the course. We have been brought to /create/ this slug, and we have also gotten to this create chapters page. Okay, so all of these course and units are also saved to the databases. So the next step here is we create the second page. So if we actually come down here to the original page here, let me just show you what is next. So I'm gonna just copy this MID to demonstrate it for you. So if you come down to .tag /create /this, so this is the page we'll be working on right now. So like look, okay, so it's this part here. So after the creation of the course, we actually want to actually confirm everything and let them press the generate button. And with this generate button, we'll then actually go and hit the YouTube API and generate all the questions for the individual chapters. Okay, so how do we actually get the course ID out of the slug, right? Because right now we have the slug that's on the URL, but we cannot access it from this create chapters page. Okay, so to get the course ID, we can actually pass it as props. So NextJS does the hard lifting for us. If there are any props, we can just take it from the params, right? The course ID of string. So this course ID will map to the whatever name is within this square bracket. So if you name it anything, this must match. Okay, then we can destructure within the params. We can destructure the params, and within the params we can get access to the course ID, and let us just display the course ID out here. So then we can now see that this course ID maps to whatever is in the URL. Okay, that's perfect. So now we have this, let us continue working on it. So the first thing here is, let's check that the user is logged in. So if the user is not logged in, let us just redirect them back to the gallery. So do const session equals to await get off session. Okay, so we've done this before. So we make this into a server component, and then we do if not session dot user return redirect to /gallery. Okay, so let us actually get the course. So const course equals to await prisma dot course dot find unique, right? So we have this ID, right? We can find the course with that particular ID, where the ID equals to the course ID. Okay, so if there isn't any course, right? If the course doesn't exist, we just return the redirect to /create. Okay, so that's good. And lastly is for this course, right? We also want to include the units, right? And within the units, we want to include the chapters. So basically, this is Prisma's way of doing joins. So traditional SQL joins is because we have three tables: the courses, the units, and the chapters, right? If we do this include, you basically get us back all the joins, and we'll have the entire JSON tree structures, including all the courses, units, and the chapters. And we can basically show that by just returning pre, and I can show it as JSON.stringify course now and 2. So let's just see what it returns. Okay, so this is what is being returned from the database. We can see that we got the course, we got the image of the course, we've gotten the individual units, right? And then we got within the individual units, we also got the individual chapters. So let me show you what happens if we do not show the include. So if we do not have this include, right, I'm gonna comment this out, I'm gonna save it. We can see that it doesn't include the units, right? And let's say if I include the units but I don't include the chapters, we can see that it returns the units, but it doesn't give us the chapters within the units. So if lastly, if I include the chapters, then it will return us with the chapters. So this is Prisma's way of doing the joins. I hope you understand. Okay, so let's just do the JSON, the front end UI for this. So we want it to look similar to like this, right? With all these things. So let's just build this UI for this top part first. So what we want to return, we're gonna return a div. Class name of flex just call, items start, max width of XL, and max auto, and margin Y of 16. Okay, let me just move this down here. Within the div, let us have a h5 with the class name of text small, uppercase, text secondary, dash foreground, divide by 60, so 60% of the opacity, and we can actually pass in the course name, and then underneath there we can actually pass in the h1 that actually contains the course dot name. So this h1 has a class of text 5XL and font bold. So let's save it, and right now we can see that we have this nice how to make codes thing here. Okay, looking good. So below the h1, right, let's create the info card here, right? So similar to what we did before. So I'm gonna create the div. So this is gonna be the card. Has a class name of flex padding of 4, margin top of 5, border of none, and background secondary. And we'll have an info icon from Lucid React, class name of width 12, height 12, margin right of 3, and text blue of 400. Then beside it, below it, we'll have a div that contains the information. So we generated chapters for each of your units. Look over them and then click the button to confirm and continue. Let's say that, and we have this nice info card here that looks the same here. Okay, that's good. And lastly here, we have this this entire thing here, this entire form will be a separate component. So I'm gonna come down here, I'm gonna just create a new component called confirm chapters.tsx, tsrfc, save it. Let's come down here. So just before the closing div, we'll just do confirm chapters, save it, and we can see now that the component shows up here. So that's nice. Alright, so we're gonna create this confirm chapters component right here. So we're gonna basically look through each of the units and the chapters and create each of these bars here. So we'll start with the UI. So we're gonna go into this confirm chapters application, this component. So the first thing here is obviously we need access to the course, right? We need to access to the course and all the units. So we get it from the props. So ideally what we'll do is when we are in the slash, let's say course ID, when we have the confirm chapters, we want to pass in the course here, right? So this course is from Prisma, from here, right? And we want to pass in it as props. So let's receive it in here. So the course is gonna be the course from Prisma client, and because we're gonna end it with the units, right? The units is gonna be the units from Prisma client, and we're gonna basically join it with chapters, and this is gonna be a chapter from Prisma client, gonna be an array, and this is gonna be also an array. So now everything, the type matches, right? Then we can access the course prop here. So this course will contain all the units and the chapters, and let's now actually display the UI. So for the div here, let us return div, class name of width full, and margin top of 4. Okay, and basically we want to map through each unit, right? So we have unit 1, unit 2, unit trip. So let's map through the units. So we'll do course.units.map. So we'll have the unit and the unit index, right? Let us display the, so let us return a div with a key of units.id, right? So we'll have a class name of margin tab of 5. Within that div, let's have a h2 that showcases the units, right? So we'll have unit index plus 1 because it's 0 index space. The class name will be text sm uppercase, text secondary dash foreground 60. Let's save that first. So we get C unit 1, 2, 3, 4. So within the units, we want to display all these names and the actual chapters. So underneath the H2, let's display the H3 of the unit dot name. So the H3 will give you a class of text2XL and fonts of bold. Let's save it. So we'll be able to see this here. Okay, that's good. So now that we have that, let's actually loop through the chapters and display that. So below the H3, let's have a div. Okay, and then we'll have a class name of margin top of 3. Within the div, let us map through the units, so the chapters. The unit.chapters.map. So we have the chapter and the chapter index. Right. Let us return basically another component. Let's see here. What's the issue here? So I think this should be like here. Right. Let me just redo this. So unit.chapters.map the chapter and the chapter index. Right. Okay, so it works now. So let's create another component for the individual chapter card. So each card is like this green box here. Okay, so let's create a component. So let me just check something. Okay, go under the components and let's create this chapter card.tsx tsrafce. Okay, so I'm gonna save this first. So we're gonna return just basically a chapter card as so. Okay, let's pass in the key, which is the chapter.id, and we'll save it first. So right now we got the chapter card showing here. So how do we actually display the nice names? Okay, so for the chapter card, we obviously want to pass in the chapter into here, right, from this chapter. We also would like to pass in the chapter index. So let us create the props to receive these two things. So chapter card, for the props, we have the chapter, which is just a chapter from Prisma client, and chapter index is just a number. Okay, then now we can destructure the chapter and chapter index. Okay, so for the chapter card here, let's display the UI. Okay, so for the UI, it's gonna have a div. Okay, let's give it a key of chapter.id. Then I'm gonna just, within the div, we'll have a h5 that just shows the chapter index plus 1, and the chapter dot name, and then just save it. Undefined chapter dot name. So of course we need to save the file here also, so that everything is clear. Okay, that's good. So now we got those things. Let's also give it one additional styling. So for this div here, let's give it a class name, and I'm gonna use the cn utility. So import cn from our utils, and I'm just gonna pass in a bg of secondary. Okay, so later on we'll have another state that talks about whether it's successful or not. So we can have a state like cons success and set success is false. So you have to make this into a client component first, right? We'll save that here. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a bit more styling. So before here, I'm gonna add the base styles. So gonna have a px of 4, padding of 2, margin top of 2, rounded, flex, and justify between. Let's save that. So now it looks a little nicer. So later on, depending on this success state here, we're gonna display different colors for the card. Okay, success. So the success state can either be a boolean or a null value. Okay, so at first it's gonna be null. Okay, so when it's null, it's gonna have this gray color. Okay, so we're gonna apply this background secondary if the success equals to null. We'll then apply a big background of bg rate 500 if the success equals to false. And then lastly, right here, the reason why it's throwing an error is let's see. Oh, okay, so this has to be wrap in an object for this to work. Okay, and lastly, we'll show a background of green 500. Oh, here, if success equals to true. So we save that. So now depending on the state, so let's say it's true, right? Everything will be green. Okay. Then if success is false, so in case there's any error in the backend, we'll set it to false. So in the beginning, it's gonna be null, so it's gonna have this gray color state. Okay, that's good. So now let us continue with the UI here. So let me just add these two buttons. Okay, so underneath the confirm chapters, right? Underneath the confirm chapters, let's add the two buttons. So just below the closing div, so below the just before the closing div, let us add another div. So this div is for the buttons. Class name of flex items dash center, justify center, and margin top of 4. Let us have a separator from UI. Class name of flex of 1. Okay, so underneath the separator, we have another div with the class name of flex items dash center, margin x of 4. Okay, so within the div, let us have two links, right? So each button is a link where we can either go back or we can generate. Okay, so we'll have a link from next/link. So we'll just, the first link is gonna be to /create, and we say go back. So the class name is gonna be just a button variance. So this is basically, we can make the link look like a button, right? So if we go back here, we can see right now we have this back button, but it's actually a link in disguise. Okay, so we'll pass in another thing. We can also, within the button variant, we can tell it that we want it to be a secondary variant. So now it'll look just a little nicer here. Okay, so below the link, right? So inside the link, above the back, we want to add a chevron left icon from Lucid React. Let's give you a class name of width 4, height dash 4, margin right of 2, and have the stroke width of, let's say, 4. So just get that nice icon back here. Okay, that's good. So then below that link, after the back button, we'll have another link similar to this, right? This time we have to actually it's not a link, it's a button. So the button will be responsible for the generation. So let's import the button and let's just say generate. Okay, so this is obviously gonna have a type of button. Okay, so this is where we actually triggers the backend API. So I'm gonna give it the class name of just, not here, type button, class name of margin left of 4, and font semi bold. Okay, that's good. And then just below the button, below the div also, we have a separator, class name of flex dash 1. Save it, and right now we have this nice format, so it looks the same here. Okay, so this generate here, let us add the icon chevron right icon, class name of width dash 4, height dash 4, and margin left of 2, and the stroke width of stroke width of 4. Let's save it. Okay, that's good. So now when we click on this button, what do we actually want it to do, right? We want it to start generating, right? So on click, we want to call a function that creates the generation. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna set up the backend first. So right now we can see that we need it to be a client component, right? So let me just go up here and tell it to use client. So it's a client directory div. Okay, so now everything works. So how do we actually do the backend? So let's create a new root. So let me just look at how might we want to set this up. Create. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come down to our file. So under /API, okay, I'm gonna create a folder called core chapter. So because we are trying to get the information for the individual chapters, right? So I'm gonna come down here to chapter, and then I'm gonna create a folder called gets info, and then inside here I'll do root.ts. So this API will be mapped to /API/get/chapter slash get info. Yeah, so because we are in the slash API slash chapter, then we have this folder called slash get info. So this maps to this road. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just export normal function, export async function called post. You're gonna take in a request object with type request response as response, and all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fake something. So I'm gonna do await. I'm gonna have a fake function called sleep. It's gonna be a function called gonna return a new promise. We take in the resolve, and I'm gonna just set timeout to resolve it in the math.random times 1000. Okay, times 4000. Okay, so what this does is sorry, let me just close this. Okay, so this sleep function will basically wait for random timing between 0 and 4 seconds, right? So all I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna do await sleep. I'm gonna call the function. Here it's not callable because return is gonna be a function, async function that returns this. Okay, gonna call sleep. So this is for demonstration. You don't have to code this out yet. I just want to return a new next response.json. Import this .json message hello. Okay, so I'm gonna demonstrate what happens. So because we have this slash API slash chapter slash get info, I'm gonna try to hit this endpoint. So slash API slash chapter slash get info. So if I send a post request, it's gonna wait for between 1 and 4 seconds. So in this case, it waited for 2.26 seconds. So we're gonna send it again. It's gonna wait for, okay, this time is 2.1 seconds, and this time it's gonna wait for 3 seconds. So it's gonna just wait for random timing between 0 and 4 seconds and return. So I just want it to have a skeleton API, because what we're gonna do now is I want to show you the front end way of just doing this asynchronous function of calling each one individually. So if you come back to the chapter card, what I'm gonna do is we'll have a mutation function. So const mutate equals to use mutation, right? The mutation function is gonna be an async function. What does it do? It will do cost response equals await axios.post. Let's import axios slash API slash chapter slash get info. Okay, so we have this info, and then we're gonna return response.data. So this network request is gonna block for random timing between 0 and 4 seconds. Okay, so with this blocking, we can simulate the actual work being done, because right now I just want to show you how to build the front end. Okay, so after that, after we have this, I'm gonna just rename this mutate function to get chapter info, and we'll have a loading state. It's loading. Okay, so that's good. What I'm gonna do now here is I'm gonna save it. Okay, so when I click on this generate button, I want all of these individual cards to call this get chapter info individually. So when I click on this generate button, this card will call get chapter info, this card will call chapter info, this card will call chapter info, all of these asynchronously. So it will send out parallel requests to our backend servers, and then therefore we can create that asynchronicity instead of basically calling the chapters one by one, right? So here I'm just going to remove this chapter index +1, because I see that there's some duplicates here. Okay, so that is good. Remove this chapter. Okay, so in order to do this generate function, right, we have to actually do, I'm going to show you something really cool using the useRef hook. So first thing first, let us come back to our create chapters here. Okay, not create chapters. What is this function called? It was, what is this thing called? Let me see. Chapter card will come down here. I named it to be course ID page.tsx confirm chapters. Okay, that's good. So come back to the confirm chapters component, right? What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna store a list of refs. So a React ref is just a reference to each individual component. So I'm gonna have an array of refs. So each ref will basically point to each component. Then when I click on this button, I'm gonna basically call the function on each of the ref, telling each card to actually call the function. So to do that, I'm gonna have a variable called chapter ref, right? This is gonna be an object, right? So this object is gonna be a record between a string and the react.ref object. And then let us just pass that in here. We initialize it to be blank dictionary. Okay, so what this does is that this chapter ref is gonna be an object. Let me just comment this out for you so you can better see what we're doing. So this object, I imagine it to be something like actually let me just do this. So it's gonna be, let's say, ID of the chapter 1 ID. So because each individual chapter has an ID itself, right? So we have the ID, let's say chapter 1's ID is gonna map to a React ref. Okay, so then we have chapter 2 will be mapped to another React ref. Okay, so then with all these ref, right, we can actually call the function within it. So let's just create this ref object first. So with this ref object, right, we can actually put it in here. So what I'm gonna do is down here I'm gonna do for the course.units. So each course has a bunch of units, right? Then for each of the units, for each unit, we want to do look through each chapters, right? Because we're trying to bind the chapter ID to the ref here. So bind the ID of the chapter to each individual card, the component that we have here, right? So unit.chapters dot for each. So for each chapter, what do we want to do? We want to index into chapter refs. We want to index into chapter.id, and we want to set it to a new react.useRef. Okay. So initially to now. So right now we can see that ESC is telling us that useRef cannot be called inside callback, right? But the thing is, although this is not good practice, but it's actually a method that works, right? So all we need to do is just put ESLint disable next line. Okay, and then we'll do react dash hooks slash rule of hooks. We'll do this. Let's save this. So okay, so all we need to do is put ESLint disable next line, and this won't work. So let us just try console.logging out the chapter refs, so we're able to see what's happening here. So coming to console, we can see that it's an object containing each individual chapter's ID. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 chapters. So it is individually chapters, and each of these chapters is mapped to each React ref, right? So now all we need to do is pass the individual ref objects into this chapter card. So we want to pass in the ref here to the chapter refs at index into the chapter.id. Okay, so right now it's gonna throw an error because you cannot pass a ref into a custom component. So what we have to do is come down into our chapter card, and we have to wrap this entire component into a react.forward ref. This is how you pass refs into components. So you have to wrap this entire thing into react.forward ref, right? I'm gonna pass in the generic, and I'm gonna wrap this entire function into this. I'm gonna format it. So right now it's telling us that it's missing a display name, so we need to fix that by coming down here and just doing chapter card.display name equals to chapter card. So this will fix it. And right now this thing here is throwing error because we need two things. We need a export type of chapter card handler. So let me just write out the code and then I'll explain what is happening later. Okay, so we need a function called trigger load. It's gonna be an empty function that returns void. So this thing here is gonna take in two things: chapter card handler and props. Okay, so let me explain what we just did here. Okay, so for this chapter card is a component. So we're telling it that because we want to pass in a ref object from here, right? We're gonna wrap this entire thing into a forward ref, so we're able to receive the ref. Okay, the ref will then take in two generics: the actual handler and the prop. So this props is what's being passed in here. So we can just remove this and it still works, right? But then the first argument of this, we can actually receive the props, and the second part here, we receive the ref. Okay, so within these props, we can actually destructure the chapter and chapter index. So let me just walk you through one more time. This React forward ref will accept this function, which is our component. The first component will be the props, which is passed in here, and the second component is the actual ref that we have in here. So we have this array of refs will be passed into this ref object here. Okay, and then now we can actually create a function within this. We can call react.use imperative handle. We're passing the ref object, and this ref object, this thing will return a function. The second argument will be a function, right? This is where we actually define the trigger load function. Okay, so we do async trigger load, right? This trigger load, actually this is, it returns an object, so like this. And so this object, this trigger load, is gonna have just console.log hello. Okay, so what we did here is we defined this function, right? And we bound it to this ref. So we're saying that if you come down to this chapter ref ID, this component now has a function built into it called trigger load. So how do we actually call this trigger load function? So if we come back to our confirm chapters component, we scroll all the way up here. So this ref object actually requires one more thing here, which is the chapter card handler, which we export from this chapter card. So it's telling that this array of refs, each individual ref will have this trigger load function. Okay, so if we save it, and then let's actually now console.log chapter refs. So let's go into the console. We're able to see now that all of these individual IDs are bound to a component, and inside this component there's this trigger load function. So how do we actually trigger that function call? All we need to do is, whenever we click on this generate button, right, all we need to do is we can just we can look through the chapter refs, right? We can just do object of values, values chapter refs. So this will give us the individual refs. So each ref, what we can do is, for each ref we can do ref.current, right? And now if you do control space, you can see that this trigger load function that we have defined in here, this trigger load. Therefore we can just call the trigger load, and this will call the function within each component here. So let me try this out. So I'm gonna just open my console, and we can just clear out. So when I press generate, you can see that 12 of hello is console.log, meaning that individually each component is calling this function. So I hope you get the idea. All we are doing is we're binding this trigger load function to each component. Then when we press on this generate, we're looping through each ref of this component and calling their internal trigger load function. So instead of console.logging hello, why not I just call this mutate function? So I'm gonna bring this use imperative handle, just bring it down here. So instead of calling the console.log, I'm gonna call the get chapter info. Okay, then I can do chapter info. I'll pass in undefined, and then on the second thing I can call on success. I'm gonna call console.log success. Okay, so what happens is I'm gonna call this trigger load function individually on the components. It's gonna call this get chapter info, which we pass as this mutate function, right? We renamed it. So this get chapter info will actually call this endpoint /api/chapter/get info, right? And because we have defined the get info to basically return a timeout of randomly between 0 and 4 seconds, so it's gonna stagger the response time. So I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna come back to our console, and guess what happens when I press this generate? Watch carefully. I'm gonna press generate. You can see that between 0 and 4 seconds, it's slowly coming back randomly. Yeah. So this is how we're gonna basically do the asynchronicity, right? So then now the next step here is to actually write the function to actually get the info, get the individual chapter info. So get chapter info here. So now we can actually do the logic to basically hit the endpoint to get the YouTube video ID and get the transcript. Okay, we're doing amazing. So after we have done the imperative handler, okay, right now we want to basically, for each chapter, we want to get the YouTube video and also the transcript and generate the questions. So within the root.ts, so within the get info page, right? So if you come back to our chapter card, right, we're able to see that we're hitting this endpoint. So what I want to do is I want to pass in the chapter ID itself, right, so that we know which chapter card we're trying to generate the info for. So other than this, I'm gonna pass in another thing here. I'm gonna pass in the chapter ID, right, passing as chapter.id. Okay, so how do we access this chapter ID within our root, right? Let's go back to our root.ts. I'm just gonna delete this sleep function because that was fake data anyways, right? So I'm gonna just do const body parser equals to z.object. So z is imported from Zod. Z.object, right? We want to have the chapter ID to be a z.string. Okay, and then now we can actually do the check. So we do const body equals to await request.json. Then we can destructure the chapter ID from body parser dot parse the body. So we can see that TypeScript gives us that chapter ID, which comes from this dot type here. So if this fails, we're gonna catch the error. We're gonna check first. So if the error instance of z.zod error, right? So this instance of is one word. So if instead of zod error, we just want to return next response dot JSON. We're gonna pass it the success or false. So it failed, right? And then passing the error as invalid body. Then we'll return a status of 400. Okay. Then if it's not a zod error, we're just gonna return a generic next response dot JSON. Gonna return success of false. Then we're gonna tell it the error is unknown because we don't know what happened, what went wrong. And lastly, the status of 500. Okay, that's good. So now, once we got to this point, we are ensured that chapter ID actually exists within the request body. So what's our first step in getting the thing? So let's set up the YouTube API first. So what we're basically doing is we're gonna look at this chapter. So remember that each individual chapter, right? Each individual chapter comes with a YouTube search query. So basically for each chapter, we're gonna look at the user's YouTube search query. We're gonna search the YouTube API for that video. So come back to here. I'm gonna just search for the chapter first. So const chapter equals to await Prisma dot chapter dot find unique. We're gonna find it where the ID equals to chapter ID. If a chapter doesn't exist, we're just gonna return next response dot JSON of success equals to false, and the error will be chapter not found, and then pass in a status of 404 not found. Okay, let's save it. That's good. So once we have the chapter, let's actually get the YouTube API. So now let's set up the YouTube API first. I'm gonna save it. So to set up YouTube API, come back to your browser, go back to your Google Cloud Console under your Learning Journey -YouTube project, and we'll basically open a search and search for YouTube. Scroll all the way down until you see this YouTube Data API v3 version 3. Okay, so with this v3, we're gonna basically enable the API. So this API provides access to YouTube data such that we're able to search for videos or playlists. So we're gonna enable it. So wait for a while, and basically we need the API key so that we can use this API. Okay, so once you have enabled it, come down to credentials. Okay, and let us just create a new credential, create a new API key. Okay, come into your env file.env. So under the unsplash API key, we have a YouTube_API key. Copy in the API key from Google Cloud Console, and then we can just close this page. So this equals to this. Okay, that's good. So save it and we'll close it. So now let's create a function to actually search up the YouTube API. So come down to your lib/lib, create a new file called youtube.ts. Okay, this youtube.ts will contain this function called search YouTube. So export a async function called search YouTube, right? this search YouTube is gonna take in a search query, which is a type of string. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just do search query equals to encode URI component. So this will make sure the search query conforms to the URI format. So if the search query is like hello world, right, this will be converted into hello plus world. So this encode URI component will just make sure the format is correct. And then we can just do const response equals to await axios dot get, right. So what do you want to get? I want to get the YouTube API, right? So I'm gonna just copy this link here from my code. So I'll leave this in the description as well, but I just want to walk you through what it does. So we're hitting the endpoint. So these are all from the YouTube documentation. So Google APIs /YouTube/v3/search. So the keyword will be, so the API key will be what we pass in here, YouTube_API key, right? Make sure that whatever name here matches. So YouTube_API key, right? Paste it here just to make sure. And we pass in the query to be the search query that we are looking for here. And we want to search for videos that have the duration of medium, and make sure the video is embeddable, and also it's a type of video, and the max result is just 5. Okay, so we have the response. We can actually destructure the data from it, and then we can just check if not data. So if we do not find any search, we can just console.log YouTube fail and just return null. Okay, so we have not found any videos. Okay, but if the data dot items index 0, so equals undefined, we can also do the same. So console.log YouTube fail here. Then if everything goes well, we just want to return JSON.items index 0 .id .video id, not JSON data. So how I got all this data was just by inspecting whatever is being returned from this. Okay, so I basically got this the shape from just inspecting whatever is being returned. You can just console log it out and then view the video ID. So basically what this does is this search YouTube function will return us with the video ID based on the relevant search query. Okay, that's good. So one more thing that I want to do is I want another function called get transcript. So this get transcript will accept a video ID, right? So we will then use this video ID to get the transcript of the entire video. So to do this, there's actually a library called YouTube transcript. So npm install YouTube -transcript, right? So this library will allow us to get the transcript of a video given the YouTube video ID. So what we're gonna do here is gonna come down here, and all we're gonna do is put a try catch block. So we'll just get the transcript array be await YouTube transcript. So let me just import this module up here. So we'll do import YouTube transcript from YouTube transcript. Okay, so we're gonna await YouTube transcript dot fetch transcript. We'll pass in the video ID, and then for the options, we'll pass in the language of English and the country of EN. Okay, and then we'll just do let transcript equals to be an empty string first. So we're gonna just do for let's t of transcript. Okay, we're just gonna do transcript plus equals to t dot text plus empty space here, t dot text. Yeah, let t of transcript. So what need to do is transcript array, not t of transcript, but t of transcript array. So this is individual transcript array will have an element, so it's gonna be an array. So we just want to extract the text, and we just want to append it like this. And then after that, we just want to, after the for loop, just want to return transcript dot replace all. Right, we want to replace the new string, the new line character with an empty space. And then in the end, if there's an error, we just want to return an empty string. So maybe there's some error with getting the transcript, then we'll just return empty string. Otherwise, it will return a full transcript of the video ID. Okay, so that's good. So now let's get back into our get info page, get info root. So after getting the chapter, so now let's actually get the video ID, right? So cons video ID. equals to await get search YouTube for the chapter dot YouTube search query. So this YouTube search query will be searched from the YouTube, and then we can get the transcript. So const transcript equals to await get transcript of the video ID. Okay, then now let us actually get the summary. Okay, so how do you get a summary? Let us use the AI. So we have done this before. So we'll just import the const summary equals to await strict output. So strict output. So for the AI, we'll just tell it that you are an AI capable of summarizing a YouTube transcript. Okay, and then for the user prompt, we'll tell it that summarize in 250 words or less, and don't talk and do not talk of the sponsors or anything unrelated to the main topic. Okay, so we also don't want them to introduce what the summary is about. Also, do not introduce what the summary is about. So I'm gonna save it. That's good. And then we just want to pass in the transcript, right? So we just append it to the end, the /n. Sorry, at the end we can do /n and pass in the actual transcript here. So basically pass in the context of the transcript and tell the AI to summarize it. Lastly, for the shape of the output, we just want an object of the summary. We just tell it summary of the transcript. We'll save it. So now what this function will do is it's going to return us with an object. So this summary object will have this summary key. So we do summary be a string. So then we can extract out this summary object here. So this summary will map to this summary, and is what the AI will generate for us. Okay, that's good. So lastly, let us just return next response. I just want to show you the output of this, right? So next response of, let's say, the video ID, the transcript, and the summary. Okay, we'll save it, and let's just try testing it out first. So we know that this function, this root will take in the chapter ID. So what we can do is, I'm going to come into my Prisma Studio. So we're in the chapter. I'm going to take a normal, this chapter ID. So introduction to limits, right? I'm going to come down here. So it's http://localhost 3000 /API/chapter /chapter/get-info. So we'll pass in the chapter ID to be whatever we've copied from Prisma. So I'm going to send. So what it's going to do is internal server error. Let's look at what the error is. Okay, I think the issue was because we were doing a GET request just now. So just need to change it to a POST request, because right here we are exporting the root to be POST, right? Therefore it needs to be a POST request. So let's now try sending it again. So by right, what it does is you will look up the course, you will look up the YouTube search query, then you will use the function they have written to search a relevant video from YouTube and get a transcript, and then feed the transcript into the GPT API to summarize it for us. So let's wait for a while as it generates the relevant information. Okay, so that's good. So we can see that we have gotten a valid video ID, and then we've also gotten a transcript. So it's a very, very, very long transcript, right? It's gotten a very long transcript, and the reason why right here we can see that there is no summary is because basically because the transcript is too long, and when we try to feed this information into ChatGPT, it couldn't generate it out for us. So what we can actually do is we can actually truncate the transcript here. So what I'm gonna do is, just for the transcript, I'm gonna just do let max length equals to 250, right? And then I'm gonna do so I'm gonna let transcript. So then transcript equals to transcript dot split. So I'm gonna split on the empty word dot slice 0 to max length dot join. So this line will basically just split it by the words, then limit it to 250 words by doing the slice, and then we'll join it back with this string. So we'll just limit it to 250 words such that the summary won't jam together. So now let's try it again. So this will just make our GPT agent handle it better, so that we don't like bombast it with like too many tokens and overwhelm it. Okay, so we can see now that if we send the request out, it will generate it will try to search the YouTube for the relevant search query, and you get a transcript. So we limit the transcript to 250 words, and we can see now the summary is also working fine. So the summary just summarizes what the transcript has for us. Okay, so you can experiment with this number, the max length. So we can also experiment with like, let's say 500 words. Let's see how this handles well. Let's see if GPT is able to handle 500 words going in. Okay, so in this case, you can see it still works. So the transcript is cut down to 500 words, and the summary still works. Okay, so that's good. So we have successfully seen that the summary and everything works fine. So all we need to do now is let's continue on with the code. So after we have generated the summary and the transcript, let's generate the questions, right? So remember the questions has to be in MCQ format. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna do cons questions equals to awaits get questions from transcript. Okay, so this function here is gonna be from the, let us just do it from this, I'll say let's go under the youtube.ts file, right? And then we actually export another function called export async function get questions from transcript. So we take in the transcript as a string, right? So we get the transcript from the string, and we actually generate the questions. Okay, so how do we actually do this? So the first step here is it's gonna take in the transcript, obviously, and also you will take in the course title as a string. Okay, so we're gonna take in two things, and we'll generate the questions. So the first thing here is, let us get the questions. Questions equals to await strict output. So we want to use the GPT API again. So the first thing here is, this time the AI is gonna be, you are a helpful AI that is able to generate MCQ questions and answers. Okay, the length of each answer should not be more than 15 words, right? And then, so that's the system prompt. Then the user prompt is, let us generate 5 questions, so new array of 5, and we'll fill it up with this system prompt. You are to generate a random hard MCQ question about the course title. Okay, and then we tell it with context of the following transcript. Then we pass in the transcript to the API. Okay, so the reason why we did new array of 5 is basically because we want to generate 5 questions. So if we do a new array of 5, the output of these questions will be an array of 5 objects, and each object will have this shape. So the shape will have the question, which is just a question. The answer is the answer with max length of 15 words. Okay, so we also want the different options, right? So option 1 is gonna be option 1, option 2, and option 3. So we tell it with the max length of 15 words. This will be the same, max length of 15 words, and lastly max length of 15 words. So this strict output function here is gonna return us with an array of 5 objects. Each object will have followed this similar format. Okay, so we're gonna tell the shape. What's the shape of this, right? So we're gonna do type question. It's gonna be, you're gonna have question, answer, option 1, option 2, and option 3. Okay, right? So we're gonna tell these questions is gonna be a question array. Okay, so this is gonna be a temporary type. Then after that, we're gonna just return the questions that we have here. So now that we got this get question from transcript, we can actually use it here. So let's call the get questions from transcript function from YouTube API. And so we need to pass in 2 things, right? We need to pass in the actual transcript. So we got that from up here, right? Get transcript, transcript. And the second thing we pass in is the chapter.title. Sorry, chapter.name. So that's the title of the course. Okay, so with that, we have gotten the questions. So after we have gotten the questions, let's actually create the individual questions within the database. So let's do await Prisma .question .create many. We'll pass in the data. So we'll just do questions.map. So we'll take in the individual question, and what we want to return? We want to return an object, right? So this object will be what is created in this data. So we can see that if we bring Control and space, for each question we have a few things we need. We need answer, chapter ID, and options, and question. So the first thing here, we can fill up the question is obviously the question.question. So this question type actually comes from this whatever we have up here, this question type here, right? Because we're returning a bunch of question with this shape. However, we need to make this shape confined to whatever is being stored in Prisma. So we also have the answer. It's gonna have the question.answer, right? And then we need the options field. So how do we get the options? So what we can do is we can let options equals to the normal array of the question.answer, question.option1, question.option2, question.option3. So with this array of 4 questions, we can mix it up together. So we can just do options equals to options.sort math.random minus 0.5. So this will just shuffle up the questions. And lastly, we can just pass in these options as option JSON.stringify options, right? Because remember, if you come back to the schema, Prisma.schema, schema.prisma, I mean, we can see the individual question will have options. This will be a JSON array, right? But then we place it as in a string. Therefore, we need to stringify this. Then in the front end, when we need to get back the original options, we can just do JSON.parse, and we'll get back the array of the 4 shuffled answers. Okay. So then lastly, lastly, what do we need? We need this chapter ID. So we can just pass it the chapter ID as chapter ID. Okay, that's good. So after creating all the questions, let's come down here. We can now update the chapter, right? So we can do await Prisma.chapter.update, right? Because remember, right now after the first step only added the name and the YouTube search query, but right now we still do have the video and the ID and the summary. Therefore, right now in this part, we can now add the video ID and the summary part. So let's do that. So we update this chapter. We'll pass in the data. So the video ID will be passed in as the video ID, which we got in here, and then the summary will pass in as the summary. So let's see why here data. Okay, so we also need to tell it where the ID equals to chapter ID. Okay, perfect. So what we did here was we update the chapter ID with the individual with this ID, and we told it to update the video ID and the summary from the GPT output above. And lastly, we can just if everything goes well here, we can just return next response.json of success equals to true, and we can pass back the success equals to true. So save it. So with this root created, we can now come back to our chapter card. So now instead of just getting back random data, we can actually get, when we hit this endpoint, it will actually return us on whether it has successfully gotten it, right? So come back to this chapter card. So whenever we hit the trigger load, we're gonna basically get this chapter info, right? We'll pass in the chapter ID into this endpoint. Then this endpoint will hit all the YouTube APIs, and then it will return us with either success of true or success of false, right? We can see that if everything goes well, it returns success of true. If anything goes wrong, it will return success of false. Then based on this success status, we can then change the colors of the background to either a red or green. So let's do that part right now. So on success, instead of just console.logging out success, I'm gonna just do set success. So remember, the color of the background is determined by this success state, right? And so whatever we have here, we can actually destructure the success part here, and we can just do set success equals to true, right? We actually don't need this because we know that if it succeeds, we know this is definitely true. Then what else, that if on error, so if there's an error, let me just get the error. We'll just console.error out the error, and we'll set success to obviously false. So we have the red background indicating that something went wrong. Okay, so after setting the success to false, so it'll be a red color background. Let's also get the toast. So we'll just show a notification. So let's just do const toast. We can get it from the use toast, right? And we'll just do toast of title of error. Let's give you a description of, let's say, there was an error loading your chapter, and then we'll give it a variance of disruptive. Okay, so that's it for now. So let us see something. Let's see if everything is fine. Okay, so the last thing here is, right now we press generate, right? How do we know when everything has been finished generated? So we can actually come back to our confirm chapters component here again, and we can just keep another state for all the completed chapter, right? So we'll keep a ref called keep a state called completed chapters, set completed chapters, right? It's gonna be react.use state, right? So it's gonna keep a empty set. So we're gonna keep all the ref, keep it in a set. So this will have a set of string. Okay, let's save it. So basically what we're gonna do here is that whenever one of these requests comes back as either success or false, we're gonna add the ID of the chapter into these completed chapters. So whenever all of this has finished processing, then we can basically set the generate button to another state, so that we can press like, okay, save and continue, right? So let us have another state here for the total chapters count, right? So we want to see, because we want to see how many total chapters are there. So total const total chapters count equals to react.useMemo. Okay, so we're gonna just return course.units.reduce, right? You're gonna take the accumulator and the unit, right? We just want to add the return the accumulator plus units.chapters.length. So we can initialize it to just be 0, then pass in empty dependency array, pass in the course.units, save it. So what this does is it goes through each unit, right? And then because each unit has, let's say this has 3 chapters, so for each unit you will just add up the chapters to the accumulator, and then at the end we return the final unit. So in this case it will return us with 12 total chapters. So this variable will contain 12. Okay, so let's also have a loading state. So up here, const loading and set loading equals to false. So whenever we click on this generate button, right, let us set the loading to be true. Okay, so then we want to disable the generate button, right? So let's disable it when it's loading. Okay, so I'm gonna have another thing here. So whenever we finish, right, we no longer want to show this generate button. We actually want to show a button for it to go to the next page, right? So what I'm gonna do here is come here, I'm gonna come up here, I'm gonna save the file here. So I'm gonna try it out first. I'm gonna try it out and make sure everything is working. So when I press generate, what will happen is it's gonna basically call the trigger load function on each of the chapter card, right? And then it will just call this get chapter info, and then it will set the success to either true or false. So let's click on this generate. Let's see if anything's working. So let me just here, I'm gonna refresh the page first. Okay, so right now we can see that there's a lot of errors right here. Let us look at this, why JSON format is failing. So I'm just gonna refresh the server and let's try it again. So I'm gonna just refresh it and let's see. So I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna press generate, right? It's gonna then hit the endpoints individually, and hopefully if everything goes well, it will start turning green or either red, depending on whether we are able to get the summaries and the transcript. Okay, so right now we can see there's a lot of errors, right? Whereas one of these got back correct, this is also correct. So you can see right now there's a lot of invalid JSON objects. Questions? Okay, that's good. So we just have to wait for a while. So it doesn't really matter if it's correct or not. So right now we can see that all of them has finished processing. It's just that some has errored out. So we fix the error out later. But all we want to do now is that it doesn't matter whether it's error or not. We just want to make sure that everything is complete. So when everything is complete, we want a button to go to the next page, right? So I'm gonna come down to these confirm chapters. Here, these confirm chapters. Come down to the chapter card. Okay. So if I have already processed it, right, I don't want to reprocess it again. So what I'm gonna do here is on this trigger load, I'm gonna just check if the chapter dot video ID exists. So basically what I'm saying is, if I've already generated the video ID, so I've already done the question generation, everything, right? There's no point redoing it and wasting resources again. So what I can do is, I just want to set the, I want to be able to add it to this completed chapters state. So how do I do that? So remember, whenever we finish processing, we want to add the ID to these completed chapters. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass this state into my into this chapter card. So I'm gonna pass completed chapters equals to completed chapters, set completed chapters equals set completed chapters. Okay, so we'll come to the chapter card. We'll receive these things as props. So completed chapters is gonna be a set of string, and the set completed chapters is gonna be a React dispatch of the set of string. We'll come down here. Set of string, okay, of course, because the casing matters. So right now here we can see we're using lowercase, so let's just set it to uppercase string, and this also has to be uppercase string to match whatever we have up here. So right now we can see that because we're using uppercase S here. So let's save this and this, and what we can do here is I'm gonna check. So if chapter.video ID, right, I'm gonna just do I'm gonna write another function called add chapter ID to set equals to a React callback. So this callback will just memorize the function so that we don't recreate this function every time the page or the component re-renders, right? So we're gonna pass in the chapter. So what we want to do is we just want to get the set chapter completed chapter and the completed chapters from it. We just want to create a new set. So const new sets equals to new set of the completed chapters, and then we just want to do .add chapter.id, and finally set the completed chapters to new set. So all you do is pass in the completed chapters, chapter ID, and set completed chapters. So all this function does is that it will just add the current chapter ID to the completed chapters up in the parent up here, top the completed chapters. And then, so if the chapter.video ID is already processed, I'm going to do an early return so that we don't unnecessarily hit the endpoint. And then up here, I can just do add chapter ID to set. Okay. And lastly here on success here, we can also call this function add chapter ID to set because we know that it has finished processing, and we can do the same here for add chapter ID to set. So save it and let us just refresh. Okay. So right now, I'm going to do something else. I'm gonna do one more thing up here. So above this imperative handle, I'm gonna do react.use effect. So I'm gonna check if the video ID already exists. Chapter. So if chapter.video ID, right? I'm just gonna do what do? I'm gonna set success to true, right? Because we know that it has already been processed before. It has already been processed. Right, then I also want to just add the chapter ID to set. So lastly, just add this as the dependency. So I'm gonna save it, and right now we can see that these few things has already been generated. So it's lastly this. So if you press generate, you'll now try to generate this part here. So let me add one more animation so that when we are generating it, right, I want it to show a loading spinner here. Okay, so in this case, all of it has been generated. So let me just come down here to one more thing here. So below this H5, I'm gonna add is loading. So while it's loading, so while it's hitting the endpoint, I'm gonna show a loader2 icon from Lucid React with class name of animate spin. I'm gonna save it. Okay, so once everything has finished processing, we want to change this button, right? So I'm gonna come down to confirm chapters, and I'm gonna do this total chapters count. So underneath here, right? So is loading. So I'm gonna just come down here. So I'm gonna check if the total chapters count equals to the completed chapters dot size, right? So because this is a set, right? So we have this sort dot size attribute, right? So if it's already completed processing everything, I want to show a new button, right? Say go to next step. Otherwise, if it has not completed, I just want to show the normal generate button here. So I'm gonna move this up here. Okay, so there's another mistake here. So when we click on this generate, by right this add chapter ID to set, right? Instead of basically creating this new set, what we need to do is we'll come down here, delete all these three things. So we need to just set the completed chapters, right? We're taking a function, so we're taking the previous completed chapters, right? We're gonna first do new set equals to a new set, taking the previous completed chapters. Then we do new set dot add chapter dot ID, and lastly we can just return the new set. Okay, and then the dependency array will obviously change also. So this will just take in the chapter dot ID and also set completed chapters. So if we save this and we refresh the page, so what's gonna happen is when we press this generate, it's gonna check that, oh, I already have a video ID. So I'm gonna do add chapter ID to set. It's gonna call this function. It's gonna set the completed chapters by adding it to the ID, and then eventually, once all the chapters has been finished processing, this will become true, and then we'll show this go to next step. So we press generate, we can see that immediately this go to next step has triggered because all of these things has been finished processing. So for this link component, let's first give it a class name of the button variance. Okay, this button variance is gonna have the class name of margin left of 4 and font semi-bold. Let's save it. So this looks better now. And then lastly is we can just do save and continue. Give it a nice chevron right icon, and then the class name will be width of 4, height of 4, and margin left of 2. So we'll save it, and now it works. So this href will actually, where do we want to bring it to? So let me show you what my plan is for this. So if you come down to the the original website here, we can see that for each of these for each of the courses, how we basically display the course is, let's say we click into here, right? So the first thing here, if you look about the URL, is that we map it to /course. We pass it the course ID, right? Sorry, the course ID. Sorry, here we can see that it goes to /course, the course ID, and then we have other two things here. So this will be the unit index and the chapter index. So if you come down to, let's say, this part here, we can see that this has changed to unit 0 and in chapter 1. Then if you go up to one more up here, we can see that it has changed to unit 0 and index 2. Then if you go up to, like, let's say here, we can see that the URL goes to unit 2 and index 1. So basically we are using these indexes to basically index into the units and the chapters within the courses. Okay, so the last step here is basically the href here will just lead us to /course/course.id /0/0. So remember, this /0/0 just means that we're going to the first unit and the first chapter within this course. So let's just save that, and then everything should be working fine. So I'm gonna refresh the page, and when we click generate, we can go save and continue, and then the next step will be create the course page. So I'm gonna just tie up everything. I'm gonna just create one more course to make sure that everything we have done so far works. So I'm gonna create something like, let's say, World War II is about atomic bomb, and Oppenheimer. Remove this unit. So press let's go. So remember what it does? It will take these units, it will generate the chapters and the YouTube search queries, and it will save it to the database. And then if it works, it will bring us to the next page where we then can confirm all the chapters and then generate all the YouTube APIs. So we can see the SaaS course has been created successfully. So all the units and chapters has been created for us. So all we need to do now is click generate. So then we can see that now it has this loading spinner beside it, and hopefully as the APIs get fulfilled, this will be slowly turned to green or red depending on whether it succeeds. So you can see that it's working fine, it's working good. So all the questions are generated, or the summary is working. And sometimes, you know, like the chapter, there's an error loading the chapters, but this could be due to like maybe the YouTube API being rate limited, or just something else. So we can see that when all of this is completed, we can just press save and continue, or we can refresh the page here. So we can see that if the video ID already exists, it will just turn green, and then we can regenerate the others. So we can see, we can just try our luck, right? Because when we talk about YouTube APIs and like AI APIs, we are not always sure that it will return us with the correct. So we can see that sometimes some will return us green, sometimes some will return us red. So we don't have much control over that. It's not very deterministic in that sense. But if you can find a way to make it more deterministic, do tell me about it. Then we can improve on the app together. Anyways, we have done good for this part, and so the next part will be actually creating the next the course page here. Okay, so to create this page where we have the course ID and the unit and the chapter index, so we'll come down to our directory, and so what we need to do here is just come down to our here. So under our app folder here, we're gonna create a new folder called course, and inside here we'll create a new folder called slug, and inside here we'll just do a page.tsx. So what's the difference between this ... and a normal normal bracket like this without the ... So if we don't have a ... before it, this course ID, it will just map to /create/course ID. Whereas if you have this ... basically any path that comes off of /course/ whatever it is at the end, it will all be handled by this page.tsx. So let me just show you the example. So if I'm going to do tsrefce, I'm going to just do a course page. I'm going to save the file. So right now we can see that course page is being rendered here. And then here, how do we actually get the course index? So right now here we got 3 parts, right? We got 3 parts. So the first part is the course ID, which is the course ID here, and then the second part will be the unit index, and the last part will be the chapter index. So how do we actually get it? So under the props here, NextJS actually passes us the params. Inside the params, we'll have this slug, which is an array of strings. So this slug will actually correspond to whatever you name it here within the square brackets. Okay, so we can actually destructure it. So params, and within it we can get the slug. So let me just convert this into an async component, and let me just show you what the slug is like here. So I'm gonna just put the JSON.stringify slug now 2. I'm gonna save it. So here we can see it's an array. So the first item is gonna be the course ID, the second item is gonna be the unit index, and the last ID is gonna be the chapter index. Okay, so with that we can actually destructure it. So first let's get the course ID, unit index param, and the chapter index param. We can actually destructure it from slug. Okay, then let's get the actual course. So we do const course equals to prisma.course, prisma, let's import prisma.course find unique where the ID equals to course ID. Okay, and then let us also do the join. So we want to include the units, and then include also the chapters. Okay, so let us just check. So if the course doesn't exist, right, that means it's a 404. So we'll just return redirect. Let's redirect them back to /gallery. Okay, and then we want to get the unit, right? So we do let unit index equals to parse int unit index param. We'll do the same for the chapter index. So then we can actually get it. So remember that our course contains all the units and chapters. So we can actually just get the units and chapters by doing const unit equals to course.units at the unit index. So if I don't have the unit, right, then I can just redirect to just the /gallery. Okay, then let me just show you what the course looks like. So I'm gonna show you the course. Okay, so we come down here to the course. We can see that this course will have the units. So the units is an array, right? Therefore, we get index into the unit index param. So if the unit index is 0, we're gonna index into the first unit here, and then within the unit, we want to get access to the chapter, right? So we can just do const chapter equals to unit.chapters at the chapter index. Then lastly, we can check if not chapter, return to gallery. Okay, that's good. So now let's actually do the UI for this. So we're gonna return, the first thing we're gonna return is the course sidebar. So we're gonna create a new component called the course sidebar. So this course sidebar is basically so let's come back to our learning journey example here. So let's go to the just a normal course here. So the sidebar will be what is shown on the side here. So we consists the course name and also the bunch of units where we get to like navigate around. Okay, so we get to navigate around. So how do we, let's create that component. So we'll come down to our components folder. Let's create a course sidebar.tsx, tsrafce, and save it. And now we can import this course sidebar. Okay, so this course sidebar, we will require a few things, right? The course sidebar will require let me see, sorry, course sidebar, let me just refer. Okay, so the course sidebar will need the course itself. The course is gonna be of type course from Prisma client. We're gonna join it with the units, which is array of a unit, gonna be a array of unit. So this from Prisma client, join with the with the chapter, which is gonna be a chapter from Prisma client. Then the whole thing unit here is a array. So this is the proper type because we're doing the joins here. So then we can pass in the course to be the actual course. Okay, that's good. And then we can also come down to course sidebar. Okay, so now let's build the UI for this course sidebar. So first I'm gonna just destructure the course here. This is gonna be this can be a server component. So let's return with a div with the class name of width of 400 pixels, position absolutely, top of half, negative translate y of half, padding of 6, rounded right of 3xl, and background secondary. Okay, within that big div we'll have a h2 with a class name of text small, text sm. Let me see, do we have text sm? No, sorry, this h is not h2, is actually a h1. So this will be the main course name here, right? So let's just name it the text 4xl, sorry, text 4xl, font bold, and inside of it we can just put the course.name. So let's save it, and right now we can see that we have this the course name showing up here. So we got this course sidebar going. Then just underneath the h1, I'm gonna map through the units, right? So for each unit we're gonna show each of these individual sections with the separator. So I'm gonna come down here. So below the h1 I'm gonna do course.units.map for each of the units and the unit index. I'm gonna return a div, the key will be the unit.id. Okay, and then within the div, let us give it a class name of margin top of 4. Inside the div we'll have a h2 that will display the units with the units index +1, and then give it a class name. Let's give the h2 a class name of text sm uppercase, text secondary dash foreground, opacity of 60%. So right now we can see this unit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, below the h2 will display the actual unit's name. For this, the class name will be text 2xl, font of bold. Save it. So here we can see we got this, we got the unit names. So this will be the text 2xl font bold. Okay, so underneath that we'll actually map through the individual chapters. So we'll map through the individual chapters. So under the h2, let us now do unit.chapters map the chapter and the chapter index. Okay, so we want to return a div. This div is going to be an empty div with a key of chapter.id. Within the chapter, we'll have this a link. So /link. So here /link here. So what do we actually want to lead to? href. So it's gonna lead to just /course course.id units index, right, and then lastly /chapter index, right? So this is how the URL is structured. And then within the link, let us just show the chapter.name. We also give it a class name. So class name equals to cn, import the cn function. For now, we're just gonna put the text secondary foreground by 60. Let's save it. So right now we got all these links here showing nicely. Yeah. Okay. So sometimes it's too long. Alright. So you can like scroll down and stuff. So in this case, it's a bit too long, right? So it's okay. Let's continue coding out first. Then we can minimize it a little. Okay. So after this, after the chapter.name, under the link, after everything, right? After everything, we want to have a separator, right? So we have this gray line to separate the different units. So we come up here just before this closing unit. We'll just have a just before above the closing div. Let's add a separator. Separator from UI. Let's give you a class name of margin top of 2, text gray of 500, bg gray of 500. Let's save it, and now we have a nice separator for each of these links, for each of the units. Okay, so one more thing we want to add is, let's say when on the original, right, whenever you're on the chapter, it's highlighted green. So how do we know whether we're on the current Wikipedia, or like which chapter we are on? So what we can do is we can come back to our page, right? We can pass in one additional prop called current chapter ID, right? We can just pass it in to be the chapter.id, right? This chapter comes from our chapter index here. So we accept this. So we'll come up here and then accept one more chapter current chapter ID. It's gonna be a string, right? We can extract it from the prop current chapter ID. So in our cn here, right here, right, we can pass in the second argument and object. We will say that we want the text to be text green 500 and font bold, right? If the current chapter ID equals to the current chapter ID, right? So if you save it and we come back here, we can now see that if you come to the first link here, it should be highlighted green. Let's refresh the page. So right now we are on /0/0. So let's save the file up here also, and then now we can see it's working. So if we go to another link, we can now see that the green color thing is changing to whichever chapter we are on right now. Okay, so that's good. We have completed the chapter card. So we have now also completed the core sidebar. So the next step here is to create this middle part, this where the video and the summary lives. Okay, so coming back to our slug, so your slug here. So other than the course sidebar, we're gonna wrap this whole thing into a div first. So I'm gonna wrap it into a div, put the course sidebar in it. Okay, then just return this. Okay, so underneath the course sidebar, we'll have another div. Okay, so this div is gonna contain the quiz and also the video. So let's come back to another example where we're able to see the questions and also the examples, the video. So maybe in this part, do we get to see the questions? Let's see if we can find one with the questions. Okay, so this is a good example. So right now we have this course sidebar, right? Then we also have this part and also the concept check here. And underneath these two divs, we have previous and next buttons. So let's continue coding it out. So within this div opening div, we have another div in here. So this div will have a class name of margin left of 400 pixels, and then padding x of 8. Then within the div, let's have a div give it a class name of flex. Okay, so Tailwind CSS. Then in here we'll have the component, the main video summary. So we'll create the component soon. So and then underneath here we'll have the quiz cards. Okay, so this is how we're gonna lay out. So within this flex box here, we can put both the video summary and the quiz cards here. So let's create the main video summary first. So come under the file, we'll create a new component. So go to component and create main video summary.tsx, tsrafce. We'll save it. Okay, so in the main video summary, we need to accept in the chapter, right? So for the props, we're gonna take in the chapter. So it's gonna have a type of chapter. Okay, so in here we can actually import this up here first, and then we can pass in the chapter to be the current chapter. Okay, so one more thing here we can do is let us just we also need a unit, right? Because if you come back to the original example, we can see that we got this unit 3 and chapter 2. So let's try to get the unit index and the unit basically. So here I'm gonna also accept, we also need the unit to be a unit. We need the unit index number, and lastly we need the chapter index, which is number. So I'm gonna pass it into this component. The chapter index equals to chapter index, the unit is the unit, and the unit index is the unit index. Okay, that's good. So for the main video summary, so let me just comment out these quiz cards first so it doesn't show the error. Okay, so right now we can see the main video summary is being shown here. So let's code out the UI. So it's gonna be a simple thing here. The div is gonna have a class name of flex-2 and margin top of 16. Within the div we'll have a h4, right, that will say unit index. Sorry, let us destructure the props. So unit index, chapter and chapter index. So unit index plus 1, right, and then we have a bullet bool, and then we have a chapter index plus 1. So if we save it, we can now see that we got this unit 1 dash 1. Unit 1 here we can show as chapter 1. Okay, so let me just show up here. So unit 1 dash chapter 1. So give the h4 a class name of text sm, uppercase, text secondary, foreground of 60 opacity. So it just looks a little nicer right here. Okay, so underneath this part here, underneath the h4, we're gonna come down here and we'll show h1 of the chapter.name. We'll give you a class name of text for Excel and font bold. We'll save it. Okay, so now we got the chapter name. Below the h1, I'm gonna put the iframe video. So remember we got the video ID, right? So we're gonna just put the iframe here. So the title is gonna be the chapter video. Okay, and the class name will put width of full, margin top of 4, aspect of video, max height of 24 rem. So I was just playing around the numbers. This is what I found to work. Then for the source, right? For the source, it's gonna be https://www.youtube.com/embed/chapter.video_id. So remember we got the video ID from the YouTube API, so we can just link it up into this YouTube embed, and then we'll do allow full screen. So if we save it, we can now see that we got the video here playing based on the video ID that we've gotten. Perfect. So below the iframe, right, we'll just have a div with a class name of margin top of 4. So this is for the summary. So have a h3 that says a summary, and just give you a class name of text 3XL, font, semi bold. Then here we can have a p tag, and we can just put the chapter dot summary. We'll give you a class name of margin top of 2, text secondary dash foreground, 80% opacity, and we get to see the summary here. Okay, so that's good. That's really good. So this summary comes from the transcript. Okay, so we have completed the main video summary. So now let's actually work on the quiz cards. Okay, Okay, so we're doing great. So let's continue working on the quiz cards right now. So if you go back to the original example, right? So the quiz cards is gonna basically will have multiple questions. Each question will have the options, and basically when we select all and we press check answer, it will light up red or green, signaling whether we got it correct or wrong. So how do we actually get access to the questions? So right here, if you come back to the page, remember that under the chapters, each chapter, right, we can actually do another join to include the questions itself. The questions, questions to be true, right? So now we have access to these questions. So under these quiz cards, underneath these quiz cards, what I'm gonna do is we'll create this component first. So let's come down to the components folder and let's create the quiz cards dot tsx tsrafce. Okay, so we'll save it. Okay, so the quiz cards we're gonna take in for the props, we'll take in the chapter and the questions itself. So let's take in the chapter. So it's gonna be chapter, and then this gonna be joined with the questions. So this is gonna be just a question from Prisma client, and it's gonna be an array of questions. So underneath the page.tsx, let's import these quiz cards. Okay, and we'll pass in the chapter into the prop. Okay, so now that we have these quiz cards, let us actually make the UI for it. So let me just destructure the chapter from the props first. So let us just return a div. So this div will have class name of flex of 1, okay, margin top of 16, and margin left of 8. Within the div, we'll have a h1, right, that says concept check. Okay, so this h1 has a class name of text 2xl, fonts of bold. Beneath the h1, let's have a div. This div will have a class name of margin top of 2. Inside this div is where we actually map all the questions and answers. So we do chapter.questions.map, right? So for each question, what do you want to return? Question. So I'm gonna return. Let me just return this. Okay, so let's just build the UI. So return the div first. So this div will have the key of question.id. Okay. Within this div here is where we actually put the question itself. So let's just give a h1 that just says question.question. So this is the actual question title itself. Let's give it a class name of text dash large and font semi bold. Okay, so for the wrapping div, right, let us give it a class name, right? We'll use the cn utility. So for this cn, we're gonna have the base class of padding dash 3, margin top of 4, border dash secondary, and rounded large. Okay, and then basically we're gonna come down to our h1, right? So let's save it first and let's see how it looks. Okay, so right now we got this concept check, and in this case we don't have the we got all these questions. So let me just, under the h1, I'm gonna have another div, right? This div will have a class name of margin top of 2. Alright, so here I'm gonna just type in so we need a radio group component, right? So if you come down to Shadcn UI, so they have a radio group component. So this is what we'll be using to help us with our UI. So I'm gonna basically download this component into our file. So open the command line and let's just paste it in shadcn at radio group. So press yes to install it into our repository. So let me close the terminal. So within this div, right, here's where I'll put all the question. So we have the radio group from that /UI. Okay, within this radio group, we're gonna put the default value as just comfortable. Right, sorry, shouldn't be here. Actually, within the radio group, we can actually put the radios. So how do we actually get the options, right? So remember, our options is a JSON stringified array. So before that, we can actually extract out the options equals to json.parse question.options, right? So this option is gonna be an array of strings. Okay, so then within the radio group, I can then loop through the options.map for each option, and the index, what I can return is let me just return a div with a class name of flex items dash center space dex x of 2. We'll give you a key of index. Within the div, let's put the radio group item inside here, import it from UI. So the value is gonna be the option itself, and then in here we'll pass in the ID. So the ID is gonna be the question.id plus index.toString. Okay, and lastly inside here we'll just put the label from ./UI label, and we'll just put in the actual option to be displayed. Then for the HTML4 attribute, we have to do question.id plus index.toString. So whatever this HTML4, whatever is in here, has to match exactly what's in here for the label to work properly. So let's just go to a question. Let's go to a topic where there is, okay, so in this case, this Adolf Hitler part, so we can now see that we have this concept here. Okay, so right here we don't see the options. Let's see if we are able to find why that is the case. So we're returning. Okay, so I have a mistake here. So this radio group item should actually just be a self-closing tag. So we remove the last radio group item, and if we save it, then now we can able to see the labels for the concept checks, right? Then when we click on it, we can see the radio buttons working. Okay, that's good. Okay, so after setting into use client, I want to maintain a state, right? So I want to hold the state of which answers did the users pick for each question. So I can have a state here, right? This will just be cons answers and set answers. Okay, this will be a react.useState. This is gonna hold an object. So what does this object hold? This object is gonna hold a record between strings and other strings, right? So what this answer is, let me just demonstrate. So it's gonna hold a question ID. So let's say question1.id is gonna hold the answer to it. So in this case, let's say they choose option 1, this socialist party, right? Then it will choose socialist party. So we're basically storing the ID to the answers that they have chosen here. So whenever we change and click on the radio buttons, we want to change these answers. So how do we do that? Let's delete console.log first. So for this on value change prop, after receiving this E, what we can do is we just want to set the answers. We take in the previous answers, right? And we just want to return a new object, right, containing all the previous answers, except that now we index into question.id and set it to the new value. So let me just console.log the answers so that we are able to see what is being shown within the object itself. So we can open the console here. So right now, if you clear it, we can see that every time we change it, so this question ID is mapped to the answer right here, right? So if you change it to like 7 here, press 7, we can see now that there's a new 7 being mapped to the question ID. So that's how we hold the answers. Okay, so that's good. We have the answers. So underneath here, let me add the button so that they can actually check the answers themselves. So underneath the div here, right before the closing div, I'm gonna add a button. Okay, this button will have will say check answer. Okay, so the button will have a class name of width-full on margin top of 2. We'll give you a size of large, and basically on click we want to check the answer. Check answers. Okay, so under here, let me add another icon, chevron right. We'll give you a class name of width 4, height 4, and a margin left of 1. So let's create this check answer function. So coming up here, I'm gonna do const check answer equals to a react.use callback. So we're gonna memorize the function. So this function, what does it entail? So first, we're gonna basically have another state to hold like whether which question is correct and which question is wrong. So we'll have a question state and set question state. It's gonna have the same type as the answers, except that this time, right, it's gonna hold an object, but this time instead of having a record of the question ID to a string, right, record, instead of the question ID to the string, it will be the question ID to either a boolean or null. So let me explain what this means. So for this question state, we'll be holding the question index, right? So it could be like question1.id, and then this could be either true. So if it's true, that means it's correct, then we'll light the background as green. Then if question ID 2 equals to false, we'll light it red. But this could also be question 3.id equals to null. If it's null, that means the user has not answered it before, therefore we'll leave it as a default, like a background. So we'll be keeping these kind of things inside this question state, and then we'll use this question state to actually trigger the background color change. Okay, so whenever they click on check answer, we want to update this question state, right? So what do? We just first do new question status, right? Let's just copy over the old question state first. Okay, new question state. Okay, so after the new question state, let us then do const answer. Let us do, sorry, it be chapter dot question. So we're gonna map through each chapter, each question itself. So for each question, we're gonna check. We're gonna get the answer for the question. So answer will be answers and question.id, right? So because these, remember these answers, these answers come from the answers right here. So let me just pass an empty dependency array here first. So these answers will be basically what the user has answered, right? So we get the user answer. So let me just rename it to user answer. Okay, so if the user has not answered it, right, what do you want to do? We're just going to return, right? Because we just want to leave it null and leave it blank. However, if the user answer equals to the question.answer, so if they answered it correctly, we can index into new question status, this new question state in the question.id, and we'll set it to true. Else, we'll set it to false right here. Okay, then in the end, we'll just set question status, set question state to the new question state. So the dependency array requires a few things: answers, question state, and also chapter.questions. Okay, so with that we have this function. Then we'll be calling it down here, check answer. So with that, we can actually display whether it's green or red depending on whether it's correct or wrong. So underneath here for the class name here, as a second argument, I'm going to add another object. Here I'm going to add, we want to show the background of green 700 if the question state at the question.id equals to true. So if that's correct, we show it as true. If it's correct, we show it as green. If it's wrong, right, if it's false, we show it as red. Otherwise, we just want to show it as background secondary, right, if it equals to null. So let's save it, and then let's see how it works. So at first, everything is going to be null, but as I answer, let's say I answer the first question here, and the second question, I press check answer, we can see that only the two light up as red. So I'm going to try, keep trying. So in this case, if you get it correct, it will light up as green. And the others are not lit up because we have not answered them yet. So if I answer them here, we can see that the feedback will be given. Yeah, so that's how the question answer works. So yeah. Okay, so we're doing amazing. So we are almost done with the project. So we can now see that this question page works, right? We're able to see the course and stuff like that. So let me add one more thing below here. So in the normal learning journey, we can see that we have this next and previous, right? So what we're going to do is, I'm going to come down here. I'm going to come down to the slug page. So this is where we put the main video summary and the quiz cards, right? So underneath here, I'm going to actually add the previous and next buttons. Okay, so underneath the quiz cards, the div, so just before the three closing divs down here, I'm going to add a separator. So it's going to be a self-closing div. It's have a classing of flags of 1, and we'll have a height of 1 pixel, and then margin top of 4, text gray of 500, and also background gray of 500. So this will give you that separator below here. You can't really see it right now, but let's keep coding. And then here we have a div. So this div will have a classing of flags and padding bottom of 8 here. So now we can see that we have this separator here, okay. Then within here, we actually do the previous chapters and the next chapter. So how do we get the previous chapter and next chapter? So just above the return, let's actually get const next chapter equals to unit.chapters, chapter index plus 1. So we index into the next chapter. Then prev chapter is gonna be the same, unit.chapters, except that we index into chapter index -1. Okay, so inside the padding bottom 8 div, we're gonna just check. Okay, so if there's a previous chapter, right, what we're gonna show? We're gonna show a link from next/link, right? Within the link, we'll give you a class name of flex, margin top of 4, margin right of auto, and width of fit. Okay, and then we'll inside the link we'll have a div that has a class name of flex items dash center. Within that div we'll have a chevron right icon. Sorry, should be chevron left icon left with a class name of width of 6, height of 6, and margin right of 1. Then below the chevron right, chevron left, we'll have another div. This time it has a class name of flex dash call, and items dash start. Then inside the div, right, we'll have a span that will say previous, and then under this the span we have another span that will say previous chapter dot name. So this first span, we're gonna give you a class name of text dash sm, text secondary dash foreground divided by 60. The second span, we're gonna give you a text XL and font of bold. So I'm gonna save it, right? So right now we don't have any previous chapters, right? Because we're in the first chapter. So if you go to a chapter like this, okay, so the href requires a href, right? This link requires href. So think about where do you want to put the href link to. So it's gonna basically link to /course/course.id, right? Slash the current unit index, except that we just want to want it to go back to the chapter index -1. So let's save it, and now we get this part. So we can see that there's a previous. So if we click on this previous, we go back to the previous chapter on Adolf Hitler. Okay, so now let's do the same for the next chapter. So the next chapter will be very similar. So I can just copy this previous chapter code here. I come down here, I'll paste it down here. So we're just gonna check if there's a next chapter, right? The href will actually go to chapter index +1, right? In this case, instead of margin right auto, you go to margin left auto. Okay, then everything else is gonna be very similar, except here we'll say next, and then here we'll say next chapter dot name. Okay, so let me see what else we have right here. Okay, and then instead of the chevron left being up here, the chevron left will actually come below the div. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna come down below this div and put chevron right icon, the same class name with 6, height 6, and margin left of 1. We'll save it. And right now we can see this next, so it goes to the next Winston Churchill. And so that's pretty much it. So we can see you can go to previous and we can go to next. Yeah. Okay, we are doing really good. We're almost done. So now, since we have finished with this these pages, let us just go back to making the gallery page. So right now we can see that the gallery page does not exist. So let us create that right now. So come down to your file, come down to app. Let's create a gallery file. Inside this gallery file, let's do a page.tsx and do tsrafce. So this is gonna be gallery page. Let's save the file. Okay, so now we have the gallery page being shown right here. So let's give it a while. So let's refresh the page, and now we can see the gallery page being shown here. Okay, so for the gallery page is a pretty simple. It's a very simple page, right? We're just basically looping through all the courses and just displaying it. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna come down to the gallery page, and let's just get all the courses first. So make it as async component, so it's gonna be a server component. We're gonna get all the courses, so const courses equals to await prisma.course.find many, right? We want to include, so we are joining all the units, and within the units let us join all the chapters. Include chapters equals to true. Okay, so with all this, what do we want to return? Let's return a div with a class name of padding y of 8, mx auto, max width of 7xl, and then if you come down here, let's do the display grid. So we're displaying a grid. So we have a display grid here. So grid calls of 1. So when it's on the small screen, gap of 4. So when it's a small above small screen, let us do grid calls -2. When it's on medium screen, grid calls -3. When it's a large screen, let's just do grid calls -4. Then we'll do place items center. Okay, then inside the grid, we can just map through each course. So courses.map. So for each course, we want to return a gallery course card. I want to pass in the course into it. And of course, we want to pass in the key to be course.id. So let's create this gallery course card component. Come down to your components file, and let's create gallery course card.tsx. TSRAFCE. Right. Let's close the sidebar. So it's gonna accept the course, right? It's gonna be a course. It's gonna be joined with a bunch of units. So the unit is gonna be a unit here, joined with the chapters. It's gonna be chapter from Prisma client, an array, and this will be an array also. We'll save it, and let's import the gallery course card. And so we can pass in the course and the key, the course of the ID. So right now we can see the gallery course card here. So right now we have 3 courses, right? But how do we actually display it properly? So let's go into the gallery course card, and it's an async component, right? I'm gonna just destructure the course from here. So the UI is gonna be let's wrap in a React fragment. We're gonna have a big div out here. Let's give it a class name of border rounded of large, border secondary. Within the div, I'm gonna have another div that is just has a class name of relative. Okay, right. So let me close this div. Okay. So within this relative div, I'm gonna have a link. So this from next/link. Okay, this next/link is gonna have a href. This href is gonna lead to /course/course.id, the first unit and the first chapter. So this link is gonna have a class name of relative, display of block, and width of fit. Within this link, let's have a Next.js image. Okay, so this next image will have a source. This source will come from the course.image. If not, we just have an empty string. Okay, the class name here will have object cover, width of full, max height of 300 pixels. Okay, rounded, top of large. Okay, so I think the class name will give you a width of 300, fixed width of 300, and the same for the height, 300 pixels. And then for the out, let's just put picture of the course. Okay, so let's save it, and right now I think there will be an issue because we need to whitelist the domain from Paxos, not Paxos, but from Unsplash. So we'll wait for it a while for refresh, and right, so we need to add this hostname to the next config. So I'm going to copy this hostname, come down to my next config.js. So other than the LH3 Google user content, we also need this S3 US2, right? So we make a change to next config.js, so we have to restart the Next.js server. So we restart it, we close it, and now if we refresh this again, it will show up properly. Okay, so that is good. So while refreshing, if you come down to the image, we can actually have another span. So this span will actually contain the course's name, course.name. Okay, my computer is like slowly lagging out, but it's okay. So this span will have a class name of absolute, padding x of 2, padding y of 1, text-white. Okay, so it's really slow right now. Rounded, medium, background black of 600. Okay, so right now it's working. It's just that the code right now is really slow. I think because my OBS is taking up so much RAM, but it's okay. So we have a background black, right, divided by 60, width of fit, bottom of 2, left of 2, and right of 2. So let me save that, and we'll see how it looks like in just a moment. So you can see the course title shown up here right now. Okay, so that's good. So then underneath all the div, right, just before the closing div, we'll now have another div here. We'll have another div with the class name of padding of 4. Okay, inside this div we'll have a h4 that says units, right? The class name will just be text-sm, text-secondary-foreground divided by 60. Okay, let me format that. Then below the h4 we have a div with the class name of space -y-1. Inside it we'll map through the course units. So we'll do course.units.map. So for each unit and the unit index, I'm gonna display we're gonna return a link, right? This link will say units index +1. Then we'll pass in unit.name. Okay, so this link will have a href of /course/course.id/unit index and the first chapter. Okay, so let's save it. So you also need a key prop here, so it's okay. We'll pass in the key will be unit.id. Okay, so then we'll also have a class name for this link. The class name will be block underline and width of fit. Okay, so let's save this and let's see how it looks. So it'll just display all the units underneath the cards itself. Okay, and that looks pretty good to me. So we can now see that the units are being shown here. So if you go back to the original, this is what it looks like, and it matches. So right now there's some duplicates in terms of this unit. So what I can do here is I can just remove this unit here. So it just display the unit name, and now it looks a little cleaner. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, so we're actually really close to being done. So the last step here is just to integrate the stripe, and then after we integrate the stripe, we can then proceed to deploying it. So I'm gonna just come down here to the create course page, right? So underneath here we can see that under the form we want another card here, right? So this underneath the card here is gonna show how many credits they have left, how many free generations they have, right? So let's come back to our let me see, create course form. What's above the create course form? /create. So page.tsx under the create, so below the create course form, right? So what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna display a nice card for them to see. Okay, so actually we can go into the create course form and can put it underneath everything here. Okay, so let's come down to the create course form, and here I'm gonna have a component. So go all the way down. So after the form, just before the closing div, I'm gonna have a card that will do subscription action. Okay, so I'm gonna create this component. So come down to your component folders and create a subscription action.tsx, tsrafce. Okay, we'll close the sidebar, and then we can now import this subscription action. Okay, and then we'll save it. Okay, so we got this subscription action here, right? So let me just do the UI for you. So we're gonna return a div with the class name of flex-call, items center, width of half, padding of 4, mx auto, margin top of 4, rounded medium, and also background secondary. Okay, let's save it. So now we got this card. So within the card div, right, I want to be able to get the user, right? So how do I get the user? So because this is going to be a client component, right? Use client, right? We need to get the user session data. So we can just use there's a NextAuth actually provide us with a use session hook for client components. So within this session we can actually get out the data. So this data will contain the user itself. Okay, so within this div, let us just want to show data .user, right, .credits, right? So then I'm gonna show out of 10 free generations. Let's save it. So right now we can see that use session must be right in the session provider. Okay, so what is this showing here is basically if you want to use this use session, we must wrap our app in the session provider. So let's come back to our providers.tsx file and let's actually wrap it in the session provider. Okay, so let's import the session provider from NextAuth/React. Then within this children, we can just wrap it in the session provider. Then wrap the children inside it. And then we can see now that after wrapping it, we're able to see the 10 out of 10 free generations. So this is very dynamic. It's dynamic to the data user credits. Okay, so after we have that, let us then build the rest of the form, the card. So we need another component for the progress bar, right? Let's just do npm at latest add a progress. Okay, we'll press yes to that so that it will install it into our repository. So underneath the free generations, I'm gonna import the progress from the /UI. Okay, the value of the progress is gonna just be the data.user.credits, right? If it exists, right? If it exists, we'll show this. If not, we'll just show it as 0. So if there's no credits, we'll just show it as 0. But if they have credits, we're gonna show data.user.credits, right? Divide by 10, then multiply by 100%. And this will basically show a progress bar. So if it's 8 out of 10 generation, it will just show up 8 out of 10 in terms of progress. We'll just give you a class name of margin top of 2. Okay, then underneath the progress, I'm just gonna add a simple button, right? The button will just say upgrade. We'll give it an icon called zap. Sorry, this should be just upgrade, right? Then we'll have a zap icon, right? Let's give you a class name of fill-white and margin top of 2. Let us save that first. So for this button, we'll have a few class names for it. So it's gonna have a class name of margin top of 3, fonts bold, text white, transition, background dash gradient to top right. So what's the gradient? So we're gonna go from green 400 to blue 500. Then when it's hover, we do from green 500, then hover, we want to do to blue 600. So let's save it. So just give the button a nice gradient so that it looks a little cooler, right? So let's wait for it to actually load in. Transition bg gradient to tr from green. So here should be from green. Okay, let's hope everything else is correct. And then the button. Okay, so the button looks nice now. Okay, so this zap icon should be margin left of 2, not margin top of 2. We'll save it, and then it looks good now. So let's set up Stripe now. So how do I set up Stripe? So first, just search for Stripe. So just click on the first link that leads you to the Stripe homepage. So we're gonna go to dashboard. So you have to log in or create an account first. So after creating an account, come up to your whatever you have here and create a new account. And so I'm gonna just name the account learning-journey-youtube. Just put your country of operation, then press create account. So you just have to enter your password so that you're able to access certain part of the dashboards. Okay, so after creating the new business account, right, we need the API key. So once we're on this dashboard, click on this developers tab, and here we are able to get our API key. So we need this secret key first. So let's get the secret key. Right, let us go to our .env, and we have to put it in here. So we do Stripe API key. We'll put it as the API key here. So this is copied from the dashboard here. Okay, so then let's go back to our project here first, and let's create a new folder. So under /API, let's create a folder called Stripe, and then inside the Stripe, let's create a root.ts. Okay, so another thing we need is go under your we need to install the Stripe library, right? So let me just install it by typing in npm install Stripe. So go into your lib folder. Let's create the stripe.ts. So we prefer the stripe library. So the first thing is, let's import stripe from stripe that we just downloaded. Then we'll export const stripe equals to new stripe, right? We need to pass in, what do we need to pass in? We need to pass in the process.env.stripe API key, right? That we just copied from the Stripe dashboard, right? We'll make sure that it exists. And then the second argument, we need an object. So we need the API version to be 2023-08-16. Just enter whatever it suggests to you. Okay, then we just want to enable the TypeScript flag. TypeScript, set it to true. Okay, so now go back to your /API/stripe/root.ts, and here we'll work on the actual root. So we'll just export a async function called get. So it's a get request, right? So we'll do a try catch block first. Okay, so the first thing in the try catch block is let us just get the user session. So const session equals to await get auth session. Okay, so if there is no session.user, right, that means they're unauthorized to hit this root, we're gonna return a next response. So new next response, we'll just say unauthorized, pass in the status of for1. So the next thing we need to do is actually set up the Prisma data model to handle the user subscription. So let's come back to our schema.prisma. Right, underneath the question, let us set up all the schema. So here, the model, we'll set up the model to be model user subscription. So this user subscription will have a few things. So first, ID is going to be a string ID, and the default is going to be a CUID. Next up, we need a user ID, right? This will be a string and it'll be unique. Okay, then we need a Stripe customer ID. It'll be string, right? So this ID has to be capital here. So this will be a string, okay, and then it'll be unique, and it'll basically map to the name of a Stripe_customer ID. So what this map does is basically, within our database, we'll store the column as Stripe customer ID, but when we're accessing the Prisma client, we can actually access it through this camel case. So this will be snake case and this will be camel case. So that's what the mapping does. Okay, then underneath here we'll do Stripe subscription ID. It's gonna be a optional string, and then here we'll have a unique, and the map will put it to Stripe_subscription ID. Then we have a Stripe price ID. It'll be optional string. It'll be a map to the name being Stripe price ID, like this. And lastly, we just need the Stripe current period end, so we can see when the subscription is gonna end. We're gonna map it to the Stripe current period end. So we save it. So make sure everything is spelled right. Stripe current period end, subscription ID, Stripe customer ID. Okay, so everything looks good. So now let's push it up to the PlanetScale database. So we'll just do npx prisma db push, right? So then they'll push up this new table up to the SQL database. Okay, perfect. So now let's continue on with the Stripe root. So come back to your root.ts file. So there'll be two scenarios, right? So whenever they hit this root, right, they can either be trying to cancel their subscription or they're trying to be the first time subscribing. So at first we're gonna check, are they trying to cancel at the billing portal? So we just do find the subscription first. So we do const user subscription equals to await prisma dot, so let's import prisma dot user subscription dot find unique, right, where the user ID equals to session.user.id. Okay, so if the user subscription exists and the user subscription dot Stripe customer ID exists, that means they have already paid before. That means they're trying to manage their subscription. Then that means we want to basically create a new Stripe session for them to manage their account. So we do const Stripe session equals to await Stripe. So this Stripe is from our library lib dot billing portal dot sessions dot create, right? Inside this create, we'll have a customer being the user subscription dot stripe customer ID, and then the return URL, right? This return URL is gonna be a settings URL. So we want this return URL to go to the settings here. So this setting will be the /settings. So what I can do here is I'm gonna come around here. So for this settings URL, I'm gonna do process.env dot if you come to the env, we can see that we actually have we can add env called NextAuth dash underscore URL. Let's set that to HTTP CSS localhost 3000, right? And we'll save it. So because they want an absolute path, so we have to do NextAuth /URL, right? NextAuth /URL plus /settings. So this make sure it's an absolute root. Okay, so if they ever cancel or they want to return, it will return them back to the settings URL. So after creating a stripe session, we can just return a next response.json, pass in the URL being stripe session.url. Okay, so here is if they're trying to cancel at the billing portal. Okay, but if not, right, if the user subscription doesn't exist, that means this is the user's first time subscribing. Okay, so let's create a stripe session for them. Equals to await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create, right? The success URL is gonna be the settings URL, right? The cancel URL is also gonna be the settings URL. It doesn't matter. Then for the payment method type, types, we're gonna only accept card. Okay. Then for the mode, it'll be a subscription mode. Okay. Now we need the billing address collection to be auto. The customer email is gonna be session.user.email. So if this doesn't exist, we'll just pass it as an empty string. Okay. Then here we pass in the line items. It's gonna be an array with only one object. So this object will contain the price data. So this price data will have a currency of USD. Product data. So this product data will be another object nested in here. So the name will just be Learning Journey Pro, right? Then the description is unlimited course generation. Okay, so outside of the product data, we'll give it the unit amount of 2000, which will map to 20 USD. Underneath the unit amount, we can put recurring, right? We want to basically make them pay every month, so we subscribe them every month. Okay, then basically outside of the this price data, so you see this price data out here, right? Outside here, we actually want to pass in the quantity of 1, so allow them to buy 1 subscription at a time. Then the most important thing is outside of these line items, right? So now we are still in the stripe session. We want to pass in the metadata as the user ID equals to session.user.id. So this is important because later on when we get the webhook, right? So after the user has paid at Stripe will send a webhook back to our API along with this user ID, so we know who exactly paid. Then we can create a user subscription within the database and update their account. So at the end of all that, we just want to return next response.json, the URL being stripe session.url. So let's just bring this down one layer and let's save it, and that's pretty much it. Then in case there's an error, right, we can just console.log out. There's a stripe error. Okay, and then we'll just pass in the error. Then we just want to return a new next response. Just pass it as internal server error with a status of 500. Okay, so let's save this. So let's now connect it to our front end here. Okay, this upgrade button. So if you come out to remember the subscription action here, this button, right? On click, what do you want to do? We're gonna do handle subscribe. So this function here, let's define it. Const handle subscribe. It's gonna be a async function, right? So this async function is gonna basically hit our Stripe endpoint, and then we'll set it. We'll just redirect them to Stripe. So we'll do. We need a loading state, right? So let's just do const loading, and set loading will be React use state false. So this button will be disabled when it's loading. Okay. So to indicate that something is happening to them. So this will be handle subscribe. Okay. So here let us do set loading equals to true. Then we have a try catch block, and then finally we'll set loading to false. Okay. We're gonna do try. We'll get const response equals to await axios dot get slash API slash Stripe. So this is gonna hit our Stripe endpoint in this root.ts, and remember it's gonna return a URL. So either return the URL to the billing page or return the URL to the checkout page. So with that, we can actually do window.location.href equals to response.data.url. So this URL comes from this URL field here, which is a Stripe session here. Okay, and then other than that, if there's an error, we just console.log error and the Stripe the error. Okay, so let's save this. So by right, when we click on this button, it's gonna lead us to the Stripe checkout. So I'm gonna press upgrade, so it's disabled because it's loading in. So then we hit the Stripe endpoint, and it will gonna return us with the URL. Then we're gonna redirect them to the URL to the Stripe checkout. So you might need to restart your NextJS server whenever you change your Prisma database. So let's try again. So I'm gonna hit upgrade. So it's gonna basically try to hit the endpoint. It's gonna get the URL, and it's gonna redirect us to the Stripe endpoint. So it's loading and loading now. Then when it's done, and we can now see that it redirects us to the Stripe checkout page. So here we can see that it's charging $20 to Learning Journey Pro, right? And then we can fill up our fake card information, 424242424242, and then the same thing here. Give a random name, and then subscribe. Okay. So now the issue is, after we subscribe, how do we actually know which user actually subscribed to our thing, right? This is where the webhooks come in. So right now we can see that it just brought us to settings page, but the thing is we have no idea which user subscribed, right? We have no idea when they subscribe or not, right? So let us set up the webhook feature here. Okay, so underneath the directory, underneath the API, create another folder called webhook. Inside there, we'll create a root.ts. Okay. So let me just export an async function called post. Right, it's gonna take in the request as the request. Okay. So the first thing is we'll get the body equals to await request.text. Okay. And then we'll get the signature. Const signature equals to headers. Right. These headers will be imported from this table. We can do headers from next slash headers. So headers dot get stripe dash signature as string, and let's initialize a event to be stripe dot event. Okay, and now we can try this. We're gonna do a try catch block here. We'll try to set the event to be stripe from our library dot webhooks dot construct event, right? So it's gonna take in three things: the body, the signature, and also a process.env.stripe webhook secret. So I'll show you how to get the webhook secret later, right? So for now, let's just continue on first. Signature. So this event. So if you catch any errors, right, we just want to just return a new next response. Right, it says webhook error, right, with a status of 400. Okay, so below this try catch block, now create a new session. So const session equals to events.data.object as stripe.checkout.session. So with this session, right, so if a new subscription has been created, right, how do we check for that? We do if events.type equals to checkout.session.completed. So make sure the spelling is exactly right on this. So if they completed the checkout session, we just want to do const subscription equals to await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve the session.subscriptions as string. Okay, so session.subscription.string. Okay, and then underneath here, let us just the const subscription, right? So we can just do if not session dot metadata dot user ID. So remember this metadata user ID, this is what is being passed in from this metadata user ID here, right? So this is how we retrieve the user ID. So if not metadata dot user ID, right, we want to return a new next response, says webhook error, no user ID, passing the status of 400. And then basically if the user ID exists, then we can just do await Prisma dot user subscription. So we create a new subscription row, right? The data is gonna have the user ID being the session dot metadata dot user ID. Okay, then the stripe subscription ID is gonna be subscription.id. The stripe customer ID equal to be subscription.customer as string. Okay, then the stripe price ID will be subscription.items.data index0.price.id. And then for the stripe current period end, it'll be a new date, right? We put in the subscription.current period end times 1000. Okay, so this is what happens if there's a new subscription being added. Okay, but what if they are trying to they got another invoice payment succeeded? So we can do if events dot type equals to invoice dot payment succeeded. So that means they, let's say their subscription got automatically triggered and they paid once more. We can get the subscription equals to await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve, right, session.subscription as string. And then underneath here we can do await Prisma dot user subscription dot update, right? We can update where the user subscription, sorry, we can update the stripe subscription ID equals to the subscription.id, and then we want to pass in the data to be the stripe price ID equals to the subscription.items.data index0.price.id. Okay, so let's see why there's an error here. Okay, so this subscription here, so this will come from here. So subscription, let's just paste it here. Okay, then for the stripe current period end, this will be a new date, right, where we have the subscription dot current subscription what's it called, subscription new date, how do I get this, dot current period end, right, times 1000. Okay, and then at the end of all that here, we can just return a new next response of now and the status of 200. So this is very important, right, because we need to tell the webhook that we finished processing and return a status 200. If we never return a status 200, the webhook will keep continue spamming our endpoint and then it will never get back a correct response. So it's very important to have a status 200 here. So now to actually test the webhook, come back to your Stripe dashboard. Okay, come down to your developer page and click on webhooks. Okay, so we're going to be testing in a local environment, right? So the first step here is to actually download the CLI. So if you are on Windows or Mac or whatever, you can follow the instructions here. For me, I did brew install. So after you have the Stripe command line, let us just open the command line, and I'm going to just type Stripe login. So I'm going to press enter to open it in the browser. So to make sure that everything is correct, right, I'm going to press allow access. So I'm going to log in the CLI. Right, the next step here we can see is login. The next step here is to type in Stripe listen -- forward -2 localhost 3000 /API /webhook. So this URL here will map to whatever endpoint you have in this root.ts file, this webhook file. So you can press enter and we can now see that it has given us this signing secret. So we can see that it's completed also. So I'm going to copy this WHS all the way to the end, and come down to my, remember we need this stripe webhook secret, so come down to my env, we'll do stripe webhook secret, we'll paste it in here. So this is from the terminal here. Okay, we'll save it. Okay, so now that we have set up the webhook, we can come back to our learning journey page here, and let's actually try to do the stripe checkout. Okay, so keep a close eye to the command line here as we do the checkout. So come down to the create course page here. I'm going to try to upgrade my account to the Stripe. So I'm going to press upgrade, right? It's going to then redirect me to the Stripe check-in page. Okay, and let us enter the details here. So 42424242424242. Okay, so put my name and let's press subscribe. So if everything goes well, we can see the webhook will be triggered, and then a new user subscription will be added. So you can see everything is working well, right? Here everything is being triggered and called, right? So now everything is working, and look, the status is 200, so that means it's good. Here it's good. So the reason why I have this 500 is probably because we don't have this settings page being properly done. So if we actually come down to another terminal, let's do npx Prisma Studio. Okay, let's look at whether the user subscription table has been added. So if you come down here, we can see a new user subscription row has been added. My user ID is here, and also the current period end is added here. So that's good. That means everything is working fine. So let's create this settings page right now. Okay, I'm going to close down everything here. So underneath the app directory, let's come down to app and create a new root called settings, and have a page.tsx tsrafce. Okay, so this will be settings page. Okay, so let's wait for it. My computer is lagging a lot. So we have this settings page. So right now, this settings page, if you see in the original demo, the settings page will show whether I'm a pro user or whether I'm a normal user, right? So let me create a utility function to basically check whether I'm a pro user or not. So I'm going to come down to my /lib. I'm going to do subscription.ts. Okay, so this file is going to just tell me whether I'm a pro member or not. So in here, I'm going to export. The first thing here I'm going to have is a constant called day in millisecond, which is going to be 1000 times 60 times 60 times 24. So this is how many milliseconds are in one day. Then we'll export a async function, const check subscription equals to async function, right? So this will return us with a boolean, right? So we're gonna get the session first. So const session equals to await gets auth session. So if there is no session.user, then obviously we're not logged in, therefore we're not even a pro member. So we'll just return false. However, now let's try to check for the user subscription. Const user subscription equals to await Prisma dot user subscription dot find unique. Okay, so where the user ID equals to session.user.id. Okay, so if the user subscription does not exist, we can just return false again, because that means they're not subscribed. However, just because it exists doesn't mean they're automatically pro. What if they expired, right? So we'll do const is valid equals to user subscription dot stripe price ID, and that the user subscription dot stripe current period end dot get time, right, plus day in millisecond, right, is bigger than dates dot now. So let me walk you through what we just did. So this valid contains two statements. The first is that the user subscription must have a stripe price ID on it, and the second thing is the current period end plus 1 day in millisecond. So we give them 1 day buffer, right? So if the current period end is bigger than date.now, that means that they are pro member and the subscription has not expired. Then lastly, I'm going to return double bang is valid. So this double bang will just do the double negation to convert this into a boolean. Then I'm gonna save it. Okay, now that we got this check subscription utility function, we can now go back to our settings page. Okay, so this settings page is gonna be a server async component, right? We're gonna just check is pro. So are they a pro member? Right, we're gonna do the await get check subscription function that we have written just now. Right, so what I'm gonna return? I'm gonna return a div with a class name of padding y of 8, mx auto, max width of 7xl. Okay, and then underneath the div, let's have a h1 that says settings. We'll give it a class name of text 3xl, font of bold. Under the h1, let us check if it's a pro user. So if it's a pro user, I'm gonna return a p tag. It's gonna say you are a pro user. We'll give it a class name of text xl, text secondary dash foreground divided by 60. So if they're not a pro user, I'm just gonna give you a paragraph tag that says you are a free user. We have the same class name out here, so I'm gonna copy in here, copy, paste. I'll save it. And right now the settings page is gonna show me that I'm a free user. I'm a pro user because I just did the subscription. Therefore, it's gonna show me I'm a pro user. So down here, I'm gonna create another component called subscription button. Right? Let's create a new component for that. So component subscription button.tsx, tsrafce. Right? So I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna import it in this other file. Okay, so this subscription button will basically lead us to the Stripe checkout page or the Stripe billing page. We'll pass in the isPro prop here, isPro. So we're gonna have to accept it in here. So we'll just do within the props, let's handle it, right? So isPro will be a boolean. Okay, then with that we can destructure it from the props itself, isPro, and we'll save it. And right now we can see now it will load it in. So with this subscription button, we want to basically make it into a client component. Okay, so I'm gonna come up here, make it into a use client directive, right? So we're gonna have a loading state and a set loading. Okay, so let's return a very simple thing. It's just a button, right? And then we'll just want to show that if is pro, right, we're gonna show as manage subscriptions. Otherwise we just want to say upgrade, and then we'll save it. Let's see. Okay, so this should be a question mark. We'll save it. So we'll give this button a class name of margin top of 4. Okay, sorry, margin. We'll give this button a class name of margin top of 4, and also we want to disable the button while it's loading. Okay, so when we click on the button, we want to handle subscribe. So let's create that function. So I'll come down here and do const handle subscribe equals to a async function. Right, it's gonna be very similar to the button just now. We're gonna do set loading to be true. Okay, then we're gonna do a try catch block. Then finally, I'm gonna just set the loading to be false. So initially, I'm gonna set the loading to be true. Then I'm gonna do const response equals to await axios. Right, import axios.get /API/stripe. Okay, so then we can set window.location.href equals to response.data.url. So we're hitting the same endpoint and just redirect us to the Stripe page. Then if there's an error, I'm gonna just console.log billing error. Then gonna save it. So here this is gonna be handle subscribe. Okay, then I'm gonna just save it and wait for NextJS to compile and reload. So my computer is getting a bit slow. So now this button is working. So if you click on this manage subscription, it's gonna hit the endpoint, this API/Stripe. It's gonna check that we already subscribed. So it's gonna then bring us to the billing page. So right now we can see that there's gonna be an error. Right? Let's look at the error. What does it say? So it's gonna tell us that if we scroll up. Okay, so the message of the error is you can't create a portal session in this test mode until you save your customer portal settings. So we need to basically come to this URL. So you go to your dashboard. So you need to come to this URL. So just open this. It's under dashboard.stripe/test/settings/billing/portal, right? And underneath here, all you need to do is just activate the billing portal. So just press activate test link, and then everything will be fine. So now if you come back here to our localhost and press manage subscription, this time it will then redirect us to the billing page. So I don't think there will be an error anymore. Okay, so that's good. So we can see now that it has brought us to the billing page, and right here is where we can manage our subscription. We can then either cancel the plan or do anything else. So that's on your customer side. Okay, so that's perfect. Everything's going well. So let's come back here, and that's pretty much it. Okay, we're doing extremely well. We're almost finished. So we have now the Stripe integration done. So let's go back to the create course page. So if we are at least subscribed to, if you are the pro member, right, we actually do not want to show these free generations, right? Because I'm a pro member, I should know that I have unlimited generations. So I'm going to come back to our create course form, right? So how do we actually get whether we are a pro member? So we're going to have to go up one more level up in the component tree. So let's go to the /create page.tsx. So within here, I'm going to just get the const is pro equals to await check subscription function, and then I'll do some prop drilling by passing it into this create course form. So is pro equals to is pro. We'll save it. We'll come to create course form. We'll accept this in the props. So is pro will be a boolean. We'll extract it into the props is pro. Then underneath here, finally, we can show it, right? So come down here and we'll show. So if I'm not a pro member, then it makes sense for me to show this subscription action. Whereas if I'm a pro member, then this should not show, which is working fine now. So the last step of the integration is to come to my root/create chapters. So up here, right, I want to first check if they have enough credits. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do const session, right? I'm gonna get the user session. Const session equals to await get auth session. So if I don't have a session dot user, right, I'm gonna return a new next response. I'm gonna say unauthorized. But if the user exists, let us check the subscription. So is pro equals to await check subscription, right? So we're gonna first check, right, if the session dot user dot credits is less than or equals to 0, that means they have run out of credits. I'm gonna tell them they have no credits left, right? But this is also true if they are also not a pro member. So if they are a pro member, right, this will become false, and then this whole thing will become false, right? So if they are not a pro member, so if they are a free member and their credits is below 0, then we will just tell them there's no credits, right? But the thing is, if they are a pro member, then this entire thing will just be skipped over, right? So that's how we do it. And then all the way at the end, right, after we created all the chapters, before we do the new next response, we can just do await prisma.user.update, right, where id equals to session.user.id. So we just want to decrement their we just want to data. You just want to decrement their credits, right? Credits. Just want to decrement it by 1. So every time they create a new course, we just decrement their credits by 1, and then it will show up in the cart. Okay, we're doing excellent, and we are basically almost done with the project. So just before I deploy, I just want to add one more thing. So right now, if you observe, right, if I refresh the page, and let's say I click into this, right, I'm gonna click and watch the delay. Click. You see there's a delay. Do you see the delay? If I click on this, there's a delay of about 1 second before it shows, right? And basically that is a bad user experience, because once the user click on the link, they expect to be navigated immediately. So if they don't see it being navigated immediately, they might find it to be a bad user experience, because they don't know what happened, right? So the reason why there's even a delay is because Next.js 13 is server-side rendering, right? So when we click on this page, it's waiting for the server to finish rendering the HTML before returning it. That's why there's a delay. So how do we show that? Show a loading indicator. Okay, so all you need to come to do is come to your folder directory. Okay, come down to your, let's say for your each individual routes, like create chapter. Okay, I want you to create a new loading.tsx. So not here, is under your create here, a loading.tsx. So this loading.tsx is a special file, right? This file will be, this component inside here will be shown whenever whenever Next.js is actually rendering out the page, right? So if I do tsrafce, right, I'm gonna just put it as loading page, okay, and then this loading page will be this loading page, or should I name it as loading component? This will be shown whenever it's streaming in the data. Therefore, I'm gonna just return a div. Okay, actually, let me just move this all to the back. Component. Okay, and this div will be absolutely positioned in the center. So we'll give you a class name of absolute, top of half, left of half, negative translate x of half, negative translate y of half. So we position it absolutely in the center. Okay, and then within this div, I'm gonna return a loader2, and I'll give you a class name of animate spin, so that it will be in the center and it will be spinning. Okay, so let me just check. Okay, so let me make it a little bigger here. So we'll give you a width of 10 and height of 10. Okay, now if I save it, right, and this loading here is right now is under /create root, right? That means if I click on this create cause, you can see there's a loading spinner. Do you see the loading spinner before it loads in the data? So that's good, that means it's working. And all I need to do is I'm going to copy this loading.tsx into all the files. So copy this into here. Okay, now I'll copy into gallery, I'll copy into the settings page, I'll copy into this slug page, and you can just copy into anywhere that is showing some UI. So now if I go to any page right here, you can see the loading spinner before it loads the data. So at least now the navigation is instant and the user knows that something is loading in the background. Okay, so that's good. Alright, so we are done with the project. Good job if you're following up so far. And so now I'll teach you how to deploy to a virtual private server instance. Okay, so the reason why, as I said in the beginning, we don't deploy it to Vercel, right? Because Vercel has a function execution time of 5 seconds maximum. So if you go to the Vercel pricing, okay, and let's go to the pricing for the hobby tier. Okay, hobby. You're gonna have to, if you scroll down and you find, look at this, serverless function execution timeout. Meaning, right, how long does it allow your API route to run before it times out? In this case, on the free tier, it's only 10 seconds, right? But the thing is, as we have tested in our local environment, the OpenAI API takes more than 10 seconds to run and return the result, right? Therefore, if you try to run it on this Vercel free tier, it's gonna time out and you're not able to run your project, right? The only way to do it is if you go and upgrade it to a pro account, then you get a 60-second timeout limit. Okay, so you can deploy on Vercel, but then today I'll be showing you how to actually do proper deployment on your own virtual private server, right? And then I'll even teach you how to set up GitHub Actions for automatic deployment CI/CD upon your code push, and also teach you how to link up your domain name with SSL cert to the VPS, such that you're able to come to your custom domain name, right? So learnjourney.relevate.tech and be able to self-host your Next.js project. Okay, so for this to work, right, I need to assume that you have a domain name already. So you own a domain name and you have a control panel to set up your custom DNS. Okay, so the first step to actually deploying to a VPS is to actually set up the VPS. So I'll be using DigitalOcean for this, right? So come to your DigitalOcean console. So you need to log in or sign up. But the good thing about DigitalOcean is that it provides you with $200 free credits when you first sign up with it. So you're able to use that credits to actually follow along with this tutorial. Okay, so log in and sign up with whatever account. And so when you come down to your control panel, you come down to your projects, right? And so the first thing here is you need to add a new project. So come down here, add a new project, and I'll just name it learning-journey YouTube. And actually, let me expand my Firefox. Okay, so name it whatever you want, and you can add a description and add a purpose, like in this case we are hosting a web application. Then click on create project. Now it's basically asking us if you want to move resources. We'll skip that because we want to create a new basically a new compute instance. Okay, so now welcome to DigitalOcean. We want to spin up a droplet. So droplet are just a virtual machine that anyone can set up. So basically we'll be deploying on a new Ubuntu server. So I'm gonna choose a place that's nearest to me, which is in Singapore. Then so you choose Ubuntu as the image, choose the latest long-term support version LTS 22.04, and for the droplet type you can just choose something that's within your price range. I'm just gonna leave it as the default. You can host it as on anything you want, right? In this case, let me just put it on this $14 per month offer, and then I mean, because you will get $200 free credit, so this one you don't have to worry about it exceeding the cost. And then for the authentication method, you can just choose whether you want to create a new SSH key or password. In this case, I'm just choose the password connection field and enter your root password. So make sure you remember this. I'm gonna just enter it as let me see, can I have a secure password? So I need to have 8 characters long, 1 uppercase, 1 number. Okay, I'm just gonna hold it as 1 2 3 4 PASS. Okay, let's hope that we can remember this together. 1 2 3 4 capital PASS. Okay, so then after that everything is fine. Okay, let me see, 1 droplet, and the host name. For the host name, just give it something that you would remember, like learning-journey, and then that's it. Then you can just create the droplet. Okay, so you need to remember the password you set for the root. Okay, save it. Don't save. Okay, so right now it's spinning up the droplet. You can see the progress bar coming up. So I'm gonna keep refreshing it until it has finished initializing. Okay, so while it's initializing, I'm gonna want to set up the Docker file within Next.js. Okay, so right now if you come to our browser, okay, the reason why people deploy to Vercel is because Vercel hosts the Next.js project for you, right? But today I'm gonna teach you how to actually host a Next.js yourself in your own computer. So basically what we're gonna do is you can just search for self-host Next.js on Docker, right? So if you're not sure how to use Docker, you can just follow along. I'll teach you everything there is to know. So come to the first link on the Next.js application. So Next.js basically has a command for you to do next build, right, which will build the server for you, and then you can just do npx run start, and then it will run the production server for you. Okay, so you can read the documentation, right? But usually people deploy with Vercel because it's managed and Vercel does all the hard things for you. But today we're gonna teach you how to do self-hosting, right? So I'm gonna come down to the Docker image file. So first thing is you must have Docker installed. So in this case, we'll be installing Docker on the DigitalOcean droplet, and then we'll clone the with Docker example. Alright, so let me just open this with Docker repo. Okay, and then all you need to do is come down to the Docker file within that repo, and then I need to copy the entire thing here. Come back to your VS Code. Okay, in the root directory, I need to create a new file called Docker file, right? Capital D, and there's no extension. Okay, then copy in whatever you have copied within this with Docker repository Docker's file, and copy in here. Okay, and save it. So basically all this does is it will create a new Node.js computer, and then it will just copy over your package JSON. Then it will basically run npm run build yarn build to actually build up the Next.js server, and then it will just run the Next.js. Then it will expose port 3000. So you can just see that all it does is it will do node server.js, which will run the Next.js server. So that's the Docker file. Okay, so let me just push this entire repo up to the GitHub repo. So I'm gonna come down to my GitHub, github.com/new. So we can create a new repository on GitHub and we'll push it up there. Okay, so the reason why we are pushing up here is because we need to be able to pull the code repo into the DigitalOcean computer, right? So just name it learning journey dash YouTube okay, and you can give a description if you want. I'll public it, and then just do create repository. Okay, so to push it up there, we just need to do first is you need to come down to your VS Code. Okay, open your terminal. I'm gonna stop the server for now. Okay, I'm gonna stop this webhook also, and we can just do git status. So we just need to add all our changes so far into the repo, right? Except that we don't want to add this .env file because we are pushing it to a public repository. So come down to your git ignore and just add the .env file, such that the env file will be ignored by git. So if you do git status again, you can now see that the .env is removed from the repo. So now just need to do git add dot, so add all the files, git commit -m initial commit, and then all you need to do is come back to your repo. We need to add this remote branch, git remote add origin, and then git push -u origin main. So this will push up our local git repo to the GitHub repo. So now if I refresh the page, I can see all my files are up here in this repository. Okay, so that's good. So now all you need to do is come down to your DigitalOcean and let's connect to this droplet. What I'm going to do is, so click into the DigitalOcean and press enable now for the reserve IP, because we want a stable external IP so that the IP doesn't change every few days, and then that will cause our DNS to basically lead us to a 404 error. Okay, so press assign reserved IP, and basically it will just reserve a static IP for us. So now this is our permanent external IP. So note this down. Okay, so with this reserve IP, now we're gonna basically connect to their local computer. So let me draw out the diagram for you so that we have a better understanding of what's happening. Okay, so right here I have my MacBook. So this is my local computer which I'm doing the development on, right? So it's what you have been following on with. Okay, so now we just did a DigitalOcean. That means within the cloud there is a DigitalOcean a virtual private server. So it's basically an Ubuntu computer that's living somewhere else in the cloud. In this case, we've set the location to be in Singapore. Okay, so right now we have pushed our MacBook code. We have pushed the local code to our GitHub. Right, so our code now lives on GitHub. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna basically go into this. We're gonna connect into this VPS. Right, we're gonna connect it through what they call SSH, secure shell. That means we can basically connect to their terminal and run commands on the terminal here. Then we're gonna run the commands on the terminal to basically pull down the GitHub code onto this. Right, we'll do git pull or git clone. So now the code lives on here, right? And then we can then run a Docker file so that we can start up the server. Okay, so to SSH in or open your terminal, okay, and remember your public IP address. This, copy it, and then do SSH root add, paste it in here. Okay, so let me paste it in here. Okay, so root is the username of the Ubuntu computer, and this is the public IP of the Ubuntu computer. Then you just press enter. Okay, and then you'll ask for your password. So before this, it might ask for your if you want to trust the authenticity of this host, right? You just have to press yes to make sure that you're connecting to it. And then after that, you can just come down and enter the password. So just now we did what do you do? 1 2 3 4 capital PASS. So enter the password that you set up, and now we are connected here. So basically now we are connected to their computer here, and we can run commands here. So the first thing is to pull down the code from GitHub. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to come down here. So we're gonna be basically pulling it using SSH, but the thing is right now it's gonna fail. So if we copy the SSH link and we do, let's just do git clone, and we paste in the SSH link, it's gonna tell us that it might not have the access right, because the GitHub doesn't know about this DigitalOcean, and it doesn't know that it can be trusted. So what I need to do is actually come down here and create a new SSH key. So I can do so come down here, come down to Google, and we're gonna search setup SSH key. Okay, so we need to run a very simple command, which is this SSH keygen. So let me just search from the SSH keygen command, then we can run it together. Okay, so we just follow this. So we copy this command down here, and basically what this does is it will generate a new SSH key pair on our computer, and then we can copy the SSH key onto GitHub so that GitHub will be able to trust our computer. So copy this command and then just run it. So it's be generating a public / private RSA key pair. Okay, so wait for it to generate, and then basically we'll have a private and public key. Okay, so let me just see if I can visualize it out for you. So after running the SSH keygen, I will have a id rsa.pub, right? So this is the public key, and I also have another private key, which is just id rsa. Okay, so this is my private key. So later, after it has finished generating, right, we'll just leave it at the default. So you can see that it's generating the key at .ssh/id rsa. Just leave it at the default and just leave the passphrase as empty. Okay, so right now if we list and we go to cd.ssh, right, and we list it again, we can see there's two files: id rsa, which is our public key, no, this is our private key, and id rsa.pub, which is our private key. Okay, so we have this private key and public key. What we could do is copy this public key up to GitHub, so that these two computers are linked, and then I can do git clone to clone the GitHub repo down using my SSH method. So we have this id rsa.pub. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just do cat id rsa.pub. So I'm gonna copy this public key, right? I'm gonna copy it down all the way down here, copy, and then I'm gonna come out to my repo, GitHub, go down to your settings under your profile, scroll down, and you should see SSH and GPG keys. Okay, so then add a new SSH key, name it DigitalOcean learning journey -YouTube journey -YouTube, and we have to choose it as an authentication key. Then we can see that we can copy in the public key in here. Okay, then just press add SSH. Then you basically need to enable your thing to use your password. So I'm gonna enter my GitHub password here. Okay, so now we have successfully added our DigitalOcean. So now both of them are linked, and now I can do git clone again with no issue. So I'm gonna cd back into my original. I'll go up all the way to my git clone. So I'm git cloning through my SSH method. So hopefully now with the key pairs linked, I can successfully clone it, and it works now. So we're able to link it up. Okay, so the reason why I set up all this SSH thing, right, is because later for my GitHub Actions CI/CD pipeline, I will require the thing to automatically pull it down. Therefore, it's good that we have set up the SSH key for that. So all I need to do now is, we can see that we have cloned down the learning journey -YouTube on our DigitalOcean machine. I'm gonna cd into that. Okay, I'm gonna do, and because we have the Docker file here, right? We have the Docker file here, right? We need to download Docker. So first thing we need to download is sudo apt so just do sudo apt update first. So update all the repositories within the apt command, and then we can do sudo apt install docker and docker-compose. Okay, so press yes. It's gonna try to install extra space. Okay, so then we need to set up a docker compose file. Okay, so follow along. A docker compose file will just basically allow us to run the docker. Wait, let me just press OK. Okay, so let's set up the docker compose file. So come down to your VS Code again. So come down to your repository, and then basically on the same level of the docker file, you have to create a docker-compose.yml. Okay, so with this docker-compose.yml, right, let us type in the docker compose command. So this docker compose command will basically run our docker file. So we specify it's version 3. Okay, version 3. We can basically list a bunch of services, but in this case we only have one NextJS service. So we can just tell it that we only have this NextJS service. The build path is just for the build path, we're telling it that where is the docker file at. The docker file is in this local .path, right? So you will look for docker file, which you will find it here. So this is where the docker file lives. And then just come here and you can tell it that docker file exists at this docker file container. So with these two lines, it will tell it where to locate the docker file. Then underneath the build, on the same level as build, you have to list the ports as 3000 mapped to 3000. So it's basically saying that within the Docker, the NextJS service is gonna run on port 3000, and I want to expose it to the outside world on the port 3000. So we're doing a port mapping. So we're gonna save it. Okay, and then I'm gonna push this Docker file up. So just come down here and do git add dot git commit at docker compose git push. So we push it up to the repo, and then we can go back to our DigitalOcean on our terminal, and let us do git pull again. So it'll pull out the docker compose file. Okay, so you can see now we got the docker compose.yaml. Okay, so now we get the docker compose.yaml. Let's actually try running the docker file. Okay, so to do that, you gotta run docker compose up dash build dash d up. Okay, so because we have installed the docker compose command already, it will build this docker file, and then it will detach it from the terminal and it will go up. So let's try running this. Okay, so it will say that the command is not right because I think is okay, so I think the command is docker compose up, then dash build and dash d maybe. Okay, so yeah, so I just need to put the arguments after the docker compose up command. So right now it is basically looking at our, see this step 1 from node 18-alpine. This is what is specified in the docker file. See this node 18-alpine. So just running all the commands in this docker file and building the computer for us. So you can imagine this docker as just like a mini virtual machine that is being run up. Okay, so let me visualize it out in Excalibur. So right now within our digital VPS, right? Let me just expand it up for you. Okay, so within this digital VPS, we have spun up a Docker container. This Docker container is gonna follow the commands in the Docker file, right? And then it's gonna run a Next.js application for us. So this Docker container is a mini virtual machine that lives within our VPS, and it's gonna have a Next.js application running. This Next.js application is gonna expose the port of 3000. Okay, so right now it's running on localhost 3000, but how do we access it from outside, right? Because right now you can see that this port 3000 is exposed within the container, but we cannot access it from outside. So to basically link up from this Next.js from inside to outside, right, we have to expose it to the external IP. So remember that we have an external IP here. So if we this is the location of the droplet from outside the world, to access it at this IP, we need to basically use another tool called Nginx. This Nginx is basically a web server. So basically it will help us link up the internal port 3000 to the external IP, such that you're able to access this external IP. Then you'll be able to access the internal Next.js application. So I'll run you through how to do it step by step, so don't worry about it. I just want to show you that I just want to explain the visuals for you. So we are basically waiting for the Docker to run. Okay, Docker to run. So right now is just, we can see that it's running npm install, and then it's just creating an optimized production build. So what it's doing is it's coming to your npm scripts. We can see that it's running the npm run build and the npm run start. Okay, so right now we can see that it says there's something off, right? It's because you need to have another additional check here. So the first thing here is to come down to our next-config.js, and under ESLint you can put ignore during builds to be true. So we want to ignore ESLint when we are building. And so for TypeScript flag, we can ignore build errors, also true. So this is just purely to avoid the build errors. And then one last thing is, I almost forgot, come down to your package JSON, and for the build command you need to modify it to basically add the Prisma generate. So you have to do npx Prisma generate, and then you can run next build. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, so one last thing I actually forgot is that you can see that now there's an error saying that the environment variable is not found database URL. Of course it's not found because we don't have the .env file here. Remember, we didn't push the .env file up to GitHub, therefore it doesn't exist on this machine, right? So in this picture you will say that, okay, on my MacBook there exists a file called .env, right? There's a .env file here, but we didn't push it up to the repo. Therefore within this project I do have the .env file. So a very simple fix is just come down to your VS Code, come down to your .env, just command all, so select everything, come back to your thing, and just within your repository you can just type just open your text editor. In this case I'm gonna put vim.env, so I just open up env, then just paste it in. Then to exit vim, type escape : wq. Okay, so then we have a new .env file written here. So now we have the .env that is in the DigitalOcean droplet. Okay, so one more thing. So after you have created your Docker Compose file and you push it up to the repo, there's actually one more thing that we need to do, right? If you come down to the let me see if I can find it. You come down to your Docker instruction on how to self-host Next.js, right? You come down to it. There's one more instruction that we need to follow, which is we need to add this output standalone config to our next config.js. Okay, so we have to come down to our VS Code, come down to your next config again, right? So here under output, right? There's an additional option for standalone, right? Sorry, output equals to standalone, right? This is just the output just to be standalone. So you save it. So this line is required for you to actually run host the Next.js server on a Docker image. Okay, so just push this up one more time. So next config change, push up the changes, and then after you push it up, come back to your DigitalOcean SSH client, and then finally you can do git pull. So now we have the Docker Compose file and the output standalone. Then the last thing we can just do docker-compose up -build -d. So this will basically look at our Docker file. It's gonna follow whatever instruction we have within this Docker file. It's gonna run the Next.js project for us, and then it's gonna basically detach it from the terminal. Okay, so let's just run it, and then we will basically see the commands being run. It's running our build command, right? npx prisma generate and next build, right? Which is why I specified in the package JSON build command. So npx prisma generate and next build. So that's exactly what is running here, generate and next build. So it's just building out the project and then creating an optimized production build, and then finally it will run it on port 3000. Okay, and then now we can see that our Next.js project has successfully run, so it's done. And so because we detach it from the terminal, if we type docker ps, we can see all the containers running. In this case, we have the container ID of this, and the ports, you can see that. Let me just zoom out a bit, so we can see that the image is this Next.js project, and the port is 3000 to 3000. Meaning, if you do curl localhost at 3000, we can see that it returns us with the Next.js HTML code. So that means it's good that it's running, right? But the issue right now is, as described earlier, right? Let me close this all. As described earlier, it's only running on this localhost 3000. How do we expose it to the public IP so that we are able to access it? Because right now, if I copy this IP and I come up to the my browser, we can see that it's not returning anything. So here's where Nginx comes in. So the first thing you need to do is come down to you have to sudo apt install Nginx. Okay, so you will install the Nginx, and basically this Nginx acts as a web server, such that it can handle it will handle the traffic coming in to our computer and link it up with our localhost 3000. Okay, so let's wait for it to install. So press OK. Okay, so after installing Nginx, right, we can do sudo service Nginx status, right? So you tell us that Nginx is right now running. So let's look at the effect. So if I come down to my let's copy your your public IP, and then come to your web browser and type http, right? http:// the IP that you have copied. We can now see that there's a new screen that says welcome to Nginx, right? And basically this is running on HTTP port 80. So this is the same thing as typing in port 80. It will bring us to the default Nginx screen. So what's happening right now is we are basically accessing. We are basically trying to access this computer, right? We're accessing this computer at port 80. So port 80, right? With this IP address, right? And basically what Nginx does was that Nginx is able to listen on this port. So Nginx comes in here. So let me put Nginx in. Nginx listens here, and then it serves out the default home screen for them. So what we're gonna do is, when we listen on port 80, right, instead of letting Nginx serve out the HTML content, we're gonna basically ask Nginx to route the traffic to the internal localhost 3000. With that, we are able to serve out the Next.js project, and we can see the link. So the external website is gonna request for port 80. Nginx is gonna then route the traffic to Next.js, the Next.js project. Then it will return the response back to the server, and then we'll be able to see our Next.js project running on this IP address. So let's do that. So come back to your thing here, and you have to do clear, and then you have to cd. So we are in the home directory. What you want to do is to do cd /etc, right, /nginx, right. If you list it again, we can now see we're in the nginx configuration folders. I want you to go into cd sites sites enable, right, and then I want you to do vim default. So we're gonna edit the default file. So right here we can see that this is what the server looks like. It's gonna be listening on port 80 as the default server, right? So you don't have to worry about the configuration. You just need to know that, look, what it does is it listens to port 80 and it serves out the HTML files for you, and that is what is being shown in the homepage when you visit HTTP. When you visit the homepage. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna delete this entire file. Okay, I'm gonna delete this entire file. So I'm using Vim within this, so you can use something you're more familiar with, like Nano. So I'm just gonna delete the entire file. Okay, and I'm gonna type out the configuration one by one. So the first thing here is I'm gonna press server. So I'm gonna open a new server block. Okay, within this new server block, I will have a server name. The server name is gonna be the public IP address. So I'm gonna paste it in here. Okay, this is the server name. There shouldn't be any space here. Let me try this, like this. Okay, and then there's a semicolon. Then after the server name, I'll have put location /. So what this location means is that whenever I visit this public IP address, the home page, the home root, I'm gonna just redirect the traffic to our Next.js project. So remember, the Next.js project is running on http:// localhost 3000. So it's running within this container, right? So what we are basically doing is we are linking up the port 80 to route the traffic to the Next.js project. Okay, so with this I can just press :wq, and then we can do sudo nginx-t, right? So this t flag will basically test the syntax and make sure that our nginx config is correct, right? And everything is correct. So then if everything is fine, I'm gonna do sudo service nginx restart. So we're gonna restart the nginx server. And next, if I go back to my browser and I refresh the page, then now you can see that on this port 80, we can now successfully see that our Next.js project is running. Our Next.js project is running, and hopefully the gallery page will show. And yes, it's showing. So we have successfully hosted it on the thing. Okay, so but we're not done yet. So right now we can see that it's running on this ugly IP address, and it's not HTTPS. So how do we get the HTTPS? So the next step is I want you to come down to your domain console, and in this case I own the domain relevate.tech. So I'm just gonna manage my domain. So just log into your domain. So you can use any domain hosting like GoDaddy or Google Domains. The important thing is that you are able to configure the DNS custom domain. So come down to your DNS management. Okay, so click on manage DNS. So you might have to play around and try to search for where your DNS management screen is. So I'll be basically configuring our DNS screen to basically route the traffic to the IP address. So let me describe to you what we're gonna be doing. So right now I own this domain name, relevate.tech. Okay, it's just a random domain name, relevate. So what happens is, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna configure the domain name so that whenever someone visits relevate.tech, so like someone visits relevate.tech, right, we're gonna basically route the traffic to this IP address, and then with this IP address, it's gonna route to port 80, and then finally it will go into our nginx. It's gonna serve out the Next.js project. It's gonna return all the way back, and now the user is able to see the Next.js project on this domain name. So all we're doing here within the console is linking up this domain to this public IP. So come back to your domain. Come back to your domain name registrar. So you have to add an A record. So it's gonna be a very similar thing. You just have to find the A record within your domain management. So we're gonna be adding a new A record. So an A record is just basically a mapping from domain name to the IP address. So go wait for it to load. Add an A record. So the host name is gonna be whatever name you want. So I'm gonna put learning-journey-youtube. So this is what the domain name is gonna be: learning-journey-youtube.relevate.tech. Okay, And then for the destination IP address, I'm going to copy in the public IP address. So this public IP address is what is going to be linked up here, right? We're going to link it up here. So the domain name is going to route to this public IP address. With that, you can just press add record. So within your own domain management system, you can just do something similar. So now we can see that we have this new domain name. Okay, it's going to be mapped to 159.89. So to make sure that it works, I'm going to come down to a website called domain propagation. Right, so this website allows me to check the domain propagation. And now if I check for learning-journey-youtube.relevate.tech and I search for the domain, we can see that it's all being resolved to this IP address, right? So you have to wait for a while. Sometimes it takes some time for it to propagate. But in this case, we have now seen that this URL, this domain name, properly maps to this IP address, which maps to our Next.js project. So if I copy this domain and I come down to the browser and I type HTTP, so remember we still don't have HTTPS. We only have HTTP, which is running on port 80. If I type learning-journey-youtube.relevate.tech, hopefully if everything works well, okay, now we can see that it's running, it's working again. So we can see that this domain name runs our Next.js project. So the issue now is we don't have HTTPS. So let's now obtain the HTTPS cert. So come down, we're going to be using certbot nginx. So search for certbot nginx. So we're using the let's encrypt. So come down to this certbot link, certbot.eff, and then basically what we do is come down to my HTTP website is running on nginx on Ubuntu version 20. Okay, so then we'll follow the instruction to set up the SSL cert. So first is SSH to the server. So we are already in the server. Remember we SSH into the server here, right? And then we install snapd. So in this case, Ubuntu already comes with snapd, so we don't have to worry about this step. And then remove any certbot auto. So if you've already done this before, you can remove it. So we're going to start fresh. So all we want to do is install certbot. So I'm going to copy this command. I'm going to paste it in here. So then I'm going to wait for it to install, right? Okay, so after installing, come back here. So we have to link up the command. So we just link it up, symbolic link, and then lastly, we just need to run this command. Okay, so before we run this command, I'm gonna go back into, I'm gonna edit the default file again, but this time instead of this server name of this naked IP address, I'm gonna put in my learning-journey-youtube.relevate.tech. Right, so this line will tell me that when I visit this link, I want to proxy pass here. Okay, so make sure this link is exactly what you put in your domain DNS management. I'm gonna quit, and then I'm gonna paste it in sudo certbot -nginx. So this will help us obtain the SSL cert. So we'll let it run, and it's just asking to enter your email address in case you need to be contacted. I'm gonna enter in. So we'll press accept the terms of conditions. We're gonna press no to the mailing. Okay, and lastly we can see that it's asking which names would you like to activate HTTPS for. So in this case, it has detected our nginx configuration. So I'm gonna press 1. So we want HTTPS for this domain. I'm gonna press 1 to enter. And so now it's gonna try to request a certificate for our domain, right? So wait for a while, it's gonna try to hit. In this case, it says successfully deployed certificate. So if you go and inspect our nginx configuration again, now we can see that it has created a SSL cert for us. Right, yes, created SSL cert for us. And then the magic here is if you come back here, so right now we can see that it is the connection is not secure. But if I refresh it, now we can see that HTTPS is enabled. So now we are on HTTPS. So now this link is production ready and safe for everyone to use. Okay, so that's really good. We have now set up the DNS propagation. We set up everything else. So everything is going perfect. So the last few steps here is if we press sign in right now, it's going to tell us that the domain name is not going to match. There's going to be an error, right? We can see that it's going to route us to localhost 3000, right? So what we need to do now is come back to our domain, cd, and then cd into our project here. We need to edit some env files. So in this case, this NextAuth URL need to change. This need to be changed to https:// learning-journey-youtube.relevate.tech. .relevate.tech. So whatever domain name you have here, okay, then everything else is the same, okay. And then one more thing is, come back to your Google Cloud Console, right? Go into your credentials here, and we need to add the domain name to the API key, the client ID. So just scroll down. So for this URI, authorized JavaScript domain, we now need to add https://learning-journey-youtube.relevate.tech, and then copy this down, and we'll do the same for here, but this time it will be /API/auth/callback/Google. This to make sure everything works, and then just save it. Okay, so we've saved it, and now whenever you change the project, right, you have to basically rerun the Docker Compose file. So how to rerun it? You have to first do docker ps. You have to shut down the container. So copy the container ID and do docker stop. So you stop the container. So we can now see that Docker is no longer running. Then because we have edited .env file, we will do docker-compose up-build-d. So we run the same command. So now it's gonna basically rebuild the entire project, taking in the new .env file. Okay, so it's gonna be building and stuff. So after this has built, everything is gonna work. Okay, so the last thing here is, let's go to the Stripe page. So come back to your Stripe management console, come down to developers, come down to webhook, right? For this webhook, we're gonna add an endpoint. Okay, so enter your password, and the endpoint URL this time is gonna be https://learning-journey-youtube, right, .relevate.tech/API/webhook, right? This was our webhook, right? If you come down here, it was in /API/webhook. Okay, so make sure everything is correct, and we are entering your HTTPS domain name. Lastly, we need to select events to listen to. So remember what events did we listen to in our webhook, right? We listen to checkout.session.completed. So let us come down to here. We try to activate that. So checkout.session.completed, we'll check this, and we also listen to invoice.payment succeeded. So come down to invoice.payment.succeeded here, check this, and that's pretty much it, right? So we're only listening to 2 events. Press add events, then add endpoint. Then with this endpoint, it will give us a signing secret. So you need to copy this secret, come back down to the Docker, right? So because we need to edit the .env file again, we'll do the same thing. We'll have to stop the container first, docker stop this, then we'll edit the env file. Then for this Stripe webhook secret, right, we'll just delete it, and we'll paste in whatever the signing secret here is. So we'll paste it in and make sure it's correct. So at the end ends with 5pc. So make sure everything is linked up, save it again, and the last step is just, let's run the docker compose up-build-d, and then we'll save it, and then now everything will work perfectly. So we have successfully linked up the Prisma, we've successfully linked up the Stripe, and also linked up the Google authentication. Okay, so that's good. So we're gonna wait for it to build, and then so everything is gonna be complete. Now we're gonna set up the CI/CD pipeline. So right now, whenever we push the code, we can see that we have to go and manually SSH into the server, and then run docker compose, docker stop, right? These are a very tedious process, right? What I want to do is, I have this GitHub repo, right? So this GitHub repo, whenever I detect a new push, right, I'm gonna set up automated service, right? I'm gonna set up automated service so that when I detect a new code push, whenever I push to the repo, they're gonna have an automated sequence to basically SSH into this computer. It's gonna automatically pull in my latest changes. It's gonna run docker stop. It's gonna then restart the whole container, and then that's it. So let us automate that page right now. So to create a new GitHub action, come down to your repository here. Okay, you have to come down to your folder, and in your base folder, let me just zoom out a little bit because I can't really see. Close out all the files. Okay, so come down to your base folder, create a new folder at the base root called .github. So it has to be .github exactly, and then within the .github folder, create a new folder called workflows. So anything inside these workflows will be a CI/CD pipeline. So create a new file. You can call it anything. I'm gonna call it deploy.yaml. So this YAML file is gonna describe the automated actions that's gonna be run whenever we detect a code push. So within this deploy.yaml, okay, I'm gonna copy in this code. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this CI/CD code in the description later. Okay, but then I'm gonna walk you through exactly what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna line by line. So we're gonna name this action as deploy. So it's gonna have a name. So whenever we push to the main branch, right, we're gonna run this action. Okay, so we're gonna have a job called production. The name is gonna be called deploy to DigitalOcean. So we're gonna automate the deployment process to DigitalOcean. It's gonna run on ubuntu.latest, and the environment gonna be on production. So later I'll explain why it has to be production. So now we're gonna specify the steps on how to actually deploy this app. So the first step is we're gonna check out the code. That means we're gonna pull in the code into the GitHub action, and then we're gonna basically set a few environment variables. So we need the SSH private key. So this is the private key of the DigitalOcean. Okay, then we have the SSH host and username. So later on we'll be setting these secrets within the GitHub dashboard. So now these are the actual steps to actually deploy. So first we're gonna echo deploy to EC2 to make sure everything's working. Then we're gonna basically echo the SSH private key into the private key file. Then we're gonna basically connect to the DigitalOcean. So after we connect to the DigitalOcean, you can see this single quote. So whatever is in this single quote will now be run on our DigitalOcean file, DigitalOcean machine. So first thing here is we're gonna cd into the project, right? So make sure that whatever you have here matches whatever you have in. Make sure whatever you have here matches whatever you have in the DigitalOcean. So you have to type pwd, stands for present working directory. Copy this /root/learning journey -YouTube. Then you have to copy here. So we are basically running whatever this code is within the machine. So you have to make sure that everything matches up. So we're gonna first cd into this directory. We're gonna git reset hard. We're gonna git checkout main, and we're gonna pull in the latest change from the repo. So make sure, remember, everything here is running within the DigitalOcean. So we're basically we're telling GitHub step by step what the DigitalOcean should run to basically get the code to be updated. So we're gonna pull in the latest changes. Then we're gonna do docker compose down, which will basically shut down our current container. Then we'll remove all the other images and containers. And lastly, we'll do docker compose up --build-d. So we've already run this command before. So basically all this code is doing is we're gonna SSH into our DigitalOcean. We're gonna pull in the latest changes. Then we're gonna restart the docker compose and then run the docker compose with the most updated code change. So this is how we actually do the automated CI/CD pipeline. So now what we can do is we can push this GitHub action up to GitHub, right? So I want to notice, I'm gonna show you something cool. So go back to your GitHub, come on to your GitHub repo, github.com/edit_learning-journey-YouTube. So come down to your repository that you have pushed. Right now we can see now there's this orange button, right? Look at this orange button, deploy to DigitalOcean, which is exactly what we named within our GitHub action, deploy to DigitalOcean. So we can see that now it has failed, right? And we can view why it has failed, right? It's because we don't have the environment variables yet, right? We can see that it cannot connect. So how do you actually put in the 3 environment variables here? So come down to your settings page, come down to your environments, and we can see this production. This production is exactly why we put here this environment production, because any environmental secrets that we pull here must match this production name here. So just press into production, and then you have to add a new secret. So in this case, the first secret we have to add is this SSH private key, right? So we'll copy this, paste it here. Okay. So how do we actually get this SSH private key? Remember, we need to basically come down to our DigitalOcean, cd into the main file, cd.ssh, right? We need this id RSA, so we do cats id _RSA. So now we got this private key. I'm gonna copy the whole private key, copy in here, and copy it into this environmental secret. Then we'll add the secret, and the next thing we need is the SSH host. So let me add a new secret called SSH host. The host is gonna be the IP address, right? So I'm gonna copy the public IP address here of the DigitalOcean. I'm going to come and copy in here. Make sure there's no trailing spaces. Add the secret. And then the last one is the SSH, the username. So the username is just going to be root. Because remember, we are just SSH into SSH root at the public address, right? So now that we have all this, I'm going to come back here to my code. Right? This has failed. This action has failed, right? So I'm going to try to do the automatic deployment now. So if you come back to the learning journey, let's refresh. We can see that now everything is working. If you refresh the page, everything is working. So let's try signing in with Google. Right? Hopefully this will work. Okay, so in this case, looks like it is going to work. Okay, so now we are logged in. We can see that we are on the domain. And we can even see that we can create a course. And we can see that we are on the manage pro user. We can manage the subscription. And hopefully this will lead us to Stripe. Okay, so you can see that everything is working perfectly. All the Stripe integration is linked up. So let's try the automatic CI/CD pipeline. So just to change it, let's say I want to change this logo, right? I'm going to come to my VS Code. Okay, I'm going to go into my Navbar. And instead of learning journey, I'm going to press learning journey YouTube. I'll save it. And then I'll push it up to the logo change. Push it up to the GitHub. So by right, this will automatically deploy to our DigitalOcean. So I'm going to come back to my GitHub repo. Okay, I'm going to refresh the page. And let's hope that this will work. So you can see that it has detected a change. And now it's going to run our GitHub action. Right? So we can monitor it. So right now it's going to see that it's going to try to run the actions that we have defined within the workflow. So build and deploy running is now failing. So let us look at now why it's wrong. So one more thing you might need to do before making it work is you have to cat the idrsa.pub into the authorized keys. Right? So basically what we're doing is we want to authorize our own SSH key to SSH into our own server. So that's what this command is doing. So after this works, right, you can then come back to your VS Code. Let's try again. So I'm gonna just add one more space here. So I'm gonna push it GitHub action commit and push it. So hopefully this time it will work. So if we come back to our repo, we can now see that let's refresh it. You can see that the GitHub action commit is found, right? And we can see that the orange button here shows, so it's gonna be trying to deploy our website. So it will then run the jobs that we have described within the deploy the YAML, and hopefully it will work. Okay, so now it looks like it's working. That's good. So we have basically SSH in. We are then running the commands. So we git pull the latest changes here. So we can see that it has pulled down the latest changes from the Navbar. Then here you can see that it's just running the Docker file. So it's exactly what we did manually, right? So instead of manually coming in here and then doing docker compose up dash build, it runs it automatically by the GitHub action. Then we can see that it generates a Prisma client, and then it's trying to create an optimized production build. So basically what we did was we basically triggered the docker compose file to run every time it detects a code push. So we basically automated the entire process whenever someone pushes the code up to the repo. Alright, so we can see that it finally worked. So everything works perfectly. And basically now if you go back to our website and if you refresh the page, hopefully we can see the changes being updated. So let's wait for a while, and we can now see that the YouTube is shown here. So we have basically automated the whole process, right? So let me just come back here. So why is it important for me to show you how to do this GitHub Actions CI/CD, right? Because nowadays we take a lot of tools that we use for granted. We take the Vercel for granted, right? We think that, okay, we can just click one button, deploy to Vercel, and everything is easy, right? Vercel handles all the GitHub CI/CD for you, right? So you don't ever get to see the manual process of setting up a proper CI/CD pipeline. So you also never get to really learn the ins and outs of how to link the IP address to the Nginx, to the different ports, and how to use Docker. So in this tutorial, I've actually taught a lot. I've taught you Next.js. I've taught you how to use AI, OpenAI. I also taught you how to use Docker. I've taught you how to use Nginx. I've taught you how to use GitHub Actions CI/CD. So that's really a lot to learn, and I'm really proud of you for sticking all the way through and learning all about SSH and stuff. So just to recap, today I taught you how to do NextAuth, front end, back end, how to use Stripe. I've taught you how to deploy to a VPS. I've even taught you how to use GitHub Actions, and finally link up the domain name with SSL cert. So that's really a lot to learn, and as always, I think I'm very happy that we have completed this project together. And with that, we have come to the end of the project. So we've built out this entire thing from scratch, deployed it, custom CI/CD pipeline. So if you enjoyed the project and you've learned something, please do like, comment, subscribe. I put in a lot of effort into making this work, and a lot of hours to filming this and making sure the project works well, and making sure whatever I teach is accurate and correct. So with that, thank you for watching and have a good day.